Oh.
Oh!
Nope.
That'll do it.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's go.
Jeez.
Wow.
Holy cow.
But I wonder what was that game plan that Wario had?
Jeez.
Obviously,
Let's
it
turn
didn't
40.
work.
I'm going to quickly bounce for a second here.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Because I've got a little something else in mind here as we're about to take a break between turn 40 and the other set of 10 here. I was hoping I'd have a chance to do this, but I figure maybe we can do one little fun thing before time is up, we'll say. I think we got time for one game. One more for the road, what do you say? With 2 minutes on the clock, we're going to get our last goddamn game in. Assuming it'll let us. But I've had this sitting up for the last hour, just in case, so we can get one last little round in here. Yeah. Here we go. Let's do it. Of course, an area that I have not played before either, so this is going to be interesting. Come on, hoop. There we go. Come on, get up there. The real question is it going to full-on kick us out in the next 30 seconds? Oh, there we go. I'm going to have the best game I've ever had, and it's totally not going to let me finish. Huh. Here we go. Whoop. There we go. Whoop. It is now 7 o'clock. Any second now, the game could just full-on boot us. I low-key thought it was going to do something right there. Ooh. An easier way to get up there. I feel like I've been on my own for like the entirety of this battle. There we go. All right, how'd we do? Yes! One for the road. There we go. Ba-boom. Marinara, Kitty Cat, Jen. Nicely done. Oh! Amazing. We had 3 disconnects, which probably means that, yes, the servers are coming down live in the middle of this. I was noticing some laggy issues. as well. Is it going to let us back in, though, is the real question. Ooh. It actually is. That's interesting. The servers are supposed to be down already now. Maybe it was 8 o'clock. That's very interesting. I'm very curious. I'm seeing some news sites talking about it already going down. This is very interesting. I'm curious now what's going to happen. All right. I mean, if they stay up for more than like another round, I'll come back here in an hour. Cause I gotta get back into Mario Party Madness. I was really hoping that we could get footage of stuff as it went down. Oh, there's another donation in the break there. Didn't see who though. All right. Okay. Oop. Oh, nope. I was hurting too much on that one. All right. All right, let's get back out there. I can get more of our home base. All right. Oh, shit. There we go. Get out of my face. Ah, there we go. That out of there. Yeah, this one, blue, is kicking our ass pretty hard, but I'll defend as best I can. Once again, it seems like people are kind of disconnecting a lot as the match seems like it is much more devoid of life than it normally would be. There we go. Get you. Oh, okay, they're already dead. There we go. Got you. Whoop. Oh, shit. Oh, excellent. Okay. They're right above me, aren't they? Ugh, okay, all right. Ooh, we might have won this one, actually. Oh, it's going to be close. I think blue got it. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Yeehaw. Hell yeah. Look at those numbers. So sick. All right, sweet. I guess maybe there were murmurs that it was going to go down an hour later than originally expected, and maybe that's actually the case. Oh no, I think they're about ready to get back in, and I can't escape from this, so I'll do one more match. and then I'll hop back in on the Mario Party Madness, and I'll jump back over here right before 8, I guess. Let's have to see. Oh, unless people are not going to be able to connect in time, which is also a real possibility. Well, now in about a minute and a half here. Oh, this might be the end. It's so sad watching it all kind of flicker away. Oh, okay, that's not... Oh, God, it brings the timer back up again. Amazing. Interesting. Yeah, everyone seems to be like in there with the 7 o'clock, so I don't know. I'm seeing folks talking about the servers being shut down, and yet here I am. But I gotta get back in here. It seems as though we're back.
Yes.
Yeah,
Welcome
and also
back.
Clark connected me, so now I'm watching in real time with all y'all. I got game audio.
Excellent. Excellent. And while that continues going on, I am going to jump in here. Hello. I am recording this from literally over a year later. It is now May 27th, 2025, as opposed to the last, 10 or so minutes? Maybe 12, 13 minutes have all been from the 99-turn Mario Party game from last year. So we've actually had another 99-turn game since then. So that was April 9th, 2024. But so, yeah, I to explain a little bit of what's going on, I forget if I actually do in the other 2 bits of pre-recorded audio that are going on, but I decided to hold on to this. As you can see, we've got actual Splatoon going on, as opposed to the Mario Party stream where I switched back to Mario Party and kept that going for the rest of all of that. So I was kind of quietly playing Splatoon during that entire event with the goal of getting footage of the servers going down and being on when it ended. So this was April 9th, 2024. We had 3 things going on. We had a 99-turn Mario Party Madness game for Extra Life. We had the final day of the Wii U servers being online, and I chose to be on there with Splatoon. And also we had a solar eclipse on the same day too. So about like 3 or so hours before this, maybe 4. It was in the middle of a solar eclipse while all this was going on. Kind of a busy day. But so yeah, I streamed Mario Party. I think it's Mario Party 2. And simultaneous with that, I was locally recording lots of Splatoon. And I would withhold how much Splatoon there was, but you can see how long this video is. So yeah, like 7 hours of Splatoon. The trick with the servers going down was it wasn't as super clear exactly when it was going to happen. We just got a date, right? Like we got a date. Oh god, I got pinned down so bad here. We got a date. Did I get out of this one actually? Oh my god, I did. We got a date, but we didn't get a time. And people were like, okay, so is this like midnight Japan? Is it midnight Eastern? Midnight per local region for like local servers? Is it some other time? Is it UTC? No idea. Because by this point, so at this point it's about 7:11 p.m. Eastern time. So it's already this would have been, actually don't know if this would have been before or after daylight savings time. So maybe it wouldn't have quite been midnight yet in UTC. We'd be within an hour, but But yeah, it was like, okay, so I really... Oh, man, we got our asses absolutely kicked in that one. It was kind of a question of like, okay, so I'm going to be on here. I literally was hoping to only have to record for like 5 minutes right as we hit 7 o'clock because the initial guest folks had... I think it was outside daylight savings time because 7 o'clock would be midnight UTC, which would make the most sense for servers to go down. But they didn't. At this point, we're 12 minutes into the next day, into April 10th in UTC, and we're still going. And I'm just like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep playing until the game kicks me out. Because in my mind, I'm like, all right, it could happen literally any minute. Any second now, the game could just be like, nope, you're out. And obviously, any second turned into many, many hours. But yeah, I think... I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted to do with this footage, like, right away. I already knew... So we had already announced the Ultimate Wii U the year before. The intent was to do it in 2023, and then when... So Sarah and I wound up moving. We bought a house, and we moved in, like, August, September of... that year, so things were still really like hectic. Stuff was all over the place. We still had stuff to unpack. We still have a little bit of stuff to unpack, and it's been a year and a half. But so when the end of 2023 came around, I was like, I don't think we're actually going to manage to pull this off this year. So when this came around, when the news of the servers going down was happening, I was like, okay, well, I already know that the Ultimate Wii U is happening. I know that Splatoon is going to be a part of it. So, at the very least, I wanted footage of the online stuff because I wasn't 100% sure if, like, the whole game was just going to break, more or less. And so, well, it's funny. So, the bonus footage that we already used, it was like a 4-hour stream, I think, was from 2 days earlier. It was from April 7th, I want to say. And that one was one that I was like, all right, if I cannot manage to get this like last footage of Splatoon as the servers go down, I want to at least get like a decent stream of Splatoon gameplay. But then after that, I was like, all right, cool. So we got that. We got some online play. Great. And then as we came around to the end of last year, we were playing a bunch of, Wii U games, and the one player for Splatoon still worked, so I was like, all right, I'm going to put that after the like 4-hour stream, and it'll be kind of a continuation. I was like, yeah, people have been wanting us to check out the single player campaign and just Splatoon in general, so I was like, yeah, that'll be a fun surprise that it's like, oh, we did an online game, that's a surprise, and then, oh no, we're actually doing the whole single player campaign, that'll be a fun surprise too. And then this, I decided to keep in my back pocket for over a year, for two reasons. One, I think it's a fun thing, just on its own, but the extra circumstances of the day of recording itself are kind of fun to me. But also just like, yeah, it's neat to be able to get a final bit of, footage of the game while it's still running, literally as it shuts down. We actually did the same thing with we did the same thing with this was me at the time going, ooh, is time up? Are we done? Or and then we get into the search, and then it keeps going. So I was just like, all right, literally just like, okay, I guess that's that we're still going. But anyway, we did the same thing with, Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. When the 3DS eShop was dropping, when the eShop was closing down, I did a stream of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, trying to finish it before the servers dropped for the eShop, and I got literally to the last purchase about 2 minutes after they went down, which turns out, by the way, the game is programmed such that if it cannot connect to the eShop, you just get the title downloaded automatically, and that's just the end of it. This is like, okay, fine. But yeah, I thought it'd be kind of fun to do that, and the extra footage I thought would be kind of a neat little thing to have along with there. It was interesting. I was wondering if anyone was going to notice when we did the single player campaign that there was a difference in. So all of the Splatoon videos that we've done, all the Splatoon 1 videos have been a single save file. You can track it from the 2015 stream. Immediately, we didn't even touch it after that, and then we came back for the 4-hour stream from April 7th, and then there's this, and then there's the single player campaign, and I guess I'm trying to remember if the lobby actually shows you what your level is. I thought it did, because I remember recording it and being like, ooh, someone's gonna notice that our level right now is not the same as the level that we ended the stream with. I figured somebody might kind of suss it out, but as far as I can tell, nobody noticed, which is nice, because I figured that would be a pretty easy surprise for someone to suss out if they noticed that. But yeah, it was neat to be able to get in on this. One of the big things over the course of this video, you'll notice that the vibe changes a lot in these final hours. I definitely just kind of kept playing, partly because I was distracted because we were doing Mario Party Madness, and and at the same time I'm actively commentating on that. So I'm commentating on a Mario Party game that I'm watching while also doing this. So a little bit of distracted driving there, but. After a while, it became clear that the vibe was starting to change in the game, and yeah, you will notice. I'll probably comment on it when I start seeing it in the footage, because I know what to look for. But it's just fascinating to be a part of this at the very end of it all, especially as someone who didn't really play Splatoon. Like I have never played Splatoon 3 or 4. I did not participate, obviously, in the final Splatfest or any of that stuff, but. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if at some point there will be like a Splatoon trilogy style thing, or like a combined. Like I know Splatoon 3 contains a lot of pieces of the old stuff. Not so much the single player campaigns, but I know Inkopolis got added to Splatoon 3 as just kind of an area to go and walk around in. But I'd be curious if there would ever be like a Splatoon trilogy or combined game for the Switch 2 to kind of bring it all forward. Especially, realistically, they're working on a Splatoon 4. Splatoon 3 had its final Splatfest, like a year or so ago? Maybe further? And, ooh, that could be pretty close. I think Orange has this one. Yeah, ugh. Oh, yeah, there's a lot more orange going on far to the left. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't know. I assume they're working on Splatoon 4. It'd be neat if either Splatoon 4 included more elements of the first 3 kind of mushed in there, or if there was like a, Splatoon collection style scenario that brought back all of the single player, campaigns and stuff. It'd just be kind of a neat thing to have there. I don't know. Oh, man. The footage, it's so funny. The footage actually looks noticeably between the local recording and the streamed recording. I don't know why. I'm sure there's some weird setting going on, but the streamed footage looks much more vivid in at least in the Splatoon stuff. I have no idea for any of the other stuff that we've done for it, but like the ink color is noticeably much louder and more vivid, and it's just like, whoa, okay, that's a pretty big difference. Not like it's exactly gray on this end of things, but it's definitely a noticeable difference when they're side by side. Pretty hard to mistake. It was interesting getting a bunch of these arenas were very interesting to play into as well. Oh, also, I think the Wii U just has like a weird desaturation thing in general. I noticed it in a lot of virtual console games too. That stuff tended to look just a little bit gray, and I was never totally sure why that was. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to see the different arenas, how they all kind of play and function with each other. This one I don't know if I liked very much, just because it was such a linear. Like you could skip past stuff or whatever, but it is really like two big squiggly lines, more or less, with a couple connecting points in between. So like it became very tug-of-war-ish, as opposed to a lot of the other maps that had a lot more space to work with. Yeah, soaking up that ink. Here we go. Yeah, it's so funny looking back on this because it was a year ago now, so it's just like so strange. But like no surprise, Splatoon is for sure the best Wii U American Wii U exclusive. There we go. Or Wii U exclusive released in the United States. Was there a third criteria? Because Wii U games, they had to be exclusive to the Wii U, not ports or ported. They had to be that was the other one. Is that they had to be still obtainable. Literally, like up until the closure of the eShop. That was the other thing, or physical media available. Literally, in the lead up to Rusty's Real Deal Baseball and getting that situated, I was downloading a shitload of 3DS and Wii U games because for the Wii U, it was in anticipation of this. It was in anticipation of the Ultimate Wii U. For the 3DS, it was just kind of like, all right, there's a handful of stuff that would be interesting to grab. I did not grab any of the Box Boy games, I don't think. I do regret that. I forget why I didn't, honestly. I don't know if I grabbed any other Pushmo games. I would have to double-check on that one. I'm not positive. But, it's so sad. I don't know. It's like, there's been other, like, server shutdown stuff in the past for a bunch of other systems, but I feel like the 3DS... the Wii U and the 3DS... together shutting down, which includes stuff like, Virtual Console, eShop, stuff along those lines. Like, it just kind of... It felt very much end of an era in a lot of ways. Like, everything has to end sooner or later, but it definitely felt like it was sort of Nintendo all at once going, it's just the Switch, everything else doesn't matter. And it's just like, there were so many good games on there. I'm sure they've probably... I am curious if Nintendo stored any of the data for the old Virtual Consoles or eShops. Like, do those, like, ROMs and ISOs and all of those things from the virtual spaces, do they still exist? Or are they completely gone? Did they get deleted? Because, like, I don't know. I'm sure that there's, like, an infrastructure reason why they wouldn't just... be able to re-release those directly, but it does make me a little bit sad that there's not there are some games that used to be available or re-available that aren't anymore, and there's some games that don't exist anymore at all. Like Affordable Space Adventures was a hidden gem for the Wii U, and now it is impossible to obtain by legitimate means. And that just makes me kind of sad. I don't know. It's sad when stuff disappears that feels like it doesn't have to. And I don't know. It's just kind of a sad moment. Like the Ultimate Wii U, in some ways, it's funny because it wasn't strictly speaking intended to be, but it kind of became that. It was sort of a celebration of what remains and what was left behind. Because, by virtue of, anything that's on this list, with, two sort of exceptions, they were things that we didn't kind of realize until later, and they're kind of, halfway exceptions, but everything that we played for this, you would have to really go out of your way to be able to play yourself. Some of them are on physical media, right? Like, Mario and Sonic at the, Rio Olympic Games, I think, is one that you can get physically, right? Splatoon is one you can get physically. You can't play online anymore by legitimate means, but you can play the single-player campaign. But then there's other ones like Dr. Luigi, Affordable Space Adventures. A few of those were if we had to get those a year in advance just to be able to play them at all. Not a year in advance. It would have been... No, ultimately, I guess it would have been a year in advance because I downloaded those before we moved, and we didn't play them until like until November, December 2024. So yeah, we bought them, or I bought them and downloaded them at like a year and a half in advance, and it's just sad to me. And like part of it's from a like an archivist, preservationist sort of standpoint of like there's so much game history that just got dropped all at once. But like, I don't know. It's also just sad to see stuff just disappear like that, you know? I don't know. It's so interesting too because we've got such polar opposites in the Wii U and the 3DS. Like the 3DS was not Nintendo's most popular handheld, and it didn't even gain like reasonable popularity until they brought the price down. But like it still did pretty well in the grand scheme of things. And then you got the Wii U, which did horribly. The worst performing console at all since the Virtual Boy. And for sure the worst performing home console. The Virtual Boy is in a weird liminal space. I think it used to be classified as a handheld, even though you really can't take it around with you. Nowadays, I think it is technically classified as a hybrid, even though it's not really a hybrid either. It's weird. It's just in an in-between sort of space. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's fascinating from like a historical standpoint, and it's just kind of, it makes me a little sad. I don't know. There's a lot of games that just don't exist anymore, and because previous generations didn't have as much digital, didn't have as many digital games in the first place, it hasn't really come up much until now, right? Like the only systems that had purely digital games would have been what? Like digital download games would have been what? WiiWare, DSiWare, Virtual Console for the Wii, the PS3 and the Xbox 360. And everything else is still everybody else is still up and running, I think, at this point. Like, it's a fairly new phenomenon. And the Wii U and the 3DS losing all of that simultaneously is certainly the most that's happened so far. Like, other instances of these shops going down have been like, okay, it's just this one, it's just that one, but the other one still exists or whatever. This was Nintendo going from, we've got the Switch, we've also got 3DS. The 3DS had games coming out not that long before. And obviously the Wii U, which wasn't doing much of anything, but all of a sudden it's just like, nope, and now it is just the Switch. And I'm sure at the time they knew that the Switch 2 was nearing the end of its development. Not like at the end of it, because obviously it's been a good like 2 years since then, but I don't know. There's something very sad about it. There's sad about the transience of some of this stuff, even for a console that was not very good, like the Wii U, and even the Wii U itself is not necessarily a bad console. It performed horribly, and many of the games on it were not good. I think because developers became gun shy with the whole gamepad scenario, which eventually a lot of them realized they didn't have to do anything with it at all. Which sure, but also it did feel slightly like a waste of potential, you know? Ooh, all of us just diving directly to our deaths. Devastating. But yeah, I don't know. It just makes me sad. And it's so interesting too, looking back on this, because it's like if I had done this audio, which it's so funny. I've had this footage for the last year. And I knew that at some point I was going to have to do audio for it. And I've had a little note for it just to remind myself, anytime it slipped my mind, it's like, hey, we got to go back and do Splatoon. And yet here we are. It's the day before I want this video to go up. Oh, I never actually explained. The other reason that we're doing this today is because today, assuming this goes up on May 28th, is the 10th anniversary of Splatoon. Now I'm going to go and check that so I can be absolutely certain that I have not made a huge fool of myself here. Because, yeah, May 28th, 2015. And in fact, I'm also going to check, because if I go looking, so our, we did, I think our first Twitch stream, which I still have a highlight for. Let's see if I can find this really fast here. The first Twitch stream that we ever did, we have a highlight for from April 11th, 2015. And let's see if I can find it over here. Twitch streaming. I have a playlist for anything that we stream. There it is. So I guess this wasn't... It's funny. I've been treating Splatoon as if it was our very first ever stream. Do I not have... Oh, that's hilarious. I'll have to find the Bloodborne one. I forgot that we had actually streamed that, but we streamed Splatoon on May 30th, 2015. So who knows? I'm having weird audio problems, and I'm having problems with my audio recording software over this past week. It's been corrupting stuff in weird ways that have required me to take extra time. So if this goes up on May 30th, on Friday, then now you know why. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, no, I don't know. I thought it would be kind of neat to do a 10th anniversary for Splatoon, 10th anniversary for us streaming Splatoon, even if that stream was absolutely horrible. And it's funny because I technically streamed a little bit of this session of Splatoon. I think in total I wind up streaming about 2 hours of it in total, like live during the thing. The rest of this I also locally recorded all of it, but about like 2-ish hours of it actually made it onto the Mario Party 99 stream just because of time. Like in the version that made it into the VOD, I faded it out and faded back in when Mario Party got started again, just because it felt like weird pacing wise. But there is a version of this that I feel like that sprite I've seen somewhere, that little octopus-looking sprite that they use, the squiddy sprite. Yeah, that one there. What does that remind me of? Is it a Kirby enemy? It doesn't really look like Squishy. I don't know. It reminds me of something, and I can't place it. But yeah, no, I don't know. It was fun to be able to kind of lace those together and have a little surprise for it. I haven't seen anybody talk about the Splatoon chunk of that stream, so I'm hoping that the folks who were actually there for that live have forgotten about it. This will be a nice surprise. And honestly, it's so funny too, because like I wasn't really sure what I was going to do for comment. I'm still not sure. There's a lot left, but when I hopped on and was getting ready for commentary, I was like, what do I actually want to talk about other than, like, I knew I wanted to talk about the premise of what's all going on here. And yeah, I decided I would hold back the distant finale for the Ultimate Wii U to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Splatoon. But like, in some ways, it's almost like commentating over Splatoon ASMR. Like, there's only so much that you can say about a match. I really like the paintbrush, by the way. I was fond of that. It's just a lot of damage, really quick, and if you aim it right, you can really just knock dudes out before they can, think. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I still don't know that I would like. I'm perfectly happy to at this point now to play Splatoon for the channel. I'm sure at some point I will do Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3. And it was fun doing the single player. It was pretty neat getting to do these multiplayer matches right at the end of it all. But it's still not. It's still at the end of the day is like an arena fighting game, right? Whatever subgenre of the arena shooter we want to get into. It's one that usually doesn't really do much for me, to be dead honest. This was fun. It was good to be able to do... I think I would have streamed or would have recorded like 10 or 11 hours, maybe 12 hours of Splatoon outside of the single-player campaign that we did. But yeah, I don't know. I assume that Splatoon 2 and 3 expand on things enough to give it a little bit more to work with, right? Because like after a couple hours, I definitely was feeling like, okay, Splatoon has gotten a little bit into the samey zone, you know, where it's like, okay, everything kind of feels a little bit the same. We're kind of just doing the same couple areas and all of that. Not to mention, it's every 4 hours or every 3 hours that the maps change. I think it's every 3 hours. So if you're playing for a long stretch, you can play up to 3 hours and only be on 2 maps for that entire time, which is somewhat of a bummer. Are we in Normandy? What is with the big caltrop stone things? What are those for? Are those for like anti-flooding measures? Or are they for protecting the shore from like beaching ships? Whoa, god damn. Got absolutely sniped. Jesus. Oh, that was the other thing. I tried to like gloss over it very quickly when we did the single player campaign, but you will start to, if you recently watched the first or last episode of that, you may recognize some of those names popping in very soon. The other reason I was worried that I was going to get caught having a secret stream of Splatoon was that I don't think any of the names that were in my plaza were present in the stream that I did publicly for what was essentially the end of Splatoon. So, not that I expected anybody to remember for 8 months or anything like that, but it definitely was just kind of like, ooh, all right. As we're walking, I forget the names now because I don't have them in front of me, and I don't think any of them have turned up yet. But you'll start to notice that there's a handful of folks really waiting it out at the end. I'd be curious. I'd be curious if anybody. Excuse me. I'd be curious if anybody made it longer than I did, or we did. Really, everybody that was in our cluster for this. Because if you restarted your search for players, after a while you were decidedly seeing the same people over and over again. So I am very curious how many active players there were during the final moments of the servers being up. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I lost. Boo. Boo. Ink brush. That makes sense for the name. But yeah, I don't know. I like not to diss at all on folks who enjoy this particular kind of game. I think for me, it's more just a matter of like you play for a handful of minutes and then like cool, you win or you lose, but then all of that is kind of gone. Like it's like okay, well the battle's over, so you want to play again? It's like I don't know. It's like playing checkers for like 6 hours. After a while, you're just like, all right, I've played this game now, so I don't know that I need to continue here. I can get into some interesting directions with this too. I did not sleep amazingly well, so I'm like listing a little bit, and it's still quite early into this video. There's a long way to go, so we'll see how this goes. We will see how this goes. I'm trying to remember if I had like a goal for this Splatoon recording. I want to say I was like hoping to get to 15. 15 seemed like a reasonable thing as time went on. I don't know if I actually got there. I guess we're going to see either way. But boom, yeah. Look at this. Still, so at this point, it's now 7:41, 7:42, and we're still getting super fast full lobbies. And my suspicion is around this time, people are logging on specifically to try to be there at the end. So if anything, there's probably a nice like uptick in usage kind of from here forward. Which is funny because as the servers come down, there's going to be fewer and fewer people, but it seemed like it kept being active all the way through to the end. My understanding of Splatoon 2 is that the single-player campaign is like nothing to write home about, but the Octo expansion is where the good shit lives. Ah, boo. Boo. Boo, I say. Yeah, I think I do like the other map from this set and other maps in general more than this one. It's a little linear. It takes kind of I was gonna say it takes kind of a while to get out there. I know you can warp, you can do the little jump thing to get places, but in my experience, as soon as your little targeting reticle thing, not a targeting thing, but like the thing that lets other people know where you're gonna land, the second they see that, they post up and they get ready to just bombard you the second you get down. So it winds up being kind of hard to actually get a good shortcut going without just getting like slain. I love the colors. The colors are so good. It is funny to me that they specifically tried to avoid. They tried to avoid most primer colors. It seemed like, is that actually true now that I'm thinking about it? Maybe, because we've got kind of, it's more of a lime green or like a neon green, but there's definitely a like very blue in the game, and there is a yellow, I think. I thought there was a yellow, but they tried to avoid colors that could possibly indicate like bodily fluids, which was a smart call. You definitely don't want anybody firing shotgun blasts of brown liquid at anybody. Same goes for white and red and yellow. A lot of colors that you really don't want seeing. That you really don't want to see just parting out of a gun. Not the best situation there. Oh man, I like the music too. The music is very, very nice. It does a good job of being active without being like in your face. They definitely mix the sound very, very well because the sound effects come out on top of it, and it's fairly earwormy music without it being distracting, right? Because you get a track that is like really good but really like intricate or like really high in the mix or whatever. You can just be distracted by that and go for it, and that's not going to work out super great for for a big active game where everybody's trying to shoot each other, inching towards that next level. Goddamn. I think it comes up before the end of this. I'm not 100% sure, but I definitely eventually try to order clothes and can't pick them up because I can't connect to the internet. Oh, God. Magical. I wonder, I'm curious if any leftover Wii U games are going to get rescued and brought forward. Like, I'm curious. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Like Smash Brothers, for example. I don't think Smash 4 is likely to ever get remade, at least in its current form. You could maybe get away with porting Smash for Wii U and just kind of quietly pretending a bunch of the Wii U functionality stuff isn't there. But if they were really going to do that, I feel like they'd have to try to get the 3DS maps in there. just so that they're not being completely left out. Hell, it would be really cool if they put the outlining. Excuse me. If they put the outlining that they did for the 3DS version into there also. I thought that was kind of a neat... I don't think I've ever seen a game that had outlines on a character that were customizable. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. I think by this point I was just getting like frustrated. I was like, I just want to hit this fucking thing. Ploop ploop. I love the designs of the squids. Like when they're in their squid form. It's so simple, but it's so to the point. Very, very effective character design. They're shaped a little like an arrow, so I've definitely seen iconography that utilizes squid kids in their squid form as arrows. This one looks like one of those like chewy, almost sour kind of candy situations, like gummy sharks. It's kind of in that ballpark. It also might be like the teal and white. I think teal and white also just kind of puts me in that mood. But they look like they'd be very like chewy and gummy and sugary. They look delicious. They look like oh god, what the hell are they called? Because there's lifesavers. But I think there was a lifesavers like soft chew thing at some point too. It's been a while. I don't eat a lot of candy anymore because I'm way too old. That's not true. No, you're not too old to eat candy. I'm too old for my body to be happy with that choice very often, though. Oh, God. Yeah, there were definitely some weapons I didn't really practice with at all during this long run. So I like, if I were to be like, oh, here's my favorite, here's my least favorite, they would be still fairly I was gonna say uneducated. I guess that's kind of correct, but from an uneducated standpoint, in terms of you know, Splatoon weapons and all of that. There, it's game. I think we're gonna squeeze one more in before 2024 me takes over. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I'm gonna have to like go get some caffeine. Maybe I'll make some tea or some coffee. I forgot to grab. I usually grab like Diet Coke, no, Coke Zero or Dr. Pepper Zero. Dr. Pepper Zero more at this point, but grab some of that when you do grocery shopping, and I forgot, so I don't have my usual easy access, quick burst caffeine at my disposal to wake me up out of this funk. It sucks so much because I streamed last night, and I knew when I was doing that, I was like, I'm going to have to get up early. I'm going to have to get up early to get this done. And I didn't even get up early. I got up like a good hour and a half later than I meant to, and I'm still just like, holy cow, I'm cooked. I am a wet noodle right now. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. But no, we're doing fine. Yeah, okay, so we do have the yellow. So evidently, it's okay for squid kids to pee everywhere they can. Everywhere. Walls covered in pee, ramps covered in pee, floors covered in pee. Just covered in all. You gotta pee on everything. I wonder how, like, I'd be so curious to see concept art for the earliest stages of the design of Splatoon. From the levels, to the squid kids, to the enemies whose name evade me, Octo. Nope, don't remember. It's been, what, a year now since we did that, so... I guess that's not true. It's been like 6 months since we did that, because we recorded Splatoon. I think we recorded that in December and January of January of this year, December of the last. But nope, drawing a blank. That's okay. It's not important. But yeah, I would love to see the like early concepts of some of this stuff. So I'm curious how much those designs have changed. I'm curious how much of the game's aesthetic has been there since the beginning. Like how much of it was always there, how much of it they kind of found along the way. Oh, this is very fascinating to me. All right, so the Mario Party side of things is down to the end of its last mini-game for the current set of 10 turns that is going on over there. And there's a break as they do some like controller setup and get sort of situated for that. So in a moment here, I'm going to be passing it back to past me. 2024 me is going to take over for a little bit as we get some actual commentary about what's going on in the present and in the game. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Well, anyway, we'll get you over there. We can go ahead and fade back in on this. This is going to be so fucking funny later on when this all goes up. Oh, boy. That looks like it's going to be pink, just barely. Yeah, 8.5%. So, presumably, it is in fact going down at 8 Eastern instead of 7 Eastern, which means we've got about 6 more minutes before the servers drop. So we may as well keep seeing. The servers are still up. I guess is the question of, if I turned the game off, would I be able to join in? Like, is this just people who are already connected to the servers and they're not accepting new connections? Versus, are they just gonna and it's gone in 6 minutes? Only one way to find out. I wonder if I can hit level 13 before we're gone. If I win a couple matches, it'll be easy, but I've had some bad luck for the last, 45 minutes. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Ah, fuck. There we go. Good timing on the shield. Oh, boy. Oh, fuck. Bad time to start climbing. Doodle-doom, 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 doodle-doom. You may be able to squeeze one more match in after this before the servers go off, depending on how they actually do that part. What the hell was that? That was weird. Oh, couldn't get away in time. Oh, I missed. I also got to remember when I edit this stuff that round 40 to 50 was the one that, oh shit, well, was the one that had all the controller fuckery early on. Editing is going to be a whole good time there, referring to the Mario Party Madness side of things. We got an Eclipse, we got the servers going down, we got Mario Party Madness 99. Fuck. Blue is struggling here. I hear the game sounds going, and I'm just like, oh, is it? There we go. Fuck, finally. I'd love if my teammates were a little more useful here. Not like I'm doing like amazing or anything, but I'm racking up some good points. Oh, god damn it. That fucking bucket really, really is the anti-paintbrush. Jeez. Not so good. Not so good. Yeah, oh, yeah, green got this one. Probably by like 8%. Oh, wow. That looks a lot more even than it turned out. Okay, fair enough. Woof. Alright. Oh, yeah, I was the top scorer for our team for that one. Okay. Yeah, unless it is going to hang on to our connection, we are, even if we win, we are not going to be leveling up to 13 before the servers drop. We'll see. It is 7:58. There are 2-ish minutes left. There's just enough time to at least start the match. It's funny because there's so many posts online now that are like, yep, the servers are down. It's like, are they? Doesn't seem like they are. Okay, let's see if we can get some stuff going down here. All right, we have found the opposition. Oop. They have another bucket bastard going on. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn it. Was in the middle and was very fucked there. That's not so good. Man, people did not do a very good job of covering the stuff down here. Oh, no! Oh, god damn it. I was trying to get fancy with it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. An alarm for feeding the cats. Oh, fuck. Couldn't tell if they were green or pink because they had so much green ink on them. Oops. Yeah, I don't think this one's going our way here. What the fuck? Okay, well at least they got taken down, but like, had a lot of hits going there. I'm not really sure what that was all about. It is now 8 p.m. and yet we're still in here. Are they going to let the games finish out? Do you actually have to disconnect for it to properly throw you away? I'm very curious what's going to happen here. This was supposed to be literally like a quick little 5-10 minute thing as a goofy gag in between or at the end of one of the chunks of... Oh, Jesus. At the end of one of the chunks of the Mario Party Madness, and now it's been an hour and change. But as the seconds tick down, at 8:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on April the 8th, 2024, let us see what happens as this wraps up. I think that's pink, but honestly, we did better than I thought we were gonna. Oh, man, only 1.5%. It's super tight. Okay. Alright, is it gonna boot us? Maybe it can't. Maybe it's not coded in a way that it knows how. And, like, as long as you keep your connection, yeah, there we go. Ready to rock some more. Yuma. All right. Seems like we are still waiting for some controller updates and things on the Mario Party side, so we'll hang out doing this until then. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, heard Donkey Kong noises. Still no changes on that side, though. Oh, god damn it, I'm fucking surrounded! Oh, I literally couldn't move. So that was something I didn't quite Okay, so they're just pricks. I didn't realize that if you're getting shot, it didn't really matter what side you're being shot from, you just get fully pinned down. Oh, not a chance. Get over here. Yeah, get out of here. How the fuck? Man, they're hitting from far away. There we go. Goodbye, Moses. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna try and fix this a little bit. Nope. Goodbye. Gone. God damn it. Okay, so that's where that is. I gotta hop down there and help destroy that. Fuck, really? Oh my god. Zach has joined for the last half. As Trevor. Oh no! Oh, that explains a lot. I was wondering. I was like, huh? It's odd that like, because we only have. I guess it's a full change. The half change was at 7. We got Zykrel in the chat explaining the brief delay on the Mario Party side of things. Getting absolutely smoked right now, though. Okay, I gotta move quickly or we're pinned down by sniper fire. Not great. Oh, that is super. That sucks so hard, though, having a power outage in the middle of this. That super duper blows. It's now 8:05, and the servers still have not kicked me off yet. We might actually manage level 13 in time. It's really going to depend how the next, 2 matches go. Looks like controller stuff is still going on. Yeah, still in there. I'm genuinely surprised by this. Yeah, I'm seeing people talk about oh, and now the servers are down. It's like they aren't though. Still, so maybe they're hanging on to connections as long as and maybe I was able to keep going because all 8 people were still we're still in. But no, that looks like a new person that's just jumped in. So I don't know. Does I had one last week because of weather of all days to. Oh no, yeah. Oh man. So I think literally the very first 24-hour stream that we did. I think it was an Extra Life one. We were doing Super Mario Odyssey. We had just beaten the game a couple months earlier, and I was like, oh, you know what? A 24-hour thing would actually be pretty rad. And I was like, oh, sweet. I'll do Mario Odyssey. We'll do 24 hours. We'll get every Power Moon. It'll be great. And then at 15... And also I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do great on time, but I may as well submit it to speedruns.com. Just I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's just a fun thing to put in there, even if it's terrible. And then I wound up at 3:30 p.m., 15 and a half hours in, the entire neighborhood goes dark. The whole ass neighborhood goes out. And I'm like, oh, okay. Fuck. So I was in such a bad mood for the rest of the day because it was going moderately well up till that point. I think the biggest issue was just, I think our chat was like kind of dropping every now and then, but otherwise it was pretty clean stuff. Oh man. But yeah, we're still in. I'm keeping an eye on the madness. Looks like they're just kind of hanging out on the menu for the time being. So as soon as they're back in, I will switch back. And back to our previous commentary. I believe Some Call Me Johnny is in this chunk. Oh, damn. We got. Oh, and Matt's in for this one. Hell yes, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be a good set. Shell in, Mike's in. The captain's shot's gonna be a little bit more quiet because I think we're down from 5 to 3. Eek. Hey, and another $50 donation from Snuot. Hell yeah. Hey, I gotta double check if my Nightbot is active. It was supposed to be posting stuff into the chat, and I'm realizing that it hasn't done that. So, might have to double check that it's actually connected still and hasn't, like, DC'd or anything. But I will do that momentarily. They're still in the pause screen for the time being. But yeah, good time with Splatoon. Which game was years ago at FPS Gamer Summon being the last man standing on the servers? Oh, yeah. Like, that was the thing. So, last year, I did on the day the shop went down, I decided it'd be kind of fun to do a stream of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, where the entire premise of the game is you're haggling over eShop purchases. It was a great time. And I got to literally the very last purchase you have to make when the eShop went down. It literally went down like 2 minutes before I got there. And I was kind of like, I literally don't know what will happen if I can't access the eShop for that. The good news is the developers of the game were aware of this as a possibility in general. And so they made it that if you couldn't access the eShop for whatever reason, that it just gives you the game for free. It was like, all right, sweet. I'm down for that. There we go. Get on my face. Oh, damn it. But yeah, Splatoon's been a good time. I have enjoyed this. Again, I don't know if like this would have been a game that I would have like gone hard on. I probably would have tried to get to like level 50 in a handful of streams just for the hell of it, but I don't know that I would have gone much further than that in terms of time spent on it. Because I've gone, what was it? I had a full stream of this for about 4 hours the other night and got from level 8 to level 12. And this one, I've got like an hour and change under my belt, and it's going to get me to level 13, just barely. Ooh, speaking of which, I think we are back in. Just want to see my level change, god damn it. No, I didn't get it. Ah. But I believe we are back to this side.
What turn are we up to now?
51, 50.
Okay.
So, I return from the past, or I guess I return from the present, from the past. Me, the person speaking, returns you from past me. There we go. That'll do. But yes, welcome. We're back to our 2025 commentary. Hope you guys enjoyed the trip back to the break of the 99-turn Mario Party game. I've had a little bit of food and a little bit to drink. Not liquor, just, liquids. So hopefully we'll make it through, because this is the largest chunk now of what's going on. I did not return in the stream to Splatoon for many, many hours. Literally, I think for like 5 hours. I'm probably not going... not even probably. I'm not doing this all in one sitting. This is going to get broken up a little bit. And if anything, if this doesn't go up on the 28th, it's because I could not export and upload fast enough this video, just because of how huge it is. And we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so we are back again. I did take a peek. Yeah, I think we must have done some Bloodborne on... I don't know if it was in YouTube, if it was in Twitch, or what, but we definitely did. I'm actually gonna... Should be easy enough for me to check here. Yeah, we have two... we have two videos, one from March 27th and one from April 11th, 2015. And it seems like we streamed... We must have, because, so the video from April, I went and checked, and we were talking about, the internet connection and stuff. So it must have been a stream thing, which means that does predate Splatoon, which surprises me, because I thought for sure that Splatoon was the first one. But I guess not. I guess that is not the case. The case? Or, oh, you know what, actually? Hang on a second. Hang on. I think I know what the deal is here. Let me check something, because this will be... Clearly, we have all the time in the world at the moment, but... Oh, never mind. It's not on our... I was looking to see if it was on the YouTube live side of things, but our earliest non-Patreon thing there is Pokemon Yellow in February of 2016. So, I take it back. I am mistaken. So, I don't know. There we go. Which I hope doesn't mean... that I got the... Oh, that's right, too. The other... the Wednesday... Or whatever... Not Wednesday. Whatever... The 2 days before stream... The 2 days before the end of the server going downstream that I did, that was like 4 hours of Splatoon, I believe was also the 1000th stream on the D-pad. And I really wanted to kind of bring that in. Just because, I don't know. Splatoon also kind of embodies our newness to streaming, I think, a little better than either the Bloodborne ones did. So, I don't know. It just felt right to kind of bring it back there for that. And when I had done the math, because my hope was that plus the Mario Party Madness one was going to be number 1000, but the timing didn't quite work out right. It wasn't something I'd planned for a long time or anything. It was just a happy coincidence, and then stuff shifted due to my and others' streams in the week or two going on there. So it wound up not quite aligning. I was like, I still want Splatoon to be number 1000. So but yeah, so at this point it's about 8:15 p.m. In recording land. Or recorded land. Right now, and it's 5 o'clock over on my side. But in the world of the stream and local recording, it is 8:15. And at this point, I'm definitely confused a little bit, because I think I was even commenting when we got close to 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, this has got to be when it shuts down. Still didn't. And now at this point, I'm like, all right, well, now I'm very confused. I'm hanging out doing commentary on Mario Party. I'm not in it at this particular point, but we've got a bunch of the usual suspects in there, as well as some bigger names in the game. We got Zoomzyke, and some call me Johnny, and we got that Big Fat, MMG Mike, Shellshock Prime, Zach Pack, Tackless Ogre, and of course Clark running the show, and I'm off on the side in one of the commentary rooms, also just playing Splatoon at the same time. Oh boy, yeah, we Squid Kids now. One thing I'm noticing, I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I ever noticed. One, I don't know if this is true, but I don't know if I noticed during the thing. So I'm noticing the size difference on the top there between the lives. Is that an indicator of who's in the lead? I gotta see how that looks in the next match. Because, like, yeah, Orange absolutely obliterated us in that one. Just fucking creamed us. So I'm curious if that is an indicator, because it's so funny, if so, that, I'm sitting here going, like, well, I don't know who's going to win it. Hey, level 13, there we go. I don't know who's going to win it, but the screen's been showing it the entire time. But yeah, it's funny. Basically every time I exit a battle, I wonder if the game is just going to stop functioning after that. And it just keeps going. But, it's a big one, too, is I noticed that there were not a lot of folks at my level, like my low level, at this stage of the game. It was mostly a lot of, diehards that were still playing in the wee hours of Splatoon before it went down. Which, I don't think that's unreasonable or not to be expected or anything. That seems like the way that you would anticipate that going. But it did also mean that during what was left of the game, where what was left of the part of the game where people were actually participating and trying to fight, that usually I was on the losing team, usually by virtue of being the lowest level dude there. I was hoping that it wouldn't just be me, and right now you can see Mario there at level 15, and then the next lowest is 25, and we're getting up into the 40s and such, topping out with Moses there at 47. And then I speak of the devil, yeah. Oh boy, do I know? Oh no, it's gone now. With a minute or two, I might have been able to figure out what that was saying, but it's fine. It's okay. I recognize the Ghana is a pretty easy one, mostly because it just has a pretty unique shape, and also, at least to me, looks a little bit like, well, it looks kind of like an H, but an H also looks a little like an N. But yeah, at the top there, those look pretty even. So I'm curious. Do they only start doing size stuff as the match goes on? Do they only do it as folks are dying? Doesn't seem like it. So yeah, maybe it is an actual indicator of, the one on the right looks a little bigger. Yeah, there we go. I wonder what numerically determines that. Is it basically whenever someone has 60%, they get big? Yeah, they're going back and forth on that and everything. That's very fascinating. It's so funny because, I played so much of this over the span of, 3 days, basically. But, and there's still details that I'm like, oh, that's a thing. And it's only occurring to me a fucking year later looking back at footage. Might have been a helpful thing. I guess it wouldn't have been helpful. It would have made it clear to me that we were winning or losing, but otherwise it wasn't going to do anything to help solve that, right? Definitely a point where I was discussing something over back in the game. At the end of the day, I do feel bad for a few of the teammates that I had where every now and then it would be well, I got to focus on Mario Party. This thing is not what I'm ultimately here for, primarily, for that day. It's funny, too. I have this set up right now where I've got the two sets of footage side by side and synchronized. So while I'm watching our match where we do have the lead right now, it seems. So that's pretty good. On the other side, I'm seeing Mario buy a skeleton key for 12 coins. And I'm seeing myself in this exact seat with the hat that's right next to me. Am I wearing the same shirt? I'm not wearing the same shirt. I think that's me a little bit slimmer to 2024 into 2025 was not super kind to me on the scale side of things. But yeah, it's mostly just in case if there's something wild that goes on one side, it'll be easy to commentate on that. I don't think it's going to happen too much. If anything, it'll probably be me going, all right, here comes the next hour. Let's go look to the live reaction. And then just a shot of me going on the other side. Oh, did I get that at the end? I think I did. I mean, we fucking crushed them. That's a pretty obvious, yeah. I was going to say, though, it's one of the biggest scores that I think we've seen so far. Didn't quite hit 70, but I don't think we've seen 70% anywhere else in there. Yeah, look at those fucking numbers. Jesus. Funny part is, I mentioned earlier, like, I wonder if we can get to level 15 by the end. And it's like, I would know that if I went back and looked at the single-player campaign that we recorded well after this. And I do not remember. I do appreciate that you can easily, that if you, that basically everybody that selects go, like, to go again is clustered together for the next lobby. That's pretty cool that you can be like, yeah, it's me and these 5 other people who had a good time there are now looking just for 2 others to continue and do some more. It's a nice way to, by the end, I would wager that whatever, like, I don't know if it's a single server, I doubt it, but whatever server I was on, it seemed like there were like 20-ish people total still on at the end, because even when folks shuffled in and out, we started seeing repeats. It was like, oh, okay, all right. not a very deep well to be drawing from anymore. Oh my god, it's boys versus girls. Who will win? Who will emerge victorious? It's funny. It's so funny because before I was like, all right, so around 7:54 p.m. I get back on and I take control for a while, and then after that we'll be when I come back on, we'll probably be like switching. We'll probably be switching. There we go. We'll probably be switching maps or something. But we still got a ways to go before that happens. But anyway, yeah, you're starting to actually see. I'm surprised it happened this early. Starting to see a couple people getting to that vibe change. You're going to start seeing more and more players just flapping around. And it's so funny. In some ways, it reminds me in a cute sort of way of Journey, where everything is communicated non-verbally. And it's so wild because it definitely got communicated non-verbally over time, and across games, across what was left of the servers, just like the way that everybody was just kind of like, no, we're just going to hang out now. Like, we're not quite there yet. People are still actually playing, but it's starting to get into silly town. And you see the folks that are just kind of flapping and doing nothing. That, I don't know when that started exactly, but this is me noticing it now around 8:25 p.m. Eastern Time on the final day, on April 9th, 2024. Wow. I thought it was much later into the night. I legit can't remember if I thought that it happened before midnight or not. I don't remember. But obviously there was some part of it and the problem is all it takes is one dick, myself included, attacking people to kind of break that up for at least a minute. Oh, did I oh no, they had a better ink brush. I was like, did I upgrade my ink brush at some point? In that hour we were gone? Back to the past? but I don't think so. I don't know though. Oh, I don't like that you can't. It does. I don't believe you can upgrade your equipment anymore now that the servers are down. It's kind of a bummer. It's like, oh, but you can't play multiplayer, so what does it matter? It's like, I don't know. It's just nice to, spend the in-game currency. I don't know. Sort of a nice thing, I guess. Oop. Yeah, we got this one. You can see at the top that we had the big thing going and everything. Wabang. Not by that much, though. So I'm curious. So 43.1 to 36.4. I guess we had 787 to 665. So that's... What would that be? Like a little over a sixth more? I don't know what that would indicate. Maybe if you've got like 55%, but I think that's still less than 55% of the like painted area. So I don't know. I don't know what their metric is for that. I'd be curious to find out. Be very curious to find out. We got the yellow again, up against the pink again. All right, let's ready go. I hope I didn't, like, bum anybody out in these games by still trying to play at this stage. Like, there's still a decent number of folks who were still playing, but there is certainly a point at which folks were mostly just chilling, and I hadn't picked up on it yet. Like I said before, it's fascinating too that that was a thing that people were able to communicate non-verbally in the first place, but it did have a sort of sense of like togetherness at the end of it all, but that is a story for much later. I'm interested to see what new kind of weapons and things exist in the later Splatoon games. Also, big ups to Splatoon for being Nintendo's clearly their most successful new IP since Pikmin, right? Maybe beyond Pikmin, honestly. Like they really took it and ran with it. I'd be curious what the ranking is for. I don't know what it would be, like units sold, return on investment, something along those lines, but like, or popularity, however you'd measure that. I'm curious how the various first-party IPs all compare with Nintendo. So I think there's some obvious ones up near the top, right? You got your Pokemon, you got your Zelda, your Mario, stuff like that, and then you go a little bit further down. Kirby's usually a little bit lower. Splatoon, I imagine, is probably in the ballpark of Kirby. Could be more, could be less. I don't really know. And then lying on the ground in a puddle of its own puke, you've got Star Fox and F-Zero curled up, spooning, wondering where everybody went. Somewhere above that is Metroid. Doing better now, on her way up. Oh boy. Definitely still tired. It's that kind of tired you feel behind your eyeballs. Oof. I'm curious how dynamic the your hurt border is. Like, is it an animation that is independent of everything else? Is it doing it dynamically, programmatically? Like, what's happening there, Because I don't know. I have no idea. Game. Ooh. That could be either. Oh, damn. Yeah, that makes sense. Defeat. Pew pew. Yeah, once again, I guess this game did have someone in level 11 on the other side. So, I got no excuse. I got no excuse. None whatsoever. Get back in there. It's so funny. Nintendo's been so behind as far as multiplayer online with friends that it's kind of refreshing that they've got a game that does lobbying so smoothly and quickly. And so hands-off, too. Like, you'd expect them to be hands-off, but the way Nintendo does it, you kind of almost anticipate that they figure out some stupid way to make it worse. Or at least less, like, user-friendly. But it's actually pretty solid. I don't think I've got any complaints about the lobbying system. Interesting that it's got 2 stages listed, but there's visibly space for a third. Did they never use that? Or, like... It's just odd. I don't know. I assume the toasty goes to, like, heating up and on fire. I'm trying to remember that little bonus there. You get, I believe it's that you get a multiplier to experience or money. I forget which. Based off of, like, your win streak. Oh, yeah, as was being said on the way in for this chunk, the Mario Party Madness game was half over as we started there. Just quickly approaching turn 60 out of 99. Did Splatoon ever have a soundtrack? It must have, right? They'd be crazy not to put together like a CD of all the music from that game. Oh, I can say that, fortunately, the audio from the first chunk that I just recorded is safe. I got it, loaded in, and it was working fine, and hooray. Which is good, because if I have to do any extra conversion stuff on these, I'm going to throw myself from a high place to a low place on a trampoline, because then I'm going to bounce back up very annoyed along the way. I'll be a very annoyed trampolinist. A very annoyed trampoliner. I don't think I've ever seen anybody sad on a trampoline before. Seems like the kind of thing you'd remember. Someone bouncing up and down, huge frown, crying. I feel like that'd be a situation that would be easy to keep in mind. At this point, though, so now it's 8:35-ish. At this point, you can see that the lobby is slowing down. It's not impossible. People are still coming in, but we're more regularly getting to near the end of our time each time, because it's just doing its goddamn best to try to put folks together. But unfortunately, if you get a bunch of people playing matches and then 6 or 7 of them say let's go again, then those 6s and 7s can't connect to each other in the same way that, like, a 4-player match and a 3-player match that both say yes can connect to each other, and then just get one more player. Blah, blah. And we got 2 ink brushes. Let's fucking go. Oh, that music is so good. It's like ridiculously good. God damn, those things are... I never really learned very well how to do the, like, alternate sub-weapon stuff in this. I knew how to throw my bomb. That's about it. I feel like I could have been a good deal better if I learned how to use any of the, like, other items or whatever. I feel like the game never really explained it. It might have in the first one that we did 10 years ago, but not a huge indicator right now. Well, now from the standpoint of the actual video that you're watching, right? Yeah, where the fuck? There we go. It's like, where the fuck is everybody? Oh, man. Oh, that's right. It changes color based on the color of whoever kills you. It looked a lot less textured, though. Like, it didn't have the same, like, individual cells to it, you know? I wonder if that was a conscious choice, if that was just happenstance based off of the, like, blending method used on them, or what, you know? 1 minute left. Oh my god. Squish time? What? Squish button? Okay. Too many words, too many hyphens, too many capitals. Ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. You can't make me. Can't make me do it. Blow. Blow. Realistically, I get the feeling this is not going to happen by tomorrow just because I feel like I need to take a break already soon, and I have so many hours of this to do. And if I can't keep my brain moving, then it's going to be slow going. But alas, I wonder how they decide on like the neon colors. It seems like kind of a big piece of it, right? The overall like aesthetic of the game. That seems green. Yeah. All right. All right. I'll accept that. I'll accept that ruling. I'll let that slide for now. Already a third of the way up on level 13, though. Not bad. Not bad at all. Booli booli boop. All right, well, you know what? I think I am going to take a very short break and hop back in. I just need to, like, catch my breath. I don't know. I just feel like I'm having trouble focusing on it, which is, like, it sucks because, like, I know that there are folks who are, like, all about Splatoon multiplayer and all about, you know, the matches and all that. It does make it does get a little bit rough on me when it's just like, yep, these are a bunch of multiplayer matches over and over again. I mean, and I would say the same thing about like GoldenEye. I would maybe even say the same thing in some case about Smash Brothers. Less so. There's a lot more customization going on, like on a character-to-character basis, right? But in this one, it does feel very much like kind of one thing being done a bunch. But alas, I'll be right back. And I'm back. And the break wound up being more than intended. It's funny, I actually went and tried to take a nap for like an hour, and about 2.5 hours later, I finally got up and was like, oh boy, all right, this got out of hand. But we're back, we're here, it's the next day, and we're diving back on into this. Actually, so it's funny, I'm actually watching this in Premiere, like Premiere Pro, my editing software, just because it makes it easier to like layer this on top. And actually, I can see what's going on in Mario Party at the same time. Like I could, if I make a little marker here, then I can bring in what Mario Party is up to as a cute little thing there. And hooray, there we go. Someone's in a shop. But not to distract from the green and pink, the classic colors on there. It's actually I have the Splatoon Joy-Cons for the Switch. They're my favorite ones because they are the D-pad colors, green and pink, and we got little joystick covers for them, little rubber joystick covers for that are like kind of a neon blue. So we get all three of the colors there. I'm curious. I was gonna say, I wonder if, but I'm sure that somebody found some way to coordinate this, or they just focused on this. I wonder if there's ever been a match where every surface has been covered. It would need to be a coordinated effort, and you've only got 3 minutes to do it. So you would need to spread out. Everybody would have to do their own thing. Nobody would have to actually be fighting, with the whole goal being that you're going to cover every single surface that is capable of being covered. It's probably not doable. I mean, even just here, I'm looking at like the outsides of areas that are over water and stuff, and that seems unlikely to work. I don't know. It'd be fascinating though. Like, just the way that I have to imagine that the way that they programmed the paint, I guess, physics, because it's like I'm fascinated by any artistic things that utilize like randomness, and there seems to be, I think, some like random number generation going on that determines like a little bit of fluctuation in like the density or the depth of the paint, right? Because like when the camera moves over, you can see it's not flat. But it doesn't seem like it changes based off of like more paint being splattered on it when it's the same color, or swimming through it, or anything like that. So I'm curious, and it seems like it's different for each of the colors too. So I wonder if every time it switches, it re-randomizes. Just taking a dive for the hell of it right at the end. It re-randomizes the number. That has to. I think pink. Ooh, maybe not. All right. Well, maybe not. It isn't. I forgot to look at the top of the screen to see the thing there too. This shouldn't be a surprise. 50 to 40 seems like a difference that would probably have been on the top there if I was paying attention to it. But yeah, to follow up on the as the explanation for, I hope I haven't gone back and like listened through it because I don't have time to, and I'm basically treating this like a post-recorded, it's like post-commentary streaming. I don't go through and listen to stream audio from start to finish. I'll try to find some spots that look a little rough and then fix them if need be, but generally I don't go back and do that. So if my memory serves anyway, based off how things are going previously up until now, apologies for that barely lucid train of thought going on there. I'm sure this will be totally better for sure. But I think what was going on, usually, I forget if I explained this before, but usually I'll get like a pre-mixed coffee thing each week when we go do groceries, and that'll last me at least a couple days, and usually we'll have like a stock of like kind of soda-y stuff, usually zero sugar sodas, so that there's, just quick, dash of caffeine kind of deal, and like it's good when we got folks over for recording, or if I want to have something other than water when streaming, that sort of thing. And I completely spaced about that this past weekend. And we had, I think, 2 cans of like Dr. Pepper Zero or something in the fridge. And by the time Sunday morning or maybe even Saturday night rolled around, the coffee was gone, and so was the soda. And I have definitely been digging in on the soda and coffee a little bit too much lately. And I think I legitimately put myself into caffeine withdrawal, which, is good in the sense that, cutting off the caffeine is probably a good idea. But, yeah, it had been, 3.5 days, I think, between the last time, actually almost 4 days, between the last time that I had caffeine. And we wound up, we ordered, pizza last night, and the last thing I was like, actually, what do they have for sodas? Maybe I'll grab something just so that I can give myself a little bit of a boost going into my stream. Because last night I streamed some Smash Brawl, and so we got some Diet Coke, and I'm feeling a lot more alive today, but I think legitimately I was going through caffeine withdrawal. I had the worst migraine for 2 days, like the previous 2 days going into that. Totally exhausted and just not feeling good in general. I wound up looking up what the symptoms are, and it was like, oh yeah, that's pretty much exactly what's happening. Okay, fair enough. But so, got a little bit of that off to the side. Right now I'm just drinking water, but we're hanging tight, watching these. I think I don't think I'm like very good at all at Splatoon. I think I'm passable with it. I'm sure there are folks who played a lot of Splatoon who might be watching and kind of, oof, that was very stupid of me. Going into a little bit more of a critical mode with it, which is totally fine. But I definitely feel like I got better over the course of the 4-hour April 7th stream and the entirety of this April 9th stream. Oof. Still definitely getting killed in dumb scenarios, but I think I got decent at it. I still don't know Splatoon well enough to be able to make broad judgment calls on oh, this weapon, this sub item. I don't use my sub item stuff or supers or whatever nearly enough. Though to be fair, I was also commentating on a Mario Party thing throughout this entire experience, so I didn't get a great I didn't have all of the available brain space to here we go. Didn't have all of the available brain space to learn completely all of that. I think the single player campaign wound up being a lot more useful. That seems like blue, right? 55? 57. Yeah. Hell yeah. Good guys win again. Ba-boom. Fresh, refreshing water. But yeah, I think I got, pretty decent at it. It's so funny because part of me is Pikmin got re-released and Luigi's Mansion got re-released and all that. And I'm like, why not Splatoon 1? And it's like, okay, but what is Splatoon 1, right? It's 2 modes, ostensibly, right? You've got this mode, which has been advanced and expanded on to the point where there's no need for it to be remade in any way. And you get the single-player mode, which really, that would be the only thing that would warrant a remake in the future, right? Is either a Splatoon 3 Deluxe or Splatoon 3 Nintendo Switch 2 edition, I guess, that includes the one-player campaign from 1, the one-player campaign from 2, and Octo expansion. I don't know if I see them doing that, to be honest, just because it seems like they're in the middle of winding down Splatoon 3, but maybe for Splatoon 4, whenever that comes around, they do wind up including some of those old things. Because 2 and 3 you could still play on the Switch 2. I'm pretty sure that those aren't on the list. I feel like that'd be pretty notable. I can't imagine there's any first-party Nintendo shit that is on the incompatibility list for the Switch 2. That list was getting pretty small the last time I saw. I'm curious where it's at now that we're a week out from the Switch 2 happening. I've also been neurotically checking my pre-order status just because I keep being worried. I keep hearing that oh, such and such retailers are canceling this order, that order, and it's unclear if it's oh, so and so doesn't have money in their account, or such and such store just isn't going to have the stock, so they have to cancel it. I got in pretty quick on mine. It's being done through a local store, and when I hopped on, I'm doing it through Walmart, a nearby Walmart, and when I got mine, so I was already on the page for an hour or two ahead of time. But I was like, oh, I should probably refresh so that whenever I'm able to actually start doing stuff, I'm good to go. And about 10 minutes before whatever the start point was, I don't think it was midnight, was it? Was it midnight or was it 10 p.m.? I forget, but whenever the start point was, 10 minutes before I refreshed, and it was oh, you're now in the queue. I'm like, whoa, this started earlier than I thought. And it's yep, you'll be good to go in about 20 minutes. And I was like, Did I fuck myself? Was I in line and I didn't know it? And but the page before wasn't doing live updates or anything, so probably not. If anything, I should have been refreshing more frequently up till then to get to the front. But I think before 10 past, I was already in and making my order, and I think by quarter past, I'd already made the order complete. So I'm probably, at the very least, for Walmart in general, and definitely my Walmart, had to have been near the front of the line. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Feeling confident, though. Blue and orange. Alrighty. We're getting close to 9 p.m. in real time. Not real time. In the recording, it was getting close to 9 o'clock at this point. At some point down the line, just for shits and giggles, I may release, probably not this version, but I'm releasing this version, but right now while I'm editing, like I was mentioning, I have the Mario Party Madness 99-turn game from 2024 side by side with this because they were happening at the same time. I'm tempted to release a version of this that's basically the audio that I recorded then, but with this footage also attached. Now that it's by the time you guys see it, now that it's up, just make for an interesting, silly little thing there. I don't know, kind of a nice little counterpoints to one another, I guess. I probably would just use the original audio, though, because I'd be doing stuff then, and it's probably a little bit more apropos for, what was going on at the moment. You get some of my reactions, too. I'm trying to remember each time an hour comes around to get my, to keep an eye on whether I react in an interesting way, and, overlay a little live Rick reactions cam, just to watch my my increasing confusion as to what's going on here. I thought the story of Splatoon was kind of interesting. I'm trying to remember how many years in the future it's implied to take place. I know they say it at one point, but I don't remember the number off the top. But was it 200 years? Something along those lines? Because I'm trying to remember. I know that the cat character is kind of an interesting piece of that, because we were confused at first being so this cat is just hundreds of years old, but he was actually put into a stasis chamber of some kind, wasn't he? Yeah, as you can see, I kind of just favored the paintbrush. It is fun how each of these weapons, along with doing their painting, kind of serves as an analog to standard fighting game RTS and such weapons. I would say that the ink brush seems like it more or less serves as a long sword, right? Maybe a spear even. I guess it's no. You wouldn't really swing a spear like that. So just a sword of some kind, or maybe you could maybe say a mace, because it hits hard. When it lands, it does a lot of damage at once. Oh yeah, Blue absolutely crushed it on that one. It does a lot of damage at once in a big arcing motion, but it also means that it doesn't have real range in a fight where everybody's got guns. It's just oh man, I would love to have been, hey, there we go. But doink, no idea what that ability was, but cool. I would have loved to be in the room with the developers as they were coming up with just the general design of all of this. I would also like to be able to understand Japanese for that conversation. I think that might be kind of a critical piece of the puzzle there, but so it goes. Just because, it feels like there's so much... It feels like there's just, so much... Sorry, I'm just watching the chance time that's gone horribly wrong on the Mario Party side. It just feels like a really thorough job of kind of doing these, one-to-ones on either objects that would exist prior to this and reincorporated into these like aquatic and paint themes. And also just the like environments they come up with. It's just fascinating stuff. If you told me that Splatoon took place entirely within that one like harbor level of Super Mario Sunshine, I'd believe you. Definitely some a little closer to that than like Rusty Bucket Bay or oh, what's the other one? I'm trying to remember. There's Rusty Bucket Bay is the one from is the one from Banjo, isn't it? Or is that Mario 64? Yeah, that is Banjo-Kazooie. And then there's also the like I guess the submarine level in Mario 64 because there's not really like a harbor one like this. Mario Sunshine's the one that's got the actual like harbor. I think Nuts and Bolts had an actual harbor in its overworld too. Come to think of it. Do you think that Homestuck OCs and Splatoon OCs are like diametrically opposed to one another, or do you think they'd get along? I can't tell. Like, there's chaos here because that's just how, war works. But I guess this isn't really the war. This is more just like battling and remembering the war and all that stuff. But I feel like the Inklings are weirdly order-focused, where it feels like the Homestuck types are a little more chaotic. Like chaotic neutral as opposed to Inklings either being chaotic good or maybe true neutral. I don't know. Then again, alignment charts are a pretty shallow way of analyzing characters anyway. I'd be curious to see an expansion on that of like D&D style alignment charts to like try and capture a little more of like real. I guess we kind of have that, don't we? That's kind of what the Myers-Briggs thing is ultimately, isn't it? It's a 4-dimensional alignment chart of sorts. It's also, a very basic. That too is also a pretty basic, shallow way of getting a sense of a person. It's not like unuseful, but I think people put a lot of stock into it when it isn't necessarily as cut and dry as that. Come on, fill it up, get up the stairs. I think we... Oh no, theirs was huge. They were probably kicking our ass. It looked like we were... Oh yeah, we kind of seeded the middle there. Yeah. I'm going to say, it's like, wow, we advanced pretty far, so we probably did pretty good as I'm looking up and seeing the little squid icons getting huge. But okay, so at this point, it is now in recording land, basically 9 o'clock, pretty much right on the dot, it seems. So now the question is, so I'm fixing my mic, do I think in my own world that it's time? Though it looks like I'm not too concerned about it, so I guess not. I'm watching the Mario Party stuff, and otherwise just not really plussed or nonplussed about it. So all right, but yeah, 9 p.m. So at this point, I think we're what, 2-ish hours in? Just checking the thing. Yeah, about 2 hours in into me trying to capture this. I had actually had Splatoon open but not doing anything for about an hour before that. I don't even know if I have the footage for it. I would have to double check, but it also would not make very good video anyway. But yeah, we had I had at 6 o'clock. I got the game kind of put together just so that it'd be ready. Just because I was like, all right, I've got a little time. I want to make sure that I'm not needing to be active while getting the setup. This was also this was the same day, in fact, now that I'm thinking about it, that morning before the game, I was actively putting Wii U discs into the Wii U for the Ultimate Wii U so that I could download any patches or updates necessary for those games, because I wasn't sure if those were going to be available at all after, the servers went down. I wasn't positive, though. I think ultimately got revealed that the updates would still be available, but that would be basically it. But I didn't want to take any chances, so I was popping in like 15 discs and trying to do all this stuff, and just hoping I had enough time. And so when I was done with that, I think I had like 2 more to go, but I just ran out of time. And so I just popped Splatoon and then let it sit for a little while. And when 6 o'clock rolled around, opened up the game. Somewhere between then and 7 started recording and was like, all right, I don't know when this is going to happen. I figure there's a break coming around 7 p.m., which there was. And it turned out that midnight, UTC was not the flip over time. And at that point, it became a very different game, because I was like, I'm not really sure how I'm going to do this, because my assumption, which was correct, what the fuck word is that? Correct, was that, okay, so now I'm going to be streaming for like 12 hours. I think it might have been more in the end, but we cut out a bunch. I cut out a bunch for the VOD just because there was there was dead time in there here and there, but recorded essentially for 12 hours of a stream and also live recording through the same device. No, not through the same device. Because my stream was just doing screen recording, so it was separate devices, which is the only reason that worked at all. But also recording many, many hours, number of hours of Splatoon. I was like, I hope I've got enough hard drive space for this. This video actually wound up being corrupted, too. What you're seeing with Splatoon, I had to run it through a video fixer to correct it, which was not fun, because the file was absolutely enormous. I actually have to double check, because I think the original file was like corrupted in a way where I couldn't copy and paste it, and I don't even know if I could delete it. Like, it was weird. I'm gonna have to see, because I might literally just have some like 200 gigabyte file that's just locked in place now. I'm sure there's ways to excise that, but not important at this exact moment. So we're off to a pretty good start here, it looks like. We are absolutely slamming the light green. Is that yellow? Yeah, highlighter yellow. Okay. The little icons on the top make... Oh, it's kind of like a lime-ish green, actually. I guess that's... I say lime green, but I think what limes look like, and I'm like, I don't know if that's really the right color for it, but... Neon yellow-green, I guess. Maybe neon lime. I don't know. It looks more yellow than green. I think the shading is playing tricks on me. No, I guess it is yellow-green, huh? They're pushing back, goddammit. They're pushing back. Yeah, I'd be curious what there'd be no way to verify it, but I'd be curious what the most amount of time any one person put into Splatoon 1 was. And it's got to be was, right? You could say, like, if anyone's going to be like, oh, well, they could keep playing Splatoon, whether it's the single-player campaign or using, one of the, I was going to say illegitimate, that's not really very nice, but, like, the unofficial network connection, formats, right? But I think given all of that, it's unlikely that whoever would have been, say, in second or below was going to pass whoever was on top. But yeah, I wonder who's done the most. I wonder who's got the most Splatoon content on YouTube. Because there's got to be. I'm certain that there are Splatoon tubers. Are they Splatubers? Please tell me that they call themselves Splatubers. I kind of love that. I kind of love that idea. Splatubers. It'd be wonderful. It'd be magical. But I would be curious if there's a channel out there that has the claim to being the channel with the most Splatoon 1, I guess, footage out there. Or content, rather. Seems like the sort of thing where whoever it is probably relatively aware of that fact, right? Because there were people that played Splatoon 1 pretty religiously until Splatoon 2 came out, and then some folks just kept playing Splatoon 1. Me and Moses. Moving on to the next. But yeah, no, I don't know. I like... Because I think sometimes about, like, our own content, too, and I'm like, all right, so what... Is there anything that we've done more than anybody else? And it's not like an ego thing or anything. It's more just, like, curiosity, right? There's probably a couple games that we have done more than anybody else. Like, but they're, like, weird quirk edge cases. Like, I'm willing to believe that we've done more... I mean, I know that we did when we first did. I don't know if it's still the case, but I'd be willing to believe we've done more Rockman strategy than anybody else, and that's because literally all I could find was like a few minutes of coverage from a few random channels from a decade earlier, and then that was it. There's a non-zero chance... probably not. I was going to say there's a non-zero chance that we've got the most coverage of Freshly Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Sorry, no. Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. Freshly Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land having a proper English release automatically makes it less likely that you know, us doing a single Let's Play of it puts us on the top. But Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love was like legitimately difficult to make work because we needed the English translation patch and we had to figure out how to get our emulation software. One, we were trying to get emulation software to behave well enough to accept a DSiWare digital download game. And then we had to figure out, for the sake of like clean recording, we had to figure out how to make that work with an R4 card so we could play it on real hardware. We played Tingle. I think we played all of those. Freshly Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Tingle's Balloon Fight DS, the Too Much Tingle Pack. Too Much Tingle Pack we might not have. I think that one was one that we... No, yeah, I think we had to emulate that one fully, because I don't think that one was compatible for one reason or another. But outside of that, and then Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, we did that on real hardware. We had a DS for it, partly because it just felt like, especially from a control standpoint, it's nice to be able to use the device it's built for and feel like, you know, there's controller feel is important, I think. And so being able to play it in the manner that it was intended to be played, I think is usually pretty useful. I try to do that whenever possible. There's a few times we've had to do emulation just because certain games are just literally impossible to obtain or like or find or buy even, and being able to find some way through all these various means to make it happen in a physical sort of way is a joy, in my opinion. But also on top of that, and it's been kind of a pet project of mine in the background for a while. A couple years ago, I forget exactly when. It might have even just been 1 year ago, really. I discovered a method, or I stumbled across a method for cleaner DS and 3DS footage recording. So we have capture cards on both our DS and 3DS, and they record everything pixel perfect, and it's great. But when we go to make videos for it, we want to make everything in 1080p, but obviously neither the DS or the 3DS are 1080p screens. I think the DS, it's two 320 by 240 screens, so 480 at the max. And the 3DS, I'm trying to remember. what the size for that one is. It's bigger. Both of them are bigger. The bottom screen is narrower than the top screen, which is like 15 by 9 aspect ratio. But like it might be 600 by 360. I think 600 by 360 sounds right. And the bottom one might be 480 by 360. But so either way, you go to use that for a 1080p video and you stretch it out. And like for the 3DS, you're only stretching it out to, 1.5 times the normal size, so it's not horrible necessarily. But for the DS, you're stretching that by, I think, 2.5 times. Something along those lines, or like 2.25, I think. And it's much more noticeable that the DS stuff is getting stretched. In particular, what really got me bummed about it was I was looking at our footage for Mega Man Star Force. I think we were playing Star Force. Actually, it might have been Star Force 3 that we were doing at the time. It was either 2 or 3, but I think it was 3. And I realized that, it wasn't like a sudden realization, but I was just, irritated at the look of it because, text in particular looked fuzzy and gross, and I just didn't like it. And so I was like, man, there has to be a way, because Premiere, so you would think the obvious solution would just be, just blow up the image and, do a nearest neighbor or the equivalent, integer scaling, and then it'll just be clean. But it turns out that Premiere Pro doesn't have that as an option. It just doesn't do it at all. So what I started doing was I would put it through After Effects, and because After Effects does have integer scaling as an option. You've got 3 options. It's linear, I don't know what the other one is, probably bicubic, or bilinear, bicubic, and then integer scaling, or nearest neighbor, or whatever it's called for that. I think it actually calls it pixel perfect. And you can look at it and it's like, oh, it's way crisper. We started using it, I think, at the end of Mega Man Star Force 3, and comparing videos from the start of that game to present day is like night and day. It's ridiculous how different they look. And it's beautiful crisp. And so DS and 3DS stuff I've been going through and cleaning up for D-pad unpaused, because it would be nice to give them a new fresh coat of paint. Not every DS and 3DS game that we covered I still have the raw footage for, because unfortunately the raw footage was huge. And when we were just starting out with those, we did not have hard drive space for everything. So I think Pokemon X and Y, we have very little raw footage for anymore. But we have all the raw footage for Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. So there's some possibilities there. I'm in the middle of I've been cleaning up the freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land footage, because that's kind of in the middle of where things are at with unpaused. And the other problem is it takes a long time to process all of that. My video card is quite old at this point. It was a pretty decent one when I got it 5 years ago, but it's pretty outdated by now, and it noticeably struggles with some stuff. In particular, it's so weird. So when we record DS and 3DS footage, the capture software is really awesome, does everything really great. However, it records the audio, I think, in a variable bit rate. And so the video and audio get desynced over the course of it, and it realigns them at the end. It just takes the number of samples and just kind of attaches them, I guess. I don't know. But so if I just put that into a project, it's not really going to work right. It'll be noticeably off. So what I do is I run it through, I think it's called Virtual Dub. It's a program that splits files into smaller chunks. I think they're technically size-based, but yeah, I think it's size-based. It does it in a lossless way and gives you a really clean video, and it does it in 2 gigabyte chunks, which is about 2 minutes or 1 minute for 3DS footage, more or less on the dot. That seems to be a really a big struggle point for my computer for one reason or another. Not the splitting part, but then reading that in Premiere. It seems like it really has a hard time with that. Because that was the other reason that I started looking into changing the stuff is I used to just have those split files, and I would put them directly into the project file and just go from there, and it'd be great. But I was starting to get to a point where, like, episodes of Star Force were taking me, like, whole days to edit because the read process was, like, super fucked up and slow. And I was like, okay, well, this isn't going to work. So now what I do, I run it, I run it throughout. Like, loading it takes, like, half an hour or more. Loading it into After Effects takes, like, a good 15-20 minutes. And then I send it over to Media Encoder where it takes, like, an hour for it to even have the project, like, good to go. And then it exports. And it takes, like, all day for it to process that. The good news is, after that, I have a file that I can work with very easily, and it's super crisp, and it's big, and it doesn't stall anything out, and it's really easy to work with. But, like, the pre-processing on it is brutal. So I think at some point I have to change out my my gear for something that can handle it a little more. Speeding that up would save me a lot of time. I forget why I went down that road in the first place. It was a good thing to burn some time talking about, because I'm just like, all right, so where are we again? All right, we're in Splatoon. We have a match. I guess I got on that because I was talking about, like, oh yeah, because I was wondering who had the most of various, like, games as content. Ooh, God, yowza. It's very funny having a game like, so the game we've spent the most time on is Tears of the Kingdom, which I think we spent just south of 200 hours on. I want to say it was like 194 hours. I'm actually going to look this up because I'm curious off the top of my head here. Of course, going to, like, take a hot second for it to figure itself out here. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. 196 hours and 21 minutes is the sum total of all of that footage. By the time next weekend comes and goes, who knows? Because I'm hoping to spend some time looking into the Switch 2 edition, updates and things. I don't expect that there's 3.5 hours worth in there, but there could be. I don't think there is, but I'm not going to assume until we get there. But yeah, so we've spent basically 200 hours on Tears of the Kingdom, and I there's not a chance in the world that we are among the most, that's among the most time anybody spent on that online. Cannot fathom. There are people who spend tons of time going through there and doing stuff, and I'm sure there's people who went and tried to 100% stuff either without a guide or without the hover bike, or, I don't know, not to toot my horn too, hard here, but, like, I consider myself pretty good at most games, just generally. I pick up on stuff pretty quickly. I'm sure that there are folks who have, like, pushed through who struggled with it a bit, and who, if they really pushed at it, could have taken a lot longer. I don't know. It's just fascinating that having 200 hours in a game could be not really that much comparatively, It's a fascinating thing. I wonder how many matches I actually have in this whole thing. It's like trying to do some of the math in my head and figuring out, like, okay, what's like the average number of matches that I get in a given amount of time? Because, like, it also seems, to be fair, like the activity rises and falls a little bit in a way where when people think time is going to be up, they start showing up a little bit more, and when they don't think it's going to be happening, they disappear for a while. Like, I can see just from the waveform when there's activity here, and right now, essentially from just after 8 until just before 10, the activity is noticeably less, but from 7:15 to 8:05, and from like 9:40 onward the density of matches is much higher. But like, you know, if people are getting into matches if people are getting into matches and doing the whole match every, let's say, 4 minutes, you know, it's 15 matches an hour. So there's a lot there. There's a good chance that there's a good chance I could have gotten up to 100 matches here. I'll have to. I don't know if I'm gonna go and put that on the thing there. Maybe that'll be chapter markers or something, just to be cute about it. But I don't think I'm gonna put that in the video itself, just because I don't know. It's not like it's a major element of this, right? I wonder, do these colors that everybody uses? So now we're the neon lime. Do these colors have official names? Like internally, I'm sure they probably do, and maybe there's a way that they got referred to in the code or something. But I'm curious if they ever got presented as having official names. Like maybe this is neon lime. Maybe that one is coral blue or something. I don't know. Cobalt coral. Cobalt is a color word that is not used nearly enough. I love niche color names. I don't know if it's appropriate, but like I feel like in my head I associate cobalt and like carbon steel for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm just like, oh yeah, those are related. Just like they just contextually match, even though they probably don't. I'm sure they probably don't at all. Ooh, we got one of these paint roller assholes probably. Oh no, he's shooting the fucking tornado gun. Fuck out of here. Oh no, there they are. Yeah, they do have the paint roller. Excuse me, splat roller. Imagine being a janitor in the world of Splatoon. That has to be a miserable fucking existence. Where is that? Are they shooting from below? Huh? Or maybe my latency was just enough that they were popping up and down and it just wasn't fast enough. I don't know. I think we got dicked over. Let's see those results. Oh, that's got to be blue. Yeah. Oh, yeah, by a lot. Yeesh. Victory, defeat. Garbage can. Getting close to level 14, though. Just about there. It's funny, so this is also going to, like, I'm going to still need some, like, parts to the recording process on this, just because there's so much left. There's just so much left to cover here. Like, I don't need to be coy about it. Like, this is, like, you can see how long the video is. If I was going to be cheeky about it, I would put up the video at 7 p.m. or 6:58 or whatever p.m. So that it was like almost real time in terms of when everything is happening. However, the day I'm putting this up, this was supposed to go up on Wednesday originally, but I was passing out recording, so that wasn't so good. But I also had a stream planned for that night too, so like I would have been pulling people into another thing either way. So, but that would have been kind of neat, right? Do it as sort of a real time, at least as far as the clock goes. Be kind of cute. But I don't know, for something this large, if it was like a 2 or 3 hour thing, maybe that'd be a different story. But we're at, what, 2.5 hours, and there's another what is that, 4.5 hours to go. Yeah, this is not going to be. I don't think I've ever put a 7-hour premiere together. I wonder what the longest premiere I've ever done was. There might be a 3-hour premiere that we did. I'm trying to remember if, because we had 2 best of videos that were 3 hours long. One was the best of the D-pad, and it was our first 10 years. We had another one that was the best of Sonic 06, our Sonic 06 Let's Play, and that was also about 3 hours. I don't remember if either of them were. Were YouTube premieres. It's funny, I think the video and audio might be getting a little desynced as I'm watching it here, which there's not a lot I can do about that for this one. No, it looks like it's pretty close, actually. And if it is, it's off. If it's off by a very small amount. It really doesn't, matter. The music almost sounds like Rainbow Road by, was it Nanobit? Nano-B? It's a really good track. It actually shows up in Just Shapes and Beats. I don't know if that's where I came across it the first time, but it's certainly the easiest way to come across it now. Wonder what it's like to be killed by a rainmaker. Bow, 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 bow. Here we got our green and pink back again. Splatting all over the place. I wonder if there are like kind of codified strategies for some of these things, where like, here's like the best route to take, here's the best weapon for this map kind of deal. I'm sure there's like some meta that was going along with all of that. And just like, I don't know, like, all right, this is a very linear place. Maybe the the splat roller is, better performing here versus, one of the areas that's a lot more like tiny platforms and like stuff that is not quite so, like, you can walk, I think, pretty much the entire way from one side to the other without jumping, I think. Whereas that's not really the case with a lot of other ones, right? I'd be so curious to see if there's like a meta, if there's legit like rankings out there of certain weapons in the same way as like Smash tiers and all of that. I don't know. There's so much I don't know about, like, I guess competitive Splatoon, right? I was going to just say like online Splatoon, but I guess it would be competitive Splatoon, right? What is this? Does this go up to level 50 ultimately? It probably does. I think I've seen some 50s, but I haven't seen anyone go over that, to my recollection anyway. So I'd be curious. I wonder, man, I wish that they released like stats for some of this stuff. Like there are some games where they do online stuff and then they release like huge piles of stats of like, 1 billion people or 1 billion hours have been spent recovering from, or something along those lines. I don't know. Just like, especially now that it's kind of come and gone, it'd just be very interesting to see some like analysis of some of the numbers. It's wild too that it's been gone for, at this point it's now been gone for over a year. Like, this is the footage from April of 2024. It doesn't feel like a full year has passed in some ways. And yet, at the same time, this feels like a fucking eternity ago. It is goddamn wild. Yeah, so at this point, in the kind of multi-game thing that's going on, the Mario Party Madness side has gone past turn 70. They're switching people out. I think at this point, I'm actually in for the rest of the game. Like, I'm playing Mario Party along with this, which is hilarious. Doubly so because I think about 10 minutes from now, we don't have a whole lot of waiting going on in between matches. Once we get to like 9:40, 9:45, it's basically all game, no waiting at that point. Which is great. I think a lot of people were like logging on specifically to do this exact sort of thing, like to try to be on at the end, right? It's a very, I was going to say cathartic isn't right, zen isn't quite right, but it's just like, yeah, it's just kind of, whoa. Who the hell was that running off the line? I don't even know if I noticed that before. That didn't seem right. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely, you definitely got like a sense of sort of a community sort of feel there, which was very nice. Jesus. Ace, hot shot over there. Holy cow. There's a part of me, like, I was gonna say there's a part of me that I wish I played this game more, which is like only half true, and it's not because I think that the game is bad or anything. It's just like this is not usually the genre that I get into very much. I don't really do a lot of competitive online multiplayer stuff like this. Like I'll do like the odd game, especially like I'm doing Mario Party Madness. I do like Mario Kart and stuff like that, and like those are fine. I'm down for doing multiplayer stuff with folks I know, but when it comes to just like online lobby matchmaking, it usually doesn't appeal too much to me, which I think is part of why after we did our initial stream of this, I literally didn't touch the game for 9 years, or very nearly 9 years, because it was just sort of like, I don't know, and like it is fun, it looked fun, and it wound up being fun, but So when I say like, oh, I wish I had done more of this, it's got a little bit. I think it's less to do with like the game itself and a little more to do with like, I don't know. It seemed like the Splatoon community is a really like strong kind of, I don't know, community spirit, I guess, going. I know that the final Splatfest was like a huge fucking deal, and I don't think I even own Splatoon 3. So it's not like I could have been like, oh, let me just hop on for, I suppose I figure there's a chance that there's a digital download version of it, but I am not, I'm not familiar with whether there is or not. It might be too big for that too, so I don't know. But I don't know. It was just very interesting to be kind of a part of this unexpectedly. Like it wasn't really the plan exactly. Like when we were planning the Ultimate Wii U in 2023, I think we knew that the servers were going down eventually, and I think I figured that when it happened I would try to do something like this anyway, and the circumstances kind of got wacky in there, but if we had done that, then the Ultimate Wii U would have come and gone in December of 2023 instead of 2024, and then a few months later, there would have been this, as opposed to, we pushed the Ultimate Wii U back a year, and it wound up being entirely taking place after the servers were all down, which gave it sort of a spooky graveyard quality, not just to Splatoon, but just to the Wii U in general. From the beginning, to be clear, I forget if I've already talked about this, but usually when we do our console plays, whether they're micro consoles like the Sega Genesis Mini or the NES Classic Edition in those, or it's something that's more of a project like the Complete 32X or the Ultimate Wii U. Usually I come into it going, all right, this is the one game that I want to really, I'll usually have an idea of like what might be a good first game. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But usually there's one game that I specifically pick out and go, okay, this is going to be the last game because I want us to like really at least close on it. And depending on the size of it, maybe focus on it for a longer project. And from the beginning, I knew like I wanted to start with Nintendo Land. It's the launch demo title for the system. It fits the bill, and it's honestly a pretty fun collection of mini games. And I knew for a fact that I wanted to end with Splatoon. Like, it made sense I couldn't have imagined us ending with any of the other, 24 games that we played during this. Like, some of them make some sense for the channel, for, Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, or Mario Party 10, or, I don't know, Paper Mario, Color Splash, or something like that, but, or what, Kirby, Rainbow Curse? But it just all of those either we had covered before, or they were ones that we were going to cover eventually separately, or they were more incidentally related. Whereas this one was no, it's gonna be it's Splatoon. Other than Mario Kart 8, which it's so funny that Mario Kart 8 and 8 Deluxe are both the best-selling game on their respective systems. So Mario Kart 8 got to be the best-selling game on 2 separate consoles. But I feel like when you think Wii U, there's a very good chance that Splatoon is the game that you think of. And so it made the most sense to me, and especially with it, if it was just the multiplayer mode, I don't know if I necessarily would have gone all out on it as being it has to be the last one, and I might have gone with something else, maybe Mario Party 10 as kind of a celebratory kind of closer. But the single player mode being in there is just okay, no, we have something we can actually chew on for a while. That makes sense. We should close with that. It'll make the most sense for us. Oof, fuck. It's so hard to fight back once people start camping at your spawn point. This shit is just miserable to try to push back against. Blech. Goddamn. I'm sure there's ways you throw bombs or whatever, and it's a different story, but, wasn't great. This was not a particularly good round for us. Yeesh, is one of them still up here? Yep, of course. And yeah, they just hit so hard so fast that I'm not getting a good chance to get at them before. There's so much orange paint up here that, I can't navigate well, I'm also probably a little bit distracted because on the Mario Party side, there's controller stuff that's going on. They're still doing setup for the 71 to 80 portion of the game. But it seems like it's not really my stuff that's getting remapped right now. So, oh yeah, because I had mapped my controller stuff at the very beginning of the day, and I never left Parsec, so none of my stuff needed to get remapped as far as I remember. Whew, just barely squeaked that one out, despite them being crazy aggressive on us. The garbage can strikes again. Yeah. I think this is the last moment for a while where we have any real amount of breathing room. We're gonna be hanging out on this screen for I don't know, about 2 minutes. And I think at that point, after that, it's gonna be a while before there's any real gaps in what's left here. And I don't know if that's because at that point there were a lot more people playing, or if at that point there were servers already starting to go down, and so everyone was consolidated and the density of the player base went up. I'm not super familiar with that end of stuff. I can make a couple educated guesses, but that's about it. But after this last minute or so of Zen on this screen, we're really not going to have much time at all where there isn't a match immediately followed by another match, as Crash Courses, I didn't even realize that we got level 14. As Crash Courses on Splatoon go, this was a pretty fun way to experience that. It was just an interesting time being there as stuff was all kind of winding down, and a bunch of people who were really, really, really into it were all kind of diving in for that last that last couple matches before time ran out. Ooh, we got another person in there. Oh, we lost Garbage Can, but we kept Spore Rose in London. A couple others there. Yeah, we're now at about 9:41 on the at where the recording was at that time. At this point, I had been streaming for almost 8 hours, I think. So I was definitely feeling kind of cooked, and there was a whole lot of time left to go. The big, long, marathon-sized streams are always a bit of a doozy, and I always have the worst luck when it comes to prep for those. I can't remember the last time I had a 12-hour stream or longer that I came into well-rested. For a few of those, I'm sure some of it comes down to, like, being stressed about, the event and all of that, but there's definitely times where it's just like, I just didn't sleep just for stupid reasons. I'm waiting for the day that I can do, a big, long stream thing and actually come at it feeling energized and ready to go. Oh, we got some folks plapping around there. That vibe shift is in the midst of happening. I'm going to say, is that still the mood at this point? A little bit. I might be slightly being a dick without realizing it at this point. Yeah, there's still people fighting, though. Although, that could just be them targeting me because I just, offed them, but... I don't know. Again, we're gonna see some of that energy shift as we're getting further in. We're coming up on, like... I guess we're not really at the halfway point of the video, but we're at the halfway point of, the game being online, of being on. Because I had put it on around, like, 6 p.m., and now we're getting in the ballpark of 10. Ooh, a rare little clean spot in here. I was actually surprised there was a ramp that hadn't gotten touched. Oh, snuck behind me there. Yeah, it's funny. They're still in kind of a break period for the Mario Party stuff at this point, but they're in the middle of doing. And on the one hand, they're doing a bunch of controller remapping, which I don't, strictly speaking, need to be there for, so I could have just come back and done more commentary on this. But also, I was about to be in. It was good to kind of get in there with folks in the lead up to that, and if anything needed to be adjusted, I wanted to make sure that I was, like, there and aware and ready for it. When we did the 99-turn game this year, also on April 9th, it went very, very smoothly. The last year's one was okay in terms of, like, smoothness, right? There were a few little technical hiccups here and there, nothing too serious, but it was just kind of like, all right, a lot of moving parts, so stuff just kind of happens. And then this year, it went very smoothly. There were, like, basically no real hiccups at all. Yeah, the 66-25 there, Blue wasn't really putting up much of a real fight to begin with, because they weren't exactly trying to win at this point. But we'll get into that soon. And we're back up onto into the waiting area. And you'll see that literally, there we go. Already have a full set, and we're back in. I was going to check something, and then I was like, nope, we're still in the thing. Because, like, I can't check video stuff at the time. So, like, in the stream, I switched over to Splatoon, but I think that I kept the audio going from what I had been doing before. So, apologies if I if I was actually doing commentary on this, and if anything, if I was, then I'll just write over this with the commentary I was giving at the time. But I don't know if I was. I might have still been like hanging out with the Mario Party folks and just showing this, so I had something to show. Interesting music on this. I feel like I need to listen to the Splatoon soundtrack independent of the actual game, because the sound design, the sound mixing on this one's a little sound effect heavy. All these splats and things are definitely very loud in the mix compared with the music. Like, it's pretty quiet right now because it would arguably, like, the splats would arguably be, like, drowning me out otherwise. But the music is, like, kind of buried in there, so I don't know. Splatted Nick. Off to a pretty good start on this one. I know that there were some folks in the weeks leading up to this that were trying to hit level 50 before time ran out. I had absolutely no... Like, there was a point where I was like, oh, I wonder if I could, and then I realized that the map didn't even come close to working out. I was like, oh, then I'm not gonna worry about that. There's only so much time. And I wasn't trying to do, like, a full series of multiplayer Splatoon. Just kind of doing... It was originally going to be a one-off on that date, but because I was worried that essentially, the 4-hour stream... Like, the normal live stream that I recorded, I wound up doing it just in case I couldn't do something on the 9th. So I was just like, it might be good to get that on the off chance, just to be safe. But otherwise, we weren't really, like, doing multiple, Splatoon things or anything, Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. There we go. I think I was being a dick at this point. High probability I was just being unknowingly. Because I wasn't aware of the shift in mood just yet. I get there. I'll get there. Tweet. We still didn't, like, we won, but not by, like, a crazy amount. Checking on a couple things on the side, but yeah, once again, just right on in, get 8. Actually, can I see how long is it until... Jesus Christ. I don't know if there is a point that comes around, but it's hours from now where there's an actual spot where we're actually sitting around for like a while. I like this blue color. What does it remind me of? I think some would probably say toothpaste, but it's not quite toothpaste. There's like a really specific kind of like paint, I guess, that this reminds me of. It was like an old like finger paint or something? I don't know. Yeah, where's everybody else at this point? Oh, one of the things that I wish that I got my hands on. I think there were like 1 or 2 slightly weird ways of getting footage from a Wii U gamepad, but they were very, very, very hard to come by. I think a lot of them were kind of custom jobs, honestly. Boop-a-doop-boop-boop. Yeah, I can't tell can't tell if... It seems like everyone's still generally trying, yeah. It's fascinating looking back at this and kind of trying to figure out where everything was at. Just like mindset-wise, you know? Oof. Zachary. Why would you do this? How far away are these areas to Egopolis, do you think? Do you think that people get stressed about that shit just happening around them while they're, like, going home or whatever? I don't know. Oh, Pink is trying. They just came back from danger. They're putting up a fight. Oof. Not so good. Not so good. Yeah. That was a pretty dumb call on my part. Like, hey, what if we dive at the grenade? Oh, God. I wasn't like desperate to win or anything in any of these. It was very much like, I'll fuck around while I'm doing other stuff, but there's certainly some basic strategy things I could have done a little bit better there. One and tweet. Yep. Kabang. There we go. Another victory. Win bonus. Hell yeah. Let's see. We're down to about 6-7 minutes before 10 o'clock, the next hour. We're climbing up those levels. I think I was level 16 during the single-player campaign. I don't remember. It's been half a year since then, so it's not very in my head. It's actually, I guess it's not really that long ago in the grand scheme of things, huh? Feels like a long time. Let's go. It's funny, there is just the tiniest bit of difference, like, 2-ish frames of difference between the video that was streamed and the video that was locally recorded. It's very curious indeed. It's funny, too, the stream video is a lot more, like, the colors are kind of blown out a little bit. Like, they look a little oversaturated. It makes them look a little harsh, and, like, the in-game lighting on them is not quite as... doesn't look so good. I can do a little side-by-side so that you can kind of see the difference there. Or maybe you won't be able to tell. I don't know. You'll certainly be able to tell that the stream video is a lot more artifacty, which is just kind of how that goes. Which is the other reason that I did the local recording, aside from the fact that it would get me all this extra footage. It would also get it in a much cleaner fashion. Let's get that out of there. Whoop. Looks like a harpoon gun. It's more of a monsoon gun. Am I right? Am I right? I take your groans as applause. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Plang. It's so funny that, like, it's fascinating to think about, like, the lore of Splatoon, where it's like, oh yeah, they all evolved to, like, swim in paint and do stuff with paint and all of that, and, like, they keep fighting over places where there's water. Like, I get from, like, a gameplay standpoint, it's like, well, yeah, you got to put some kind of risk there. But it is just kind of funny to consider in that sort of way. I don't know. Like, both sides then go like, hey, why don't we do this somewhere else? That sound good? That sounds good? Good. Splat, 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 splat. Yeah. The paint on the walls I find to be a very appealing, a very aesthetically pleasing kind of look. I don't know what it is. It tends to look really good on the walls. I wonder if probably not. I was gonna say I wonder if there's any like shortcuts that they had, like, okay, we're technically rendering like 3 copies of a couple of these things, and we just have this weird way of switching between them when paint splatters on them. But honestly, that seems like a lot of extra work as opposed to just actually figuring out how to make splatters happen. Yeah, good guys. Yeah. Yeah, good girls. Alrighty. There we go, there we go. I think we get one more match before it hits 10 o'clock. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna be in this for like a handful. It's gonna be like 30 seconds or so, something like that. Like, it's not 0 waiting, right? But it's a small enough amount of waiting that it's like, okay, this is not too big of a deal. There's number 7. Number 8 should be falling right behind. There they are. Still got Spore Rose, still got Nick in London, and I Miss Wii U. Also, I Miss Wii U, great username for this. I wonder also, I'm always fascinated by, when it comes to online stuff like this, if another one who like jumped off the line. Oh, was that me that jumped off the line? Oh, Jesus. I'm curious if I went looking for other videos from the final night of Splatoon, I wonder how many people I encountered. Wouldn't that would make such a fascinating video? Stitching together a bunch of people in their own matches and stuff, if for other content creators, right? Like, that'd be very interesting. I remember I was thinking it at the time too. I think about it a lot whenever there's like randomly selected online multiplayer stuff going on. It'd be very interesting to see who else was on. See if we can, like, you know, see how other people's nights were going, you know? I'd probably say, you know, way too much, huh? You know? As we're inching closer, we're basically at 10 o'clock. Which means that we've been in for 3 hours so far. Right about there somewhere. 10 o'clock. Holy cow. We're still not back into Mario Party Madness, so there's a very good chance that a bunch of this stuff is just not going to be included. When I take my next break, I'm probably going to check that just to make sure. Because I thought I had checked for all of the spots where I was actually talking about Splatoon and actually commentating on it, but I could have missed one. Entirely possible. In fact, I might just do that after this match just to be safe. Plow. Eric Oakler. How dare you? Down to the last few seconds of the match. It seems like we're kind of creaming them. Just laying down the law big time. Mm-hmm. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, there we go. There you have it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shaboom. 61%. Rocking it out. Now, I think as we get through this, we get our experience points. All right. Yeah, breaking news. Let's go live to Callie and Marie in the studio. So at this point, I was like, okay, so is this it? Is this happening? And I actually pulled out of the Discord call in the Mario Party Madness to like specifically grab this because I figured that this video would be good to have it. So let's switch over to that. Figured it'd be good to focus on this thing real quick. I'm curious what he's even going to say here. Well, they got new stages because it's automatic. They weren't going to like wind that down for it, but I have to imagine they're going to not allow new connections after this. Until next time, stay fresh. Now let's see. I have to imagine that's just it right there. Let's see what they do. Are they boxing everybody out now? I'll be fucking stunned if they aren't. Oh. Wow, how is it still up? So, yeah, obviously, pretty surprised that that was still running. I figured that'd be good to you know, leave that little bit in there since I yanked myself from the Discord call to record it. But, yeah, so 10 o'clock, we got 2 new maps. We're not seeing those other 2 ever again. And at this point, I'm like, I have no idea what's happening. At this point, I'd been playing for 3 hours. The game had been on for 4. I think the map switch outs were every 4 hours, generally. So at this point, I was like, oh, God, I hope that it's 3. Because if it's not, then it's going to be a late night. At the very least, I was like, all right, at minimum, I can keep doing Splatoon while Mario Party Madness is going. Because the 99-turn game, we figured, was going to be running until at least, I mean, easily at least midnight. Maybe later than that. Confirmed, by the way, that, like, even though in the stream I was showing the Splatoon footage, we were just kind of hanging out on Discord. I wasn't really doing, like, specific commentary for Splatoon or anything like that. So, at this point, the vibe has decidedly changed out of nowhere. And I kind of got it. It's actually super funny to me that, like, because I think everybody was kind of expecting it to be over, so when it didn't happen, folks were just like, so now what? So now everybody's just kind of fucking around. Because everybody seemed to be fully expecting that the game was going to be gone. I think a few people aren't really sure what they want to do. A few folks are loosely trying to do stuff. The fun part is, like, I think, yeah, we got, like, this one over here with the splat roller trying to specifically paint the tree. Like, at this point, everyone's just getting weird with it. It was very adorable to squid slide around where there wasn't paint. Just because you, like, just kind of crawl a little bit. This was honestly the most adorable part of the entire thing. Because now everybody's just goofing off, and there were a few people from this point forward who were, like, taking it seriously, but basically nobody else was bothering to actually play the game. At this point, it was just a game of, like, how long can we keep the servers running just by being here? Because, you know, they could have shut it down basically at any point. I don't know if they specifically chose to pull it down at a certain time, or if it was like, you know, the server process that selected and loaded up the next set of maps was the thing that, like, broke Or, like, because it was pulled down, broke, and, like, that was it. Oh, this was me noticing that when you kind of plap down into the paint, the splash actually generates a little bit of paint, too. I don't know if my score goes up while I'm doing that. Just because it's such a small amount, but... Oh, yeah, even there, it just went up by 1. Just to be cheeky at the end, I'm like, what if we try to win anyway? Because I would like to level up still. So, the first of many. Someone drew a dick in the corner. I don't think I noticed that before. We barely won, but yeah, on the top right there, someone fucking drew a dick. Who was it? Who was it? Was it you, Sneed? Was it you, Vic? Was it you, person with a Japanese name that I can't read? Could have been any of them. It also could have technically been someone on the other team doing that with negative space, though I think that's much less likely. Melon Soda, great name. Melon Soda is delicious. Yeah, look at all these level 50s crowding in. Jeez. I wonder if at this point the Japanese servers had already gone down. Like the ones that were usually meant to service the folks playing in Japan. And it was just all consolidating down or something. Because, yeah, you know what could definitely have been a possibility? I hadn't really considered it till now is, what if there were various servers for different regions that handled the map selection? Maybe not, because you play with people from around the world anyway, so probably not. I was going to say, like, what if at midnight in each region they took down that service, and then the next time it tried to load, that's what would break it. But that doesn't, I don't know that that necessarily makes a lot of sense. Well, everybody's just running around. I like that you make little paint. I think I might have seen the the dick at the time, because now I think I'm like trying to like experiment with my own little drawings. What am I trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to do a heart. Didn't come out great. It came out okay, actually. Doing my own little heart pool. Plapping around. Oh yeah, and by doing that, I'm filling in a couple of those little teeny gaps, too. It was just very cute. It was just a very cute time. Should have saved all my yapping for now. This is the point where we're going to need a lot more to talk about, because the amount of serious gameplay drops to near 0 from here to the end. There are many hours to go. Oh, there we go. Everybody's plapping around. Kind of sounds like applause, doesn't it? It's like standing up and clapping at the end of a movie. Even though nobody who made the movie is around to hear it. Probably, maybe. Depends where you are. If you live in New York, if you live in LA, decent chance that someone who worked on the movie could be there. If you're living, you know, an hour outside of Boston, for example, probably not going to be encountering anybody involved there unless, I don't know, Eugene Merman is deciding that he wants to drive out of the city for a little bit or something, you know? Yeah, at this point, I think I'm mostly just experimenting with, like, trying to plap together little lines and things to connect stuff. Or am I trying to spell? Am I trying to do, like, W here? It's amazing trying to decipher my own shit. I guess W, yeah. Alright, and we are out of time once again. But ding! I also went and realized that, actually, let me go and take a look at this. Because I think I might have gotten the date wrong for, again, I guess, for when I'm aiming to put this up, but I'm going to take a look. Let's see here. Splatoon. No, okay, I'm not crazy. The first upload was on May 30th, 2015. I was looking at the wiki, and it's in there. It might have been something that I had done, because I don't know what time of day it went live. It might have gone live, like, right after midnight or something. And, like, I might have put in May 29th or something, but regardless, not that important, ultimately. But I was just like, oh, no, did I fuck up and put it on the wrong day? But no, and even if I did, whatever. I do like that there's the little like, I don't think it's a multiplier exactly. I don't know what that does, the toasty thing. Like, I know that it's based off of, like, your streak, your win streak. But I don't know what that's meant to do. Or, yeah, like, I assume that it's an experience boost of some kind or something. But I don't really know. Melon soda, why? Why must we fight? I know for at least one of these, I basically am just like, what if I try to cover every fucking square centimeter of the space around our spawn point? Just because why the hell not? Yeah, our team is definitely, like, laying some stuff down, at least to start with. I think because even if we're going to goof off for most of it, I think we still kind of wanted to. Still is nice to win. Yep, there's Team Orange just plapping away over there. We got one that's splat rolling around, and I'm just like, hey, anybody wants to hang? I'm just hanging up here. Hello. How are you? Yay! It's honestly super adorable. The whole thing was like was fucking great. It does remind me. I've never played Journey myself, but I watched it get played once or twice, and it's very, very charming. The way that people choose to non-verbally communicate with one another in games like these, where you're just kind of like, just hanging out, having fun, doing like leapfrog and shit. Oh my god. And it seems like at long last the Mario Party Madness game resumes. I think there were some technical issues and controller setup land and all that jazz, so that was why I was like, alright, I'm just going to switch stuff. I think, like I was mentioned before, I think I'm in for the rest of the game as a player starting then. I think I did 50 turns out of that 99. I forget if I did 50 or 60 this year. But it was a similarly large amount for sure. Thank God the music is good. I mean, the music is good all game long anyway, but like the music for these levels is pretty solid. Yeah, just fucking leapfrog it. I don't remember which player this is that's hang on. Yay, we got a new friend over here too. It's so funny how instantaneously everything just snapped after 10 o'clock. It feels like a combination of people going, well, who cares, and other people just losing their minds all at once. Because it really was. There were little hints of it earlier, and then all of a sudden it was just like, nope, we're just locked in. Oh yeah, over in Mario Party Land, I'm teamed up right now with Toon Triss Valbuena. Yeah, there we go. Ba-boom. I suspect the one who was spending the most time there was probably Melon Soda. No, because I passed Melon Soda. Maybe that was... Oh, no, it was the paint roller one. Melon Soda. Melon Soda, my new best friend. So it was like, all right, the splat roller racks up a lot of points quickly, so... That was my suspicion there. All right, but yeah, so... Oh, this one's a moderate amount of wait time in between matches. Not a huge amount, but a bit. Because we are running out of people. God, what I would have given for a number on the screen that said how many people were currently online and playing. I would have killed for a counter for that. So I think there were 1 or 2 instances where we lost somebody near the end, and then we stumbled across them again. Just because there were so few games left. Oh yeah, this place. This place was kind of weird. The other place was really good for the kind of, like, communal goofing around. This place was very strange for it. The conveyor belts are very interesting from, like, a gameplay standpoint, but for, like, just dicking around, it definitely did some interesting things to the mood here and there. Yeah, I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to cover the conveyor belt, don't mind me. Seems like folks are sort of playing legit for the time being. I think I was just kind of feeling it out a little bit. Some of it's also just like, I gotta find ways to entertain myself now. Because the hope that I'd had was that when the maps switched... Oh yeah, here we go. It feels like a reverse game of Frogger now. Because at this point, like, I was waiting for the map switch to boot us all out, and then it didn't happen. So I was like, all right, well, if that's the case, then I'm going to have to find shit to do for, 3 or even 4 hours to be able to amuse myself in between Mario Party stuff. Oh, God. The stuff that I figured out to do so with was interesting, to put it lightly. I think this one I was just like, can I keep this going for the entire rest of the match? Or is someone going to come interrupt me? It's kind of zen. It feels like a salmon swimming upstream. Except it's a squid swimming up conveyor. Up belt. Yeah. It's just very calming. I don't know. It helps, too, that I have no idea where the other 7 players are at this point. I have fully... Oh, I could hear them. Thought I briefly heard the standard gun. Maybe not, though. Yeah, I think the sound is just a tiny bit ahead of the video at this point, but not by much. A couple frames, not enough to super matter, really. You know what, though? I'm actually remembering some of the stuff that I wound up doing to entertain myself here. We found ways to have fun on this map as well. I mean, this one, for example, you couldn't have done this one on the other map, so it's a grand old time. In some ways, this is basically just Splatoon ASMR with me talking over it. There was a part of me that was tempted to just upload the footage as is without commentary, and I'm like, that feels like maybe a bit too much of a departure from our usual shtick. Like, maybe we don't quite go that far, you know? Oh my goodness, my throat. I have some water. There we go. Much better. Yeah, get on back in there again. Yeah. At this point, most of the folks who are in any given match are sticking around for as long as it takes. So there's long chunks of time where it's just the same 8 people together over and over and over again. Because the further, like, the closer you get, the more diehards that are left. The folks who are like, I'm staying until it kicks me off. Now we're back to Friendship Square. The courtyards of courtship. The courtyards of cornship. Yeah, so what usually wound up happening was, on this map, we would like paint stuff for a little bit and then just fuck around for like 2.5 minutes. The other one would be like, all right, every time we show up here, we're going to find some new weird way to like goof off and like do a weird thing. Like, wait until you see fucking barbecue squid. We're having a goddamn party. We're going to have a block party. We got barbecue. You ever had Atlantean barbecue before? It's beautiful. Here we go. Everybody's plapping away. I hope that's not like a euphemism that I don't know that I'm using. That'll be embarrassing. That'd be a big old bummer. You know, I'm even gonna look that up just to be sure. It'll be real funny if it turns out I'm saying something unfortunate. Nope. Oh, God. Okay. Well, yes and no. One of them is to fall with a splashing sound as the verb, which, like, all right, makes sense. Over in the noun side, it's the sound of that. And then sexual slang, internet slang, the sound of sexual penetration, particularly of a single thrust. So maybe we won't use that word anymore. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, it's unfortunate because it's, as onomatopoeias go, it fits pretty well for this, I think. Maybe that's just me. Maybe splap with an S. Maybe that's still safe. Let's see if I search that. Hey, there's a group at the University of California, Santa Cruz called SPLAP. It's a UCSC linguistics reading and discussion group devoted to consideration of all aspects of linguistic meaning, which feels a little ironic in this case. There's also a YouTube channel called Splap that has posted to it Splatoon 2 Remix, Salmon Run, Deluge Dirge, Camex, Splat-Tac, Octo Remix, Deadfish, Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion Soundtrack, Lay the Ink Down. Oh, okay, hey, here we go. Literally from 5 years ago. So I searched Splap. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth result is a post on the Splatoon subreddit from 5 years ago. Hello, Splap community, smiley face. So, okay. Plap is out. Splap is in. I'm okay with that. Oh, God. So, course corrected. Apologies for the first 3 hours of this. We are now where we ought to be. Yeah, this time I'm just gonna cover the whole damn thing. I got nothing to do. We're gonna coat this thing from tip to tail, and then just mosey on along for a while. Is this someone targeting me? What the hell was that? I forget what that actually is. Whoop. There we go. Everybody meeting back up. Oof. Just nailing me right in the face. Oh, yeah, with the bucket. Yeah. What would the bucket be? Would the bucket be kind of like on the one hand, I guess that could be an analog for like a bare knuckle boxing kind of thing, right? Like just a punch, because it's just like a one burst sort of scenario. Or maybe it could be, it's a little bit of a stretch, but it could be in the realm of like napalm. Just has kind of like a boom and now it's all over you kind of thing. It's a tough one. It doesn't have to all be perfect, right? Clearly it's an analog for the classic warfare weapon, a bucket full of fire. Sometimes you just take a bucket full of fire and you just throw it. You just throw it and you see what happens. Sometimes that's just what happens. I'm like fucking around with like trying to see how close to the edge I can be. So now, this stuff, the really high jumps are if you tap on the gamepad in a spot where I think your team has paint, then they can do that to like fast travel there. And so we all just started fucking around with like, all right, well, what if we just fast travel where like just up, just straight up and down. It's so funny how much the vibe has changed. Completely different game. I think there were still a few folks we encountered who were genuinely trying to play the game and win. But this is honestly most of what's left at this point. Is just goofing off, sailing through the sky, splapping around. That's so fucking funny now. People are going to lose their shit in the comments over all the plap statements made. Not that splap is necessarily like 1,000 times better, but it is at least not the word that gets used for that. Even as I was saying, it was like, why do I feel like this? Like this is not the word choice I should be making. And here we are. Battle again, do it. You know you want to. Blue, blue. Yeah, we usually get at least 6 folks sticking around. Lost a couple on this one. Still got Melon Soda, my new best friend, Melon Soda. We got a bunch that stuck around from the last match. Get another, like, minute-ish of waiting. But yeah, all those, like, 5-minute wait periods are gone. Those are we're done with that pretty much for good. I think way near the end, there's a little bit of that as the numbers started to dwindle, but generally speaking, not happening there. G-Cat. What a little cat face. Nya. Gonna get that 8th. Gonna get that 8th. We got that 8th. Oh, I can't read that. It ends with a N. It ends with a N. It's got 2 elongated syllables. I didn't catch them. I don't remember well enough. I think I would know ah. I used to know Tora. That's tiger in Japanese. And an ex of mine from, holy cow, geez, it might be 20 years now? Fuck. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's been about 20 years. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, this is me doing G-Clef. Treble clef, hell yeah. They got the 2 kana for that tattooed on, I think the inside, just on the inside below the wrist? Yeah, I think it was on the inside. Pro tip, make sure you eat breakfast before you go to get a tattoo if it's first thing in the morning. Because if you're tired and your blood sugar is low and you don't have a lot of fuel in your system, you could wind up being sad. They definitely did not have to get woken up with smelling salts or anything. Yeah, this was our fascination with this one was like, ooh, we can like slide up and around on the bench. Yeah, somebody got... Yeah, there we go. There's the heart. Yeah. I think I was trying to round out the edges or something. Oh, no, was I trying to do... I think I was trying to do the Cupid's arrow kind of deal. I feel like it wouldn't be a whole line in front of it. It would be like... It would get to the edge of it or like a little bit into it and then it would pop out the other side. Yeah, now I'm like, all right, how do I make the arrow part work? Come on, you can do it. You got 1 minute. Not quite. Oh, there was a tree. I think at this point I'm like, that's good enough. You've heard of Splatfest. Now try Splapfest. Just scooting all over the place. Having a grand old time. Whee! Celebratory jumps into the air. Yeah. It's kind of relaxing in its own way. Like, it's silly because it's very noisy and arguably more chaotic than it normally is, but I don't know. It's just like, it's just nice. Everybody's just having fun. Everybody's just hanging out. It's very adorable. Get our win bonus. Get some more experience points. I think, am I starting to get close? Yeah, I'm getting close to 15 at this point. Yeah, 15 is all but certain to happen. I think I got to 16. I don't 100% remember, but... Yeah, a whole bunch of folks stuck around for this one. And this is where it gets tricky, because now... Because so many folks are sticking around into their games, like the folks who are playing are mostly the folks who are in it to win it until the end. So when one person drops, you need another one person who's looking for a game, but most folks aren't actively looking for games at this point. They are already in games that are mostly staying together. So it starts to get into this weird spot where there's a lot of games who are looking for people and not a lot of people looking for games. Changes the dynamic a little bit. It is normally very much the opposite scenario, that a lot of people are looking for games, they fill in quickly, because there's not a ton of games that like need filling very often. But now it's like, ooh, happens a bit more. There we go. No idea what that one says either. And we're back to Friendship Square. The Urchin Underpass. Blah, blah, blah. What is that sound supposed to be? Exactly. Like... Oh boy. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just like running stuff all over the place. At this point, I actually have... I think I'm actually... Am I in a mini game at that point? I can't tell. There's a lot of stuff going on. Everybody just plapping. Nope, splapping. Splapping. Fuck. Well, I guess that's what that was. Anyway. Yeah, once I discovered the silliness of just bounding straight up into the air, that wound up being a thing for a little while on the final night. I guarantee there's going to be folks who are going to be, like, confused and even a little bit upset by this video existing by being like, so there's not been a lot of, like, real commentary going on here. And it's like, yeah, not so much. It's a lot of, like, watching as the vibes shift and folks kind of kumbaya to the end of the world. Just swirl around. Enemies become friends. It's like the Christmas Day ceasefire, the Christmas Day armistice. Armistice? Is that the wrong word? Is that the opposite? Is it Armistice Day? Nope. Armistice Day is like Veterans Day. Armistice Day was what Remembrance Day is now, and is the same as Veterans Day. Oh, I think it was also Armistice Day in the States, too. Yeah, British Commonwealth is Remembrance Day. U.S. is Veterans Day, but it all used to be Armistice Day. So that's not what I was thinking at all. The Christmas Truce. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. It's honestly kind of just a wild thing in general. Because on the one hand, it's like, it's wonderful and amazing that there was a moment where everybody just kind of unofficially was like, yeah, what if we don't? It's Christmas, let's just not do that. But then there's the realization that this was Christmas 1914, and the war had quite a few years to go. What a chipper conversation to get into. Let's forget that. Oh, yeah, we just kind of like... And with all of that, we still didn't cross 70%. We did better in a match with opponents who were actually trying to win than we did in that one, where our opponents were just screwing around. Kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. Yeah! Battle again. Oh, I'm in the middle of a minigame actively right now in button mashing for like a solid minute here. So I might actually... I was about to say, oh, hey, do we still have melon soda kicking around? Oh, I got it, yes. No more melon soda, though. Melon soda has moved on. I don't think melon soda was before... No, melon soda was after 10. At this point, we're closing in on about 10:40 in the real time, in the actual thing. And we're waiting for one more person to jump in. It's the crane game going on the side, and they're repeatedly trying to... I'm playing as Wario, and they keep repeatedly trying to grab Wario to throw Wario into the pipe, and I'm getting away each time. Anywho. Ooh, sick helmet there. It's sort of wistful in its own way. Like it's the equivalent of like going and hanging out at the park because you know that in a few weeks the park is going to get like raised over and replaced with like a parking lot or something. And you're like, well, you know what? Let's go over here and enjoy it while we can. Yeah, now I'm just like bouncing all over the place for the hell of it. Okay, so it's not just to places where you have ink. I was saying paint before. I guess it is ink, huh? I guess it's both. But so, maybe it's only to the halfway line? I don't know. Not so sure. Clamp. Yeah, so it's funny. I don't think I've ever been part of a big, like, multiplayer game as it was closing down before. So I have no idea how this ranks in terms of how games, like, function, or, like, how people kind of act about it, you know, as stuff winds down, right? Like, ironically, one of the few things that I'm, like, aware of in terms of, like, changes and shutdowns and stuff is I know that Fortnite, when it ended its first chapter, I think, Fortnite is the one that confusingly has chapters that contain seasons, right? Or not the other way around. When I think it was chapter 1 came to an end, it ended with a black hole. And if you logged on, I don't play Fortnite for what it's worth, but like I know this was like making the rounds. When if you logged on and tried to go to a lobby after a certain point, rather than seeing the lobby screen, you would just see a screen with a black hole in the center of it, and that was it. Which was already kind of a spooky thing to have happen, and then you had to go kind of look up and figure out what's going on. But if you were actively playing a game when time ran out, then apparently what would happen was the radius thing that you're trying to escape, I think that just disappeared. And like the music started changing. And in the sky, if you looked up, you could see a black hole. And like stuff in the area would start like flying up towards it. And then eventually everything just kind of got, there you go, 74.1%. And then, like, yeah, just everything wound up getting sucked into the event horizon. And the screen that you were left with was exactly the same as what the folks who logged on, had seen. So I think if that happened in the middle of your match, I have no idea if you got any of the, because like generally speaking, it's you're not starting with stuff exactly, but I don't know if there's any little accolades or whatever. Like, it's not like anybody got the number 1 or anything for those matches. But that must have been like such a wild fucking thing to be a part of, to just be playing a game and then all of a sudden a black hole sucks the entire game into it and you can't log in anymore. You're just like, what? Video games are fucking wild. I do, like, even as someone who does not play Fortnite and doesn't, I'm not opposed to it, but it's just, again, it's something that I'm not super into. It's so fascinating and interesting when games actually give a shit about presentation, and they put some thought into how certain concepts are going to get dealt with and explained and all of that. I don't know, I really like that. But yeah, we have arrived back out here, back in Conveyor Land. I think at this point I'm like, all right, I should maybe... Oh, nope, maybe not on this one. I was going to say, is this the one where I decided I want to explore for a little bit? But evidently not. This is me going for the Salmon Run challenge mode, much narrower little zones. It's irresponsible to have that wire laying out there. Here we go. Shimmying back and forth. Doing my thing. No idea where everybody is at this point. Oh, there's someone. Well, I guess I, in the present, don't know where everyone is. At the time, you can see on your map on the gamepad where everybody is. So there was never a point where I was just like, well, fuck, what do I do now? Very fun doing this on the sloped conveyor belt as well. Yeah, we got that person who's just using it as a treadmill. Like, yep, I'm just getting my steps in. I got 5 miles to run this morning, so just gonna get that in while I got the chance. Whee! Oh, God. Little wacky, silly thing. At this point, it was like, yeah, it became kind of a toy more than a game. Where it was like, all right, I want to interact with as many things as I can interact with while I still got time to. I'm gonna jump on stuff. I'm gonna walk on stuff. It's gonna be good. We got someone on the fucking water wheel over there. What is that? It looks like a water wheel. To the right. It's past the wall now, but... I don't know, looks like something's going on there. Such good music. Such good music. Can't get over it. It's too good. Too good, goddammit. Game! I wonder how they choose the color for the tape. It seems like they try to choose a color that's as far away from the two team colors as they can for the tape. Though maybe I'm mistaken, because the ones that I noticed the most are yellow and blue. It could be that it's always yellow and blue, or always yellow or blue. I don't know. I do not know. Getting back in there. And yeah, 7 people. And again, it's like, all right, we got 7 people, and now we're going to wait for like a good minute for one random person to join. Because that's the state of the game at this point, is a lot of folks teamed up or grouped up, and not a lot of people just showing up for the first time. So I think what winds up happening is if the timer gets all the way down, then the 7 of us break group, and then now that's 7 more people who are looking for a game to join. So it's at least something, you know? And sadly, it's going to be a little while till we actually get our 8th. Still haven't made it to the barbecue yet, though. It's almost 10:50. The Mario Party game is coming up on turn 80-ish. It's almost at turn 80. Funny part is, so the game wrapped up and we did closing thoughts and we were hanging out and chatting for a bit, and I want to say that's like a good 45 minutes to an hour between like wind down and hanging out afterwards. There will be a point. The very end of this is going to be past me for a little bit. So I will bid you farewell when that happens, but you'll know when it's time. I will make sure that it's very clear when we're switching back to 2024 Rick and away from 2025 Rick. Ready, go! Friendship Square. Friendship Square it is. Everybody's friends in Friendship Square. Friendship Square is where it's at. Yeah, we always seem to keep gravitating to this spot. I don't know if this is the center, but it certainly feels center enough. Yeah, you don't even have to jump. Even just dipping into it by like rolling over it gets a little more paint on the nearby area. A little more ink. And some surfaces act a little bit differently with that. Like you can see that's taken a little bit more effort to get to get it up onto that little bumpy spot, right? Yeah, at this point, I'm actually actively rolling, I think, in Mario Party. Hence why I'm doing absolutely nothing. And we're back. Beautiful. Seamless. Seamless. Magnificent. Yeah, not a lot of score, because I haven't really done much here. Don't know where the other 7 players are. Somebody is either dead or has left. So there might be some actual fighting going on. Hard to tell. It's still a very hurt-looking blue, but we're also in danger on our side. I think at this point I'm like, all right, can I get all the way up? Like, am I going up the ramp or down the ramp? Or am I just trying to see how much blue I can erode in time? Put a sprinkler down, and it fucked up all the stuff going on down here. Rude. Rude. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Unnecessary. We could have been friends. You'll never be melon soda. You'll never be melon soda. Down to the last seconds of this one. And yeah, we're not taking the win on this particular one. Tweet. Yeah, that's kind of like a lavender color, which is close-ish to blue. Yeah, I wonder if they just pick a third color that's not related to the other two and they just go with it. Suppose that would make the most sense. Be easy enough to do. Huh. Oh, painfully close to getting that level 15. Every time, so I've been taking breaks. I don't know how obvious it is in the edit. There's been a few breaks in. This is actually, I think, the 6th recording session for this. Not that they're like all on different days or whatever, but it's just like, all right, go for a while, get up, grab some water, walk around a little bit, come back, keep moving. But yeah, I'm curious if the edits are super obvious. I feel like I got more energy right at the start, so maybe that'll be the clue. But yeah, I keep meaning when I take breaks to check what the level that we had for the single player campaign. Not that the level matters for the single player campaign, but like, I was just like, oh, maybe I'll check and see where we're at, and I keep forgetting. God damn it. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, the waiting actually does seem like it starts getting a lot longer soon here. I don't know how I didn't see it before, but I'm just like looking at it now and it's like, ooh. Actually, how does this even work? It looks like we might have had either there were a game or two where the game got cut off, which I don't remember. Well, I mean, I guess we'll get there when we get there. Don't worry about it too much right now, but it's alright. Smear that orange paint on that box. We want an orange box collection. This is Team Fortress 2 now. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if this is barbecue time. I don't know. It's funny, I am starting to notice the slight, and this could also be an issue with just Premiere, but like that slight audio desync. Like next time I do a little jumpy into the thing. Yeah, it's definitely like a little bit early. Not by much. But also correcting it now would like throw off a bunch of other syncing things, so I think we're just gonna live with it. Just gonna let that go. This is me, my epic trick jumps, jumping over the blue and into the orange. Making like a little road here. Oh, we missed a couple spots there. There definitely winds up being points where like people started trying to like draw fancy art or fancy shapes onto the conveyor belts. I am noticing the video having a couple of visual glitches here and there, which probably is contributing to the weird like desync stuff. Just hanging. Whoop! Uh-oh. And that's how we died after a long period of peace. That's how it ends. I think I'm in the middle of a mini game at the time, which is... Oh, nope, maybe not. Oh, we got a blue. Oof. Taking a bullet for art. This was me just treating it like, hey, look, it's like a fish factory. It was like a factory or something. Just ride the conveyor belt, just blip on the other side. Now I am actually playing in the Mario Party side, so there's definitely points during this last couple hours where I am more or less, frozen on the Splatoon side because I'm actively playing now. The first couple hours, that was not the case. I was just commentating, but now I've reached the point where I'm actually participating directly in the gameplay on the Mario Party half of the night, which does eventually end. I think like 2 hours or something like that. It winds up actually less. I think it's only like an hour and change. All right, so that's kind of like it's almost that like neon lime color. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they specifically go for, like tertiary or triad colors or anything like that. They just go with anything that is not... I bet what they probably do is they have a color wheel, functionally. Hey, there we go. Figuratively, literally, whatever. And whenever they choose their colors, they choose one team's color, and then they choose the second team's color, and it needs to be very far away from it. So, like, if the color wheel has, let's say, 24 segments to it, I bet it's required that it's at least like 6 away or maybe even 8 away. And then I think when they do the tape thing at the end, I bet it just needs to be like 4 away. Oop. I bounced out of the thing. Did I do that on purpose? I looked away literally right as that happened. But, all right, we got some more folks jumping in on the thing there. Just a nice chill time. Everybody's having a good time. It's the most hydrated I've been in weeks. I'm drinking lots of ice water. Staying hydrated, staying cool. Really, it was just like, if I'm going to be talking for this many hours nonstop, I should probably make sure that I'm not, like, destroying my throat and my voice. Seems like a good call. Right. Smoking. 4.5. Because I think, what is it? A victory gets you +1, and I think a loss gets you -5 until you're back down to 0. Is, I think, how that works. Not 100% on that. But yeah, we once again are in a spot where it's like, oh, I got to jump in on one because there's plenty of games that are looking for people. The problem is, being the game looking for people, you then have to wait for other folks to show up. It's not always a good time. I'm trying to remember if I bump into any of those folks from the earlier matches later on. I thought there was like 1 or 2 where I did actually encounter them again, and I was just like, oh, hey. Not that they could hear that, but you know what I mean. Like, just got excited, you know? I think we still have another, oh my god, like literally I think another minute till the next match starts. Jesus. Yeah, this is why. This is a big reason you want to be in the match as much as you possibly can, or in your group as long as you possibly can. Because if you need people, it starts slowing down quite a bit. Though this game, at least at this point, is everybody pretty even. 3 15s, a 16, 17, 18. Not bad. It'd make for a pretty even match if we were actually playing. I think we're just about to... Oh, we're either going to fail out or we're going to get our people right now. It's going to be one or the other. Boo. All right, we'll jump back in, give it another go. I think, just looking at the waveform, all of my previous thoughts on like what's happening in the future are based on the waveforms. Like, yeah, it was like I think we get into one pretty quick here. There we go. Battle time. Yeah, get some. Every new group, it's a new chance to wonder whether everyone's going to be friends or not. All right. And them. Alrighty. Actually, I'm thinking about it. It does seem like they try to pick pretty close to opposite colors most of the time. Like blue and orange fight a lot. Green and pink go a lot. Yeah, there we go. It's a cool group. Maybe not. Good. I'm just like chilling. Oh, I think I'm actively in a mini game, so I'm like, I'm just gonna hang out there for a second. Wasn't a bad place to put myself though, in case folks were actively trying to shoot me. Booyah! Oop. They're coming for me. They're coming for me. It's also like a mini game in Mario Party that can last like almost 2 minutes if at the most, and it is of course lasting that long. Hell, I'll probably have put it on the screen already since it's the only thing that's happening right now. Oh God, stay on the platform. Ooh, that was close. There we go. We have the draw. Everybody loses. It's a sad time, and we're back in. I have no idea if we would be penalized for idling for too long in there, to be honest. That's just a regular-ass car. That was just a regular-ass car on a regular-ass road. I don't think I noticed that before. What? Who's driving that car? I guess we're under a highway, right? Yeah. Painting trees. Lorax would approve, right? Painting some trees. Ah, it seems like that last mini game was the end of turn 80. So we are currently switching some stuff over. Though I think I'm still in. I forget. I think the last 20 turns might be the same group of people too. I think so. I don't think that we paused from there to the end. Treat. Yeah, there's that limeish green again. All right, I'm going to try to pay attention this time to see, because orange and blue are, generally speaking, on the opposite ends of most color wheels. It's a good high contrast for accessibility, too. So let's see, what do we get next, then? Seems like we even matched, like, saturation levels. Or vibrance levels, I guess. Sort of makes sense. It makes the difference a little bit more... it's gonna say uniform. I don't think that's quite right, but like, you know, it makes it stand out very well. A light orange and a dark blue may not stand out as well as a dark orange and a dark blue, or a light orange and a light blue, you know? But yeah, here we are again. Now we've got 4 people in, and we're looking for 4 more, and it's like, oh, this is going to take a hot second. That's a little bit of a bummer. Yeah, about 5, 6.5, almost 7% of the way up level 15 to level 16. Getting people, but I'm looking at the waveform, and it's gonna be a hot second. This isn't even something that you could really complain about either. Like, it's not like, oh, what the hell, the lobby system's all fucked up. It's just like, there's just not a lot of people. There's only so many folks left, and almost all of the people that are online are actively in games. So you're really relying on a very small likelihood of someone being around to join in. Like, I have to wonder how many active games we're going at this point. And I mentioned it earlier, they were never gonna give that kind of information because they don't really have a reason to. It'd be nice for them to, but they're probably, you know, wouldn't do that. But I don't know. I wonder, was it millions? Was it thousands? Was it hundreds? Was it 100? It'd be fascinating to know that kind of information. I suppose it's likely that at least a couple people are know what the answer to that is. Like historical server, you know, logs or whatever. And then reformat it into like graph form or something. Here's our 8. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Ah, we're back to the conveyor belts. The conveyor belts, I say. All right. Splurp, plurp. Oh, I was like looking down at something at the time, I guess. I think I didn't realize until a good ways in that I could just drag the paint the ink brush. Is that what it was? And just paint like that. This is me just goofing around some more. Whoop. Just, it's like, all right, I can't hurt anybody by doing this, I don't think. I'm just mopping. Just mopping, no big deal. Just mopping up ink. Doing my thing. Hello. And yeah, here we go. Everybody hanging out. Block party. Barbecue. And then that happens. So this was me. At this point, I was just like, oh, is it time? Is it time? And that, like, I'm pulling my face over just so you can see the, like, is this it? So they also, at the time, I was very confused by this, though I think what was going on here is they don't let you join a battle until the battle you were in ended. Just because, I don't know, I'm sure there's some weird, like, someone could, like, mess with the system by just diving in and out over and over again or something and, like, fuck up a bunch of people's games. So this at least makes it so that, you know, you can only do it once every 3 minutes. It's the exact same as just being in the thing. Oh, and then I just switched it out to, I quickly faded back and forth on that one, but we got our 15 seconds left. You will join the next available battle. Because I think I thought that this was them closing it down because it's a little after 11 at that point. And then boop. Time's up. Results. Yeah, results was confusing. That was a confusing thing to see on the screen. Uh-huh. And now we're just kind of hanging out here. Just very, very bizarre. Because, like, why results? And then we're still in. There we go. This audio might get covered up because I definitely was talking about it at this point because it was confusing as shit to me by then. I've entered the third act, the bad connections portion, where everything starts going wrong. Not everything. That's not true. I'm being hyperbolic, but definitely it's the part where I thought that things were going to start disappearing on me. They didn't change my streak, which is nice. I was also kind of worried at the time that I was going to have connection issues all day because I was streaming and trying to separately do... I guess if you're streaming a multiplayer game, you would be streaming it and connecting for the game itself too. So I guess that's not that unreasonable. But I was streaming and I was in Parsec for Mario Party, and I was doing the game. So like, it really shouldn't be enough to matter though. You can see that anytime we're looking for folks, it stretches things out by kind of a lot. It takes longer. Every time we're missing somebody, it winds up being more of an issue. So, get a little bit longer before we're good again, but I believe we do get into this match. At least just looking at the waveforms, I believe we do get into this one. Shout out to anybody that's watched this far in, by the way. If you have, sound off in the comments. What's your favorite ink color in Splatoon? Could be your favorite ink itself, the ink / paint. Could be the Inkling color. What's your favorite? Eevee. All right. And there we go. We are in. Back to the highway. People in cars. Or something in cars. Ready, go! And we're off. It looks like a punching bag. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Very confused by that. Or they look like, I guess they could be like water drums. Like, the kinds that get put on like highways and stuff so that if there's like a runaway truck or something, it slows them down. Whoop. Someone's still acting up. Riding along, mopping the grass, mopping the lawn. Now, most folks are still generally goofing around, but this one actually does have someone who seems to be trying. And then there's this. We got another one. Not good. Not good. And at this point, I am not entirely convinced that we're going to be able to get through a match anymore. It's not looking great. Not looking great one bit. At this point, it's now to be 11:16. So we've been pushing. We've been at this point we would have been in for a little over 4 hours. The game had been on for about 5, a little over 5. And the question was, like, at what point was it all going to come down? Like, this could have been an issue of there were so few servers left that, you know, they were just overloaded with how many games they were trying to run because there were too many games for what servers were left or something. Was like a theory that was kind of running through my head at the time. And then, you know, it still kept going, though. Like, we were still able to lobby with folks. So, like, it at least seemed like something was still functional, even if the game itself seemed to be struggling a bit. So we're like, all right, I'm gonna keep going. Gonna keep trying. As long as the game keeps allowing us to be in the lobby and starting matches, there's no reason to not keep attempting it, you know? So, sticking with it, and wondering at this point, like, okay, can we get through a match, or is this just what this is going to be now, you know? It's not looking amazing, though, because that's, what is it, the last match that we got through in full at this point would have been about 11 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. And these matches are 3 minutes long. So we're just like, I don't know if this is really going to fly. But we got our 8. So we're going back in. Battle time. All right, we are back to Friendship Square again. Oh, yeah, what are our colors again? Okay, green, like a forest green. And purple. Yeah, so I think they're just picking them based on the color wheel and their direct opposite. Maybe what they do is they grab a random color that is halfway between the two on one side or the other for the tape at the end. We'll have to see. I like both of these colors quite a lot, actually. The, like, pinky purple is actually a very nice color. Green is also not half bad. I like them both. What does it make me think of? It makes me think of, like, not quite bubblegum, but, like, you know, it reminds me of, like, flavored bubblegums a little bit. Like, not, I guess grape would be much deeper, like, purple-gray kind of colors, right? For like a juicy, not juicy fruit. What the fuck was the one that had the zebra? Yep, that's 3 in a row. 3 in a row that we couldn't keep all the way through. So at this point, we're now about 13 minutes since our last full match ended. But we got 7 right away, so that's a pretty good sign. That's a good start. So can we break the curse? Root, Carolina root. Can we get through a full match out here in Conveyor Land? Out here on the belts, we all got our worlds. The best I could do. What else? Right, Celts. Seems a little specific. Delts. Seems a little specific and slangy. Felts. Also pretty specific. Oh, Melts. Melts would have worked. Melts is an easy one. And then I think that might be it. Yeah, I can't really think of much else. Everybody just fucking around on the conveyor belts. I kind of love it. Everybody just sloozing around. Just being goopy. Just being goopy boys. Traveling in packs like squid kids do. Fucking so adorable. I should go looking for other folks who recorded Splatoon footage on the final day. Because one, if they stuck around until the servers went down, there is a pretty decent chance that I ran into at least one of them. And two, I'd be very curious what their commentary on some of this stuff is. Because there's, I don't know, I feel like there's lots to kind of unpack with all this. The only reason that I'm not like going into it more is because I kind of burnt all of that pretty early on, but yeah, I don't know. It's so funny to have like a premise that is, you know, very tribal and antagonistic, and at the end of it all, as it's going down, everyone's just kind of like, yeah, let's just hang out. I wonder what the last legitimate match was. Like, I wonder what the last real match of Splatoon where all 8 participants were actually trying. I wonder when that was. Have we already passed it? Not just for us, but like for everybody. In these last couple hours, was there anybody left who was really trying to win? Ride the conveyor belt. Ploop. Yay, another heart. Putting on a hard hat. You gotta be safe. Safety first. Safety first. I gotta grab my shovel in a second here. Ooh. Sleeping under the shovel. Booyah. Alright, and there goes the match. A few seconds left. Everybody hanging out. God damn it, blue Y. So yellow-green would be pretty much in between those, yeah. It would be basically in between those on the inside. Huh. I'm curious if that'll hold for all of them. It seems like it does. In the opposite direction would have been like a maroon color, I think. Would have been a purple with I think maybe a hint of red. I guess it would have been somewhere between purple and red, yeah. All right, we got 6 sticking around, which is good news. And hey, that's also our first completed match in about 17, 18 minutes. It only took that long to get in there. I don't think that we're ultimately going to hit 100 matches in all of this. I think the waiting is gonna kill it too much, because basically we're getting to the point where we're only getting through a real match every like 5 or so minutes, and that already, as an average, means that we're not getting to 100. So I don't know. Also, I feel like I have to be the last person on YouTube doing anything to do with Splatoon 1's like multiplayer stuff at this point, because I was like, oh, you know what? Hey, maybe somebody else will wind up stumbling across ours who was in these final games. Loved the big kelp thing there. But the odds of that are like basically 0, because who the fuck is looking up Splatoon 1 stuff anymore? I am currently, I believe, discussing with Triss whether or not we're going to use a plunder chest in Mario Party, so I'm a little focused on that for the time being before I get back into the actual match here, where we're figuring out some logistics. Figuring out what move we're making as we do stuff. What is that? The little wraparound arrow. I'm still confused as to what that is. Well, anyway, we're off. This one seems like folks might actually be battling. Oh, yeah, that certainly looks like people. Like, I'm not taking it super seriously, but... they certainly seem to be. So I guess that answers the question, is that we're still not through the last real matches. As we approach 11:30 on the final night. It's funny because some folks do seem to be just dicking around. There's at least one member of the other team that is legitimately trying. There we go. I think our team is trying to signal that, like, hey, we're just kind of fucking around here. Seems like they're not taking it. So sometimes we got to take it to them instead. This was honestly one of my favorite bits at this point, was if anyone became aggressive, like kill whoever's being aggressive and then just go back to fucking around with whoever's being cool. There we go. I think the signal has more or less been received at this point. We got, I think, 3 oranges and 3 blues. We seem to be missing an orange and a blue. Yep. That guy's being a dick. Robert Motto. Robert Motto has decided that war must continue until the bitter end. But yeah, orange and blue with the lemon lime tape, I guess, on the end there. Well, all right. At the very least, we know that there was a legitimate attempt still as of 11:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think, on that final night. I'm actually going to look this up real quick. Yeah, daylight savings time starts in March, so couldn't remember if it was March or April. Starts in March, so we were into daylight savings time. So at this point, as we get to 11:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, UTC would be 3:30 a.m. I have no idea what Japan is. I can never remember. I think it's... Is it 15 hours ahead? Look that up too. We got a hot second here. No, they're not 15 hours ahead. They are 13 hours ahead during daylight savings time. So in Japan, it would be just about 12:30 in the afternoon. 12:30 noon. So not a huge amount of rhyme or reason to when the servers finally came down. My best guess is the service that determines what maps get used wound up just being turned off at midnight. And so the next time... I mean, that'd be midnight Eastern, though, so I don't know. I guess they could have been turned off at noon Japan time. That might have been relatively consistent with when we started having issues connecting for games. Like a few minutes after noon in Japan was right as we got a bunch of broken games in a row. So I don't know. Oh yeah, and at that point my gamepad was running out of battery after being used for what would that have been? It would have been on for about 5.5 hours straight, along with however long I was using it before to preload, download patches for Wii U games before time ran out there. All right, so we got lime, and we got like a lemon or neon lime, and we got like a maroon color, a very deep purple, a violet perhaps. That makes sense. That tracks. It's got a little bit of red in there. I mean, it's purple, so it would have red anyway, but it's more of a violet into almost into maroon than it is like an indigo. So let's see. So based off of that, what would make sense for the tape afterwards? I guess either blue tape or orange tape? I feel like blue is more likely. It seems like they pick whatever's in between without wrapping around the color wheel. Right? Because, like, if you... damn it. Because if you do colors based off of frequency, off the frequency of the light, it's not, red doesn't wrap around to purple and then back to red again. It starts with infrared, goes to red, goes through the visible spectrum in order of, the rainbow, right? And gets to your indigo, to your violet, and then to the ultraviolets, which is the stuff that, once again, we can't see. So it seems like they go in between those, as opposed, like, in between in terms of the, like, frequency, right? And not on the outside, which would be the one that wraps around. So if that's the case, then presumably the tape can only go from like a golden yellow to kind of a... Actually, no, that probably isn't right. I was going to say to like a tealish color. I guess to a proper blue, but we've seen like lavender too, so I guess that's probably not accurate, huh? Oh, and then here we go with this. We have a blue against a green, so it's not necessarily direct opposites, even though that does seem to prioritize that. Although, I say that, and this blue is kind of of an indigo color. In the opposing side, seems like it might be a little close to yellow. So, like, not... I don't think they're opposites, though. I think they're pretty far apart, but not quite opposites. So what would this... So for this one, the tape wouldn't be in between those. It'd be on the opposite side of those, right? So I guess what we'd be looking at is like a reddish orange. Would be opposite. It's either the average of the two or the opposite of the average. And the average of these two would basically be like a green-blue. So we'd be looking at like a red-orange. We'll see how that pans out. I want to see their... Yeah, theirs is... Yeah, they got it's neon lime. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now I'm curious how the tape is going to turn out, because if it's some other random color, then my whole thing is gone. Although it could also be that, like... Maybe it randomly picks one quartile or two quartiles away for the opposing team, and the other one is just what the tape is. What would that be? I guess that would be... That would just be basically like red, though. Or... Yeah, I guess that would just be red. Huh. I'm doing something wrong with my math here, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Who got all this highlighter grease on my conveyor belt? Now every word's gonna look important. Whee! Oh, someone writing in Japanese. Nice. This is my favorite part, is the discovery of the chairs. The discovery of the chairs was great. It was one of my favorite parts of this whole stupid thing. Oh my god, no! It was kind of a, like, goldenrod sort of color. No, we lost by so much. What do we do? What do we goddamn do? Can't handle it anymore. 71 points. Oh, jeez. Gear. I'm playing striped rugby, which means that I can only hit the 9 to 15. I can only carry the 9 to 15 rugby balls. The rest don't count. The rest count for points for them, in fact. Can't go just taking whatever willy-nilly. All right, back in quickly. And back to the conveyor belts. Back to the sauce. Once again, I think I'm actively... Oh, nope, no, I'm not. I was like, I thought I was actively in a mini game, but I was not. Triss is currently rocking it, dodging the archery skills of Shad. Shad JV, who folks on the channel may know as the person that I collaborate with for Ocarina of Time randomizers these days. All right. Just doing some frog hops. Everybody's hanging out at the tire factory. Ooh, in the distance, that looked like English. Oh, am I going to move the camera again? It looked like it was a company called like Froco or something. We got ska out here? It is funny, the music gets quieter when you're under the surface there. Oh, we're doing some rolls on the Mario side of things. Oh yeah, we're making some intense decisions over there. I don't think I'm moving much on this side for a little bit. Ow. See, I feel like folks, are down to like, yeah, they're just like nudging me around now. Folks are down to like hang and goof around, but the second it's like, is this person just fucking idling? I don't know if I get back into it before the minute's up. I think I do. I don't know. Oh boy, yeah, no, we're doing some dense strategizing over on that side. I think we're down to like the last maybe 16 turns of the game, so it's getting into the tight zone. Got to start dialing it in to get what we need. Boop. Everyone's just having a blast around me while we wait here. Do I get a little? Yay! There we go. I'm covered in pink paint. It's fine. There's like a teal one on that one for the tape. Yeah! Ba-bang! Getting that extra 1,000 points. Delicious, delicious points. And I did almost nothing. Maybe I only got to level 15. I can't imagine all the fucking around that I'm gonna actually wind up making it there. But I just don't remember. We got 7 of our 8 ready to go. And there we go. Ba-boom. Battle time. Oh, my ankles. I do like how the color on those changes, too. So is it teal and, like, lavender? No. Because, like, the top of the arena changed color from the last time we saw it. It's like a blue and lavender color right now. I wonder if the sides of the... Yeah, those were yellow previously. So it seems like a bunch of... There's a few things that change palette depending on the ink colors in play. That's interesting. Getting the message across of like, yep, nope. I'm just goofing around. I'm just being a goof. Just being a goof. Bloop. Ow. Please don't shoot me. I'm just a goof. I'm just being a little guy. Why can't we all just be little guys together? Wee booing. Booing? Yeah, sure. Booing. Yeah, everybody's getting together. We're back to splapping. Yeah. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. I love it. I was trying to move as slowly as I possibly could. Wee. Don't we all wish we could be these little dudes? These little guys seem like they're just having a blast. Inklings, I don't know. Whatever. But in squid form, they seem like they're just jolly little dudes. Just little squiddy, just little friends. Little squid friends. Just bouncing around, needing to exist within ink, but also shooting ink. And also water's bad. You know, like squids do. Oh, that's adorable. It's a big heart. But with, like, the outline and the... Ah, that's cute. That's very adorable. This one feels like they're getting frustrated that I'm not joining in on the splapping. Bloop, 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 bloop. I'm drawing a Y? What am I doing here? Whee! Everybody's jumping. Everybody's jumping. It's the sound of jumping into paint. Hope everybody enjoyed that. We did it! We won 25.4% to victory. We're so good at this game, you guys. We're so good at this. See, the funny part is, if we just happen to chance ourselves into enough victories by barely doing anything, then I will get level 16. I would need 16, 17 of those, which isn't impossible. It's not impossible, but time is starting to run out on that. Starting. There's still quite a bit of time left. Ding, ding. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. All right, now we're the oranges. Now we are Las Naranjas. Naranja? Naranja. Naranja. I think it's Las, not Los. I'd have to imagine Naranja that it's Las. La Naranja. So the funny thing is, it doesn't seem like... Yeah. It's not like this conveyor belt goes all the way back around. It's like there's 2 or 3 extra links, and then it just connects to the other side. Like it teleports. I don't know why they do that. I guess because they're like, well, it's on the underside. You can't see it, and you may as well have slightly fewer things to actually paint on. But, like, I don't know, it's just odd. Wee splat. Do 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 do. Oh, slightly distracted by a battle minigame has come up. In the Mario Party side, we're like the only people. Our team is like the only one with coins, and we have a shitload of coins, but we have a lot of stars to get. So strategy has gotten very interesting for Triss and I. Everybody's having a barbecue. Everybody get love. Everybody get to the barbecue. Everybody hop on the grill. Ow, oh my god, it's a grill. Oh my god, I'm burning, it's a grill. What was that arrow all about? Whoop, alright. Everybody jumping? Gonna start jumping? No? Okay. Fair enough. Everybody jumping so much. Everybody jumping so much. Wee-hoo-hoo, boink. There it is. It's just nice. It's just nice. Just a friendly little environment. I'm not sure why there's an extra V for love, but you know what? Sometimes you just need a little bit of love of. Sometimes everybody just needs a little bit of love of. That's just life. Yeah, what's going on with the arrows? Oh, is that showing that they're... I don't know. I don't know what that means. No! Oof. Whee! Everybody's just jumping right... Oh no! Someone painted over the love. Why would you do such a thing? We had love. We had love. But we still won. So that's another 1,000 points. Fuck yeah. Getting our 1,000 points again for doing next to nothing at all. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Sweet. See, this video is going to go up and, like, there's going to be a random person in the comments who's like, oh, you're that guy. I'm like, wait, what? And then discover that there's some other YouTuber who was like, I'm trying to get to level 50 before the end of Splatoon. And, like, at one point, it's like, and then I hit a wall. This group of people just wouldn't stop splapping around. Or something. Though, if you're trying to get to level 50 at this point, at 10 minutes to midnight, I feel like you have slightly... You're slightly just hoping for a miracle at that point. Because, like, by all accounts, the game should already have been off by then. Bloop. Let's see. Oh, I can't really see the top, though. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I was going to see if I could figure out how many flaps are on the bottom, since it obviously is not the same as the flaps on the top. Now, there's much more for us to swim around in. We can all be little ink swimmers together. Woohoo! Ink swim forever. Yep, got some more on the grill. Doing their thing. Yeah, this is where I found my favorite silly thing to do, which is just lounging in the chair. Whoops. There we go. I got up on one of the arms and I tried to get their attention because I didn't want them thinking I was pushing them off intentionally. Something about the squids, the Inklings in squid form, just lounging in these chairs is fucking adorable to me. It's way too fucking cute. I love it too much. Love it too much. Just relaxing, having a barbecue, man. That's the way it ought to be. There's gonna be one person who makes it through this entire video, and it's not me. And they're going to leave a comment at the end. It's like, why have you done this to me? Why have you inflicted this enormous video on me with so little happening in it? I'll look at them and just say, I'm a squid now. And they'll just have to accept that. Is that a buoy? Is that a rig? What the hell is going on out there? Now I'm doing this while taking a turn in Mario Party. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, they're on turn 86 at this point, so there's 15 turns left in the game as of now. Game! Look at them stairs. Yeah! Another 1,000 points for the good guys. The good guys get another 1,000 points. Dang. Person on that side was doing all the work. The other three were lounging at the barbecue, getting their BBQ on. Big old BBQ. Oh shit, what was the I'm trying to remember the acronym from Star Force. The Big Bang oh fuck, I don't remember. You know what? I know where I can find it though. Cuz like Star Force Big Bang something something. And I guess it would have been in the first Mega Man Star Force. Let's see if I can find this while I have a quick second here. Where is it? Where is it? Was it not in Star Force 1? I thought it was. And I'm fairly sure. Yeah, there we go. The SF, SF, BBB, CAB. I don't know what the last letter there is. Is that a start or is that an up? I don't know. But anyway, one of those, you know. You know those, right? Yeah, you know those. Yeah, actively doing a minigame over on the Mario Party side, which is why I'm not doing anything right now. Although I think everybody already lost the minigame over on the Mario Party side, so it's literally just whoever's playing as Mario just eating a shitload of coins. Hell yeah. Making noise. Making noise with my little boys. Didn't like that. We're not going to say that again. We're just a bunch of little guys. That's a little better. Making noise with the little guys. Doesn't have to rhyme to be awesome. Or accurate, really. The only boys that are allowed to make noise are the Noise Boys and the Beastie Boys. That's it. That's it. I forget who sang Come On Feel the Noise, but I think the girls are the ones making the noise for that one. Or I guess they, the band, are making the noise. The lyrics make it seem like the girls are responsible for the noise in this part of the equation, because they're the ones rocking your boys. Yeah. That's all I got on that front. I got nothing else. Everybody putting up shields. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Everybody's turning into Christmas ornaments. Christmas lights. Ah, Christmas light is inside you. Please go to a doctor. It's very funny, though, like, every now and then, like I said, you get one person who seems like they're actually kind of trying. And at this point, it's been about half an hour since the person that we saw that was actually trying. So we're running out of people who are actually attempting to win. Good guys, bad guys. It was actually pretty close. Yeah. Ooh, we got 89.9% of the map covered there. I don't know if that's the best so far, but it's got to be up there. It's not bad. It is not bad. Battle again, yes, please. All right, we got 5, which is not going to be very helpful at this point. Because, again, we're steadily losing people moment by moment here. Fewer people playing, fewer people willing to sit through the connection errors. Fewer people willing to stay up that late. At this point, it's 3 minutes till midnight on April 9th, 2024. In a bunch of places around the world, it's the middle of the night. In Japan, it's the middle of the day. On what, a Tuesday, I think? What day would that be? I'm going to find that out. This is the commentary track where I find stuff to distract myself. Sorry, that'd be Wednesday morning. It's actually not even Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday afternoon in Japan at this point. This is the part of the commentary where I distract myself with little side quests to keep myself to keep the commentary moving with distractions. It's distraction theater. How do you like this apple? Is what I say to you. I don't know if we're gonna get our 3 people here. It's not looking amazing. If you catch what I'm drifting. You're down to 1 minute to find at least one person, because if you get one person, then the timer resets. Every time another person joins, the timer goes back to 3 minutes of timeout on the lobby. Which is nice, because the last thing you want is like, oh no, we've got 10 seconds left and someone joins, but we didn't get 3 people, so we're just kind of done. Like, that's not great. It's not the best time. You can do it. I believe in you. Yeah, let's see. We're at 6,800 out of 20,000, 21,000 points towards level 16. So if we just stumble ass backwards into 14 more victories over the course of this, which is only 42 minutes of actual gameplay, then we're in business. Oh, it's not looking great. Not looking great. Aw, boo. Bummer town. So at the time right now, we're also in the middle of doing our role in Mario Party, so I think we're hanging out on this screen for a minute or two while we sort that out. Because we are, in that game, we are currently in 3rd place, only out of 4th thanks to coins, and we're down by 4 stars with only like 13 turns left to go, so it's getting intense over there. Got a lot riding on it, you know what I mean? And there we go. We've crossed past midnight. I think I clicked on like the tutorial button there by accident. Oh my god, enough. Jesus Christ, there we go. Anyway, yeah, it is now past midnight. It is now April 10th, 2025. 5 hours of gameplay into trying to capture the servers going down on April 9th. Sorry, April 10th, 2024, not 2025. Servers go down on April 9th, and here we are playing on April 10th. And at this point, I'm just like, I'm confused, because I was like, maybe midnight would bring it down, and it obviously hasn't. So it's like, all right, I guess we're still going. Just gonna keep on moving and see what happens. And over on the Mario Party side, I think I am actively in a mini game at the moment, so not doing very well at it. Doing pretty poorly, actually. It's up to you. You can imagine what it is. You tell me if you think I'm doing okay or if I'm doing badly. You get all the time in the world to decide. Because it's a mini game that's functionally RNG, so leave it to me to be bad at it. Nope. There we go. And minigame over, and we're back in. There it is. All right. Wasted the first full minute. Just AFKing completely. And now we are in. Seems like folks are goofing around. Always good to check when you got a new group where you're just like, all right, are these guys cool? Are they not cool? What's the vibe? We got to get our vibe check going. Whoop. You cool? Nope, not cool. All right, we found someone who actually cares. Humble Lord. Okay. Sure thing, Humble Lord. All right, buddy. Seems we got a battle mini game on the Mario Party side. There we go. Whee! I can crouch down while other stuff is going on. So all right, so we've made it. We've made it past midnight. It's now 12:03 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on April 10th, 2024. After the servers are supposed to go down, and we have people actually trying to win matches still. Good. Popping. I think I'm just yelling booyah now. Funny part is I think we're winning this match. Certainly looks pretty good right now. Danger! All it takes is like one pixel of red and that becomes banger! Banger tweet, bro! Sick posts! Cool memes! Or some such. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Oh, my God. Did we get 60? Oh, yeah, we did. Jeez. Holy cow. A well-earned 1,000 points. There we go. Alright, just need 12-ish more. And we can get that level. I got that level. It's a possibility. It's a world of possibility out there. Anything can happen. So hot. Jesus Christ. So hot. So hot. Those googly eyes on there and everything. Oh, yeah. Your score is so hot. Oh, God. It's kind of late over here. When I started this, the recording stuff that I was doing today, I was like a good chunk ahead of the real-time recording here in May 2025 was ahead of the time on the clock during the source video here. That is no longer the case. It is 12:05 in-game. It is 12:13 here in the real world on May 30th, 2025 for the 10th anniversary of our Splatoon stream upload going public. Just 2 days after Splatoon itself was released. Happy 10th anniversary to Splatoon. I'm a little surprised. I don't think I saw any kind of, like, not like Splatoon is going to do like a Splatoon Direct unto itself or anything, but like, I almost expected there to be a little something from Nintendo. Maybe on Nintendo Today. I don't use that app, It's not like a I disagree with it or anything like that. It's just like I got too many feeds in my life as is. I don't know that I need daily Nintendo updates, especially when the Switch 2 is about to drop. Just gonna lounge on this chair, swing my little. Are those tentacles? I guess they're tentacles. Yeah. What up, Mao? Meow. Oh, we got a friend? Yeah. Good. It's all so fucking adorable. I can't goddamn take it. This has got to be the weirdest commentary I've ever done for a video. Just 7 hours of me going like, oh man, isn't this cool? Yeah, this is cool. Isn't that cute? Yeah, it's pretty cute. I say to myself. This is what 14 years on YouTube does to you kids. I've just become a a yammering old man with a graying beard going off about how adorable a video game that came out when I was in my 20s is. Oh boy. Holy cow. I'm trying to think. 2015. Yeah, 2015 was back at our first apartment outside of Boston. It was the first place that I lived after college, other than a couple months back at my dad's place. After college, yeah, I spent, I think 6 months at my dad's place, and then wound up moving near Boston. Oh, there's a nice teal color. Moving just outside of Boston with John and Meg. Ooh, Mario Party Madness down to the last 10 turns. But that was 2012. So yeah, we'd been well into that apartment at that point. It was kind of like right in the middle, actually. It's funny because what would we have been up to at that time? We just started Mega Man. The Mega Let's Play just turned 10 a couple months ago. That was January 2015 that we started, so January 2025. I think we were doing Ocarina and Majora 3D at the time. Because we were doing we were playing Ocarina. The original Legendary Let's Play had just ended. We were doing Ocarina of Time 3D because I was like, oh, Majora's Mask 3D is turning... Majora's Mask is turning 15 in Japan in April, and it's turning 15 in the United States in October, so they're probably going to release this 3DS version on one of those dates, and they released it in February. We were barely into Ocarina 3D when they shadow dropped Majora on us out of nowhere, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, damn. And let's see, I think we're about 9 months from the 10th anniversary of the Dreamy Let's Play, which is our Kirby series, and about 13 months from the 10th anniversary of the Supersonic Let's Play. This is our Sonic one, obviously. That was June, because those were February and June of 2016. Which also means that not this October, but next October will be the 10th anniversary of the Michael Jackson video. Brief history of Michael Jackson's Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is turning 10 in October. I think, October 8th? Is that the date that it went up? I think it was October 8th, 2016. Jesus, where the fuck does the time go? It's funny because, like, it feels like off topic, but at the same time, like, the reason that this video exists, especially in this form, is as a celebration of Splatoon turning 10. So all of these various 10th anniversaries all kind of lining up. I mean, fuck. A year after the Supersonic Let's Play turns 10, Sonic Mania turns 10. That thing's 8 years old this year. The Switch just turned 8 in March. God damn. Woof. That just, like, all of that just sort of hit me all at once. Dang. That's a lot. That's kind of heavy. Because it's funny, like, the D-pad has existed for 14 years, and I don't think those numbers, the 10th anniversary being pretty big, but we had, like, the whole crew doing stuff for that, and it was kind of like, wow, 10 whole years, huh? Yeah. And that was just, like, it wasn't such a huge, like, it was huge, but it wasn't, like, a thing to, like, dwell on. But I think part of that is because for our first 2 years of existence, we kind of just did whatever. Like, we didn't really focus on YouTube at all. We didn't really have a plan until August of 2013, which was like almost 2.5 years into, I guess, a little over 2 years into having a channel, about 2.5 years into, I guess a little over 2 years into having video content as well, because we hosted a few ourselves. About 2.5 years into the D-pad existing, though. And then we just did the legendary Let's Play with some, like, occasional little other things in there, but it was basically just Zelda for the first 1.5 years of that. So it took almost 4 years for us to get into doing other stuff and, like, broadening our array of, subject matter, right? But so what that means is, because it took 4 years for that to get kicking, it would logically take until the 14th anniversary for a lot of stuff to start becoming a decade old, which is now where we are. Whew. That's very interesting. That just kind of washed over me all at once. That's pretty heavy. Dang. Huh. It's funny, I don't know what we're doing for the 15th anniversary yet. It's way, way too early to start thinking about it. Like, we still got to figure out Extra Life, for which I have an idea, but I don't know, just because of how much the anniversary stream was this year, Majora's Marathon. I don't know that I necessarily want to go through with what my original plan for Extra Life was. I got a little time to figure that out still, but yeah, next year is the 15th anniversary of the D-pad. At one point, I was like, oh, maybe we should have like a D-pad quinceañera. And I was like, is that maybe a little too appropriative though? Like, maybe that's not a great thing to just go and be like, yeah, we're doing that. Like, Jeff speaks pretty decent Spanish, but like that's I think that's kind of the, like, my buddy Dave from college is Puerto Rican. That's about as close as that gets too. It's like, but he hasn't like been on the channel for a while now, just because he's been off doing his own stuff. He is such a good fucking artist. Oh my god, Hypermode Art. Go look him up on everything. On everything. His art is unbelievable. And his partner Catton is a phenomenal musician too. I think they were the sound direct, like the sound or music director for the Cryptomancer. Am I gonna get the wrong? I'm literally saying the wrong fucking name of the game. Why is my brain so broken right now? Cryptmaster. Fuck me. I'm because it's after midnight and I've recorded hours and hours of this stuff today. Cryptmaster, which I need to play, but also Whispering Willows back on the Ouya too. But yeah, go check their stuff out. Both of them, they're incredible. But yeah, I always feel a little gun-shy about going for, like, cultural touchstones as a reference point for stuff that we do, just because, like, I don't want to go and, you know, just reappropriate shit and, you know, be... I don't think that we would ever be, like, properly shallow about it, but I also, you know, that's not necessarily for me to decide either, in terms of, like, how it's taken. So I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe I'll ask around to see if that's like an okay thing, or hell, maybe we do it like fully unironically, and like not that we were gonna do it necessarily ironically, but we were like, oh, maybe we style it after this. Maybe it's just like, what if we legitimately treated this like, you know, like an actual quinceañera for the D-pad itself? What would that entail if we were personifying the channel? If we were anthropomorphizing a YouTube channel, and then basically do it fully straight from there, right? Like, I don't know. Oh, the Mario Party stuff is paused for a quick moment because there is a change for the last 10 turns. Clark is swapping in. It's me and him on our team. I think Matt and Mike are in there now. Shell Shock hopping in there as well. Bunch of folks. Very solid crew for the last 10 turns. I love my little barbecue chair. Little barbecue chair squid. That one's definitely blue. I love that it scrolls up to 16.2 and then rolled back for green. Amazing. Blah, 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 blah. Another 1,000 points from me. All right, we're just about halfway there. We're basically halfway there. Another 10 another 10 victories would get us there, because like we would be well, we're still so hot. We would be picking up at least a few other points along the way, just based off of, like, it's almost impossible. Okay, so now it's pink for ours, and it's got blue tops, or cyan tops. They're green. On their side, is it green on the sides of those structures? So the little water canister things are also that cyan color. Is that going to be the color that the tape is? I wonder. This ought to be interesting. I'm very curious. I'm just like fascinated by... Oh yeah, there we go. It's green on the sides of their structures. Yeah. Slowly going up there, making sure they know that I'm not interested in fighting them. There we go. I think we're good. Depends on this one over here, but... No. No! Humble Lord. Knock it off. It's fucking 12:20 a.m. You do not need to give this much of a shit, my dude. You are closer than you think to the end. It's okay to let it go. Fucking Humble Lord. Always trying to make a mess. See, this would be the point where, like, I feel like the other 7 would all be like, what if we just... Aw, man, now everybody's just doing it. Like, what if we all just gang up on this guy? So this would be the point where it's like, all right, I'm going to go around to the back and just start covering all of your home base stuff. Okay, we got at least one who's, like, just being chill. Boop. Well, that was rude of me. I think I thought that was Humble Lord. There we go. But blood has been spilled. Gotta wait for the next truce. Don't bring me down, truce. So they're leaving me alone, so hopefully I'm smart enough to leave them alone. There we go. Yeah, this one's cool. Here we go. See, we can be friends. We can be friendly. Ah. Just slowly getting boxed out as it rains down green ink. Well, that's definitely pink. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Ta-da! I wonder if it just picks a random number between like 10 and 25 to have them both go to before it shows the real number. I wonder. Who can say? Who can say? Right now. Hey, past me. There you go. You got it, buddy. You figured it out. Did we lose Humble Lord? No. Damn it. Fucking Humble Lord. Swiss. I think Swiss was one of the folks in my Inkopolis in single player. I vaguely recall Swiss being one of them. This is so funny. Just the way that these videos have all worked, because what this means is this single playthrough of Splatoon, this single save file has been a stream in May of 2015, a stream on April 7th, 2024, almost 9 years later, that isn't published until, Christmas? Literally Christmas 2025? Or 2024? So 8 months later? Or Christmas Eve, maybe? Followed by a much longer stream recorded on April 9th into April 10th, 2024 that is released in May of 2025. And then a single-player campaign recorded in December 2024 and January 2025 and released in those same months. This whole thing is so fucking all over the place, timeline-wise. So yeah, if you wanted to watch this in chronological order of game save, then if you slot this in after Squid Physics Engine, the 4-hour stream that we posted on Christmas Eve, between that and before part 1 of the Let's Play, of the proper Let's Play, then you will get this save file in order. I guess I haven't talked much about the single player experience, so I suppose I haven't spoiled anyone if they do happen to watch it in that order. So there you go. You can have your own. I forget the name of it. There's that ordering that some folks used for an alternative way, an alternative and like dramatically interesting way to watch the at the time 7, but eventually 9 kind of core Star Wars movies. I want to say the order that this person who came up with this decided on was you watch Episode 4, and then I remember. I think you do episode. You might actually do episode 1, and then episode 4. I can't remember on that, but then I want to say you do episode 5, then whatever's left of the prequel trilogy, then 6, then 7. Which isn't like amazingly creative. It basically just takes the prequel trilogy and puts it right after the Act 2 low point in Empire. It's like, oh, the good guys have lost and they're on the ropes, and they've also learned the true identity of Darth Vader. and now you get to get your extended flashback exploring the childhood and life of Anakin Skywalker, which is interesting for sure. It would make for an interesting like re-edit project where there are folks who will take like TV shows and try to re-edit them to make sense as like a movie or a movie trilogy or something. 73%. That's the most we've seen out of anybody. And hey, it's always nice to see Humble Lord lose. It's nice to see Humble Lord humble. We're still getting points. And just 9 victories stand between us and glory. That's all it takes. Just 9. Did Humble Lord bail? Nope. Still in there. I distinctly remember with what little attention I had on the game at the time, I was just like, can Humble Lord please leave? Can Humble Lord find the group of people who actually want to play and go do that there? But we can at least confirm that we're now encroaching on 12:30 a.m. and there's still at least one person trying to have a real match. Oh my god. Eek. Well, at least I took out their little sprinkler splatter. I'm watching a thing in Mario Party at the moment. It's the wind-up Shy Guy minigame. And the Yoshi one is going for goddamn forever because Mike is an absolute fiend when it comes to button mashing. Outrageous result. Anywho, we're back into it. Let's see, who's hanging out down at the barbecue? It's me, I'm the barbecue. Everybody eat me. Blap, 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 blap. Eek. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Who is it? Mao or Moo Cow? Moo Cow. I thought that was Mao. It's Moo Cow. At this point, I think I'm like, all right, if they want to actually do this, then fuck it. Maybe I'll actually do some painting. I think I gave up on that pretty quick, though. So I was like, all right, they left. I can relax. I can kick up my tentacles and just soak in the sun. Oh, yeah. Time to relax. Bow, 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 bow. Booyah! Booyah, I say. Booyah. I don't think you heard me. Booyah. Wow. I am definitely feeling the effects of time. In a few different ways, I guess. We're talking about long, long life of the D-pad as well. Do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. I was like, the match wasn't over, was it? Zipping over there. Let me get my barbecue chair. It's never too late for a barbecue chair. Yeah, look at that little 3. Look at that little 3 on the ground. I wonder who won this one. 78.3. Jesus Christ. At this point, I think I'm just like, all right, we got a couple people who are legitimately just trying to actually win. And I kind of just want to hang. All right. Let's see if we can get any luck. Can we get anything going? Yeah. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Oh no, my rank has gone down from so how to smoking. Smoking. That's definitely a good The Mask impression. And you can't tell me otherwise. So you literally can't because you're not here to do it. That's the real juice for this squeeze. Where even am I? Holy shit. But anyway, yeah, we're now past 12:30, which means it's been 2.5 hours since the last map change. And at this point, I'm just along for the ride. We're down to the last like 7 or 8 turns in Mario Party, and I could not have even begun to imagine at the start of that day that Splatoon was going to last the entire rest of that game. Because ostensibly, the next map switch is at 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is about an hour and a half, right? So something we assume is going to happen then. Anything could happen. Hey, we got Carolina back. We got Root Carolina again. It's been a little bit. We have not been in the same game for a little while, but she, I think, is still kicking around. They, I suppose, is the safer option. So we've at least run into one person that we've done. You know who's not in the game? Is Humble Lord. Couple rounds of getting absolutely kicked in the dick, and I think they decided that they were done. Thank God. Everything was very chill until Humble Lord decided. Until the Humble Lord attacked. Oh my God. I don't remember if Root Carolina was in our Inkopolis in single player. Oop. The timer just spontaneously on its own went from like 25 seconds to 200 seconds. There we go. I think because it had made the connection and was just confirming. All right. Here we go. Number 1. Let's see how this one goes. We're purple up against the green. I'm making a little pretzel looking. Never mind, it was a pretzel. Now I'm just doing a spiral. And plap. Splap. Splap. Splap is what I meant. Are you trying to spell Splatoon? No. S-D-S-U. Am I not going to turn my camera to look at this? Hey, it's Carolina. I want to see what it says. It's S-U. A? We got an S and a U very cleanly, but I don't know what that last one's supposed to be. I don't know. Anyone's guess. I'm trying to keep the peace. Show off our fancy new chairs. There we go. There we go. See, we can share. We can be friends. The Humble Lord is gone. We don't have to live by his rules anymore. We can be our own squids. We can start a cephalopodcast. Is that what a squid is? Is a squid a cephalopod? Did I get that wrong? Oh no, I was right! Cephalopod is any member of the molluscan class Cephalopoda. such as a squid, octopus, cuttlefish, or nautilus. There we go. See, even ammonite is an omastar, or cephalopods. It's all one big thing. It's all one big thing. Yeah, the games have devolved into just straight up deranged splapping at this point. We finally got rid of like the last one guy who wanted to really play Splatoon. I feel a little bad because I'm sure if you're in there being like, yeah, I'm gonna keep playing Splatoon till it's over, and you play a bunch of games where like all of your teammates are just like dicking around and doing literally nothing, I could see that being frustrating. I'm sure that wasn't like the best experience for them. I feel a little bad. A little bad. Because also, it is a fucking video game. And for whatever reason, it's 12:37 a.m. and 8 people are still playing the Squid Kid game and just making noise as much as possible. It's all very silly. It's not that deep. Everybody should just have some fun. Everybody just gotta have a good time. We're not here for a forever time, but we're here for a goodish time. Yeah. Click the yeah button. And now we are back to the waiting room once again. Oh, boy. Where hopefully we can keep things moving. Oh, we lost Carolina again. Oh, when did that happen? Oh, but we got Radcat back. I don't think we've had Radcat for a little while. So we're starting to see some of these names circulate a little bit. Which gives us a pretty good idea of how many people are still in the game. We may literally be down to only dozens of people left in this whole thing. It is just wild to think about. Like with Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, it's a single player game. You don't interact with other people. So being there at the end, also that was being there at the end of the eShop. It's not really the same thing. This is like, we're going to play this game until the servers tell us to go home. So like, oh, I wasn't paying attention to the tape last time. All right, so the barrels are green. We will see if the tape is that same. I guess that's pretty close to the neon lime. It's a little greener than the neon lime even. But yeah, it's just like, oh man. It's fascinating being part of the last batch of folks, you know? It's just nuts. And I think we see some folks in the background there having fun. Uh-oh, one of them actually cares. Oh, no they don't. I don't think they do. Yeah, no, they're having fun too. Okay. I saw one run up with the gun and I'm like, uh-oh, we might be in trouble here. I feel bad because I think that person thought I was being threatening. I'm literally just in the middle of a mini game in Mario Party. Which is going to be ending pretty soon, actually. We're down to the last very few turns. That's a mini game that requires my complete attention for about a minute or so. So we'll be back from that momentarily. Whoa, hello. I thought there was a battery for a second. Jesus Christ, looks like a giant Duracell. Yeesh. But yeah, no, I think we're down to within the last, like, oh, we got a communications error. I hope that wasn't because I was idling for too long. It happened exactly as it hit 1 minute, though. So it could have been idling too long. It could have been something else. I don't know how long was the longest period of me just standing completely still. Hey, Carolina's back. A recognizable face. I think that Japanese name is also someone that we'd seen before. I think that was one from earlier on as well. Actually, if anything, if that is one of the folks that I think it is, then they've been on about as long as I have. Because I remember them from much earlier on. What is that? Is that, let's see if I can pull up some, is that hiragana? I think it's hiragana, right? Let's see. So that would be, I'm going to do this in real time. It's going to be very, very good and not bad at all. Looks like sa. Yep, sa. Is that to? Yeah, Sato. 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 No. Sato no. Oh boy, what is that one? Oh, I don't see that one. Is that ko? A few characters definitely get drawn a few ways. I'm just gonna assume that's ko for right now. Sato no ko. Is that no? That's not na. Ha. Yeah, that's ha. Sato no ko ha. Sato no kohan. Cool. I don't know. Sato no kohan. Whatever that is or means. Maybe it's just a name. Let's just try typing it into stuff and we'll see. It does get results. There's a Twitter user with that name romanized. I have literally no idea if it does not look like, I mean, also could just be a reference to something. I don't know. My guess would be you split that into like Sato. Oh, Sato no Gohan. No, Gohan is a food. Is it rice? I can't tell what this is. Cook for about 2 minutes in a microwave or about 15 minutes in boiling water. Okay, that wouldn't be rice. I can't tell. Is that ramen, basically? Is it top noodle? I can't tell. I don't know. Oh, and we got bumped, too. Bummer. Caroline is still there, as well as Sato no Gohan, or Kohan. What would go be? Go. Oh, go would have a little... I can't tell on the screen right now. It does. That looks like ko, not go. I don't see the little accents there. Because my guess would have been Sato no Kohan. Sato no Kohan as the thing there, but I could be very wrong there. I don't know. Don't know. Just making guesses. Let's see. We still need 9 victories in order to get over the line. It's starting to look a little bit less likely. It was looking good for a while, but it started looking less good. And amazingly, I took a break. I don't know. It was probably noticeable. And I once again failed to actually check whether we were level 16 or not by the time single player got started. Oh, Swiss is back too. And Jose, I think our two groups remerged. Which once again implies strongly that things are starting to wind down fast. We're feeling the universe get smaller. The flux is happening. Alright, and we're off. Pink and blue. Pink and blue. Alright. Let's see, is everyone going to be cool here? This has mostly been cool, folks, so let's see. They're splapping. Trying to approach softly. Yay! And we nailed it. How about you? Yay! Oh, you're one of ours. Oh, it's Swiss. And Carolina is on my team as well. Yay. Now all we need is Melon Soda to come back. And the whole gang's here. I'll pull Sato no Kohan into there as well. Sato no Kohan. Intus kernel? I don't know. NTO's kernel? I don't know if that's a shortened thing or what, but the kernel is now our enemy. The kernel must be removed. The kernel does not appreciate our corniness. Wee splat. Just navigating around while also like side-eyeing the Mario Party game. I'm gonna see they're in the middle of the mini game right now. I'm gonna see if I can keep an eye out for like how many turns are left as we get out of there. Just hanging around, enjoying the pink soup. This is where they get the soup for the Luncheon Kingdom. Actually, this is where it comes from. Okay, we got at least 3 that are cool. I see the 4th one over there. Looks like they're making trouble. Is that Colonel? Is that the Colonel? I hope at least one person that I interacted with in the last, like, 2-3 hours of this also makes YouTube videos. It would warm my heart so much to see myself in someone else's video and just them also being like, yay! I think that'd be great. Ooh. Looked like I exploded. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's the final turn, actually, in Mario Party Madness. The 99th turn is upon us. And thanks to the Wheel of Wadness, I think Team Wario, which Clark is piloting for the final turn, needs to play with the controller upside down or something. I was only half watching. So yellowish green for the color. Yeah, I think the color of the top of those pillars matches the tape, and that matches the barrels. Hey, narrow victory. Which means I think 8 more would get us there. That's all it takes is 8 more. Boodly 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 boop. Not even 8 if I actually try and get some stuff going. Alright, let's see what we got. Hit yeah. Who do we got? Sadly the Colonel's here, but we got Swiss. We got Radcat. We're in good hands. No sign of Carolina. No sign of Sato no Kohan. We'll see if they turn up. Would Sato no ever be like Saturn? I assume it's Sato no, and then like no being like the possessive, indicator. It's like apostrophe S in English, right? And then Kohan. Let's see if I can find out what those mean. Carolina, there we go. Sato. Oh boy. Okay, well, Sato is the most common surname in Japan. Okie dokie. Well, that might slightly... It means, Sugarfield? Or sugar? Interesting. What about Kohan? Wouldn't be Koan. That's a different thing. Or Koan. Kohan I'm having a harder time with, but it'd be very funny if it was like doing some kind of a cheeky like, oh yeah, I guess it'd be the other. It'd be if they're doing Gohan, it'd be Gohan no Sato. If they're doing like a sugar like sweetheart, like Gohan sweetheart, and doing some kind of Dragon Ball thing, but nope, no idea. No idea. I tried. Someone smarter than I with Japanese and not relying on Google can take the ball and run with it there. Alrighty. Bloop, 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 bloop. Let's get ourselves flapping around, splapping around, clapping around. I don't know. A lot of folks that are still actively splapping. Going at it. Just splapping everywhere. It seems a few folks are like losing their steam though, which is very funny as someone who's actively losing my steam in real time here in May of 2025. Because I think folks are starting to get a little impatient about like, okay, so when is this happening here? Hopefully some of these folks are in different time zones for which it's either not extremely late at night or it's just the middle of the day and they can just kind of be like, oh, I'm still just going to hang out till we're done. No reason not to. So why the hell not, right? That's an empty tank, goddammit. Fill that tank. Currently in the results screen of Mario Party Madness. If I recall correctly, we do not win. I believe Team Mario winds up winning. I think we took second, though? I don't remember. Look at that blue tree. That's beautiful. That's a blue oak right there. Oh, no, it's an orange oak, so it doesn't really match anymore. But it's just making noise, hanging out, doing our thing. As we get close to, at this point, we're now approaching 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 2 in the afternoon in Japan. 5 a.m. UTC. It's just getting silly at this point, trying to figure out what's going on. Well, it sure looks like Blue won this one. That's only 58%? Holy shit. All right. Okie dokie. Well, it gets us one step closer. Now there's only 7 wins necessary, maybe 6. Battle again? Yeah. All right, we got Swiss, we got Solemn, we got Radcat, we got the Colonel. We're going to get the rest of our crew in. Let's see what we get. And since we got a little time here, oh, you know what I could do since we got a hot second. Let's pull that up. Oh, of course, it's going to take all the time in the world for it to come up. I figure, why the hell not take a look down the Ultimate Wii U list. And remember the good old days. Remember all the other games that we did. Let's see. We start with Nintendo Land. Nintendo Land's a classic as far as Wii U goes, in my opinion. I would love for Nintendo Land to get some kind of a port. Obviously, some elements of it don't work without the gamepad, which means that it's almost certainly never going to get ported. Like, I'm not expecting it to happen. but it'd be great if a few of those could. Some of them don't even need to be adjusted almost at all to make that happen. With the mouse support on the Switch 2, you could do like the Yoshi game, kinda. You'd have to do it a little bit differently. The Donkey Kong one is pretty great. You could do that differently. A lot of the asymmetric gameplay would be tricky, though. That would be kind of a big ask. Dr. Luigi played like a bad Flash game. I was actually really disappointed with that. I was expecting good things, and it really just disappointed me pretty highly. It was kind of unfun in a bunch of ways. Not the least of which is just the way that it looked overall was just unappealing. Just very unappealing. Did not like that. Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Was that really the third one we did? Holy shit, I thought that was way further in. That's another one that wound up disappointing me kind of a lot. I was expecting/hoping for a Mario Party-like experience, and what we got was all the dice rolling and none of the minigames. And a stock market, which was like an interesting twist, but like the rest of the game just is not interesting enough without that. And you also have surprisingly little agency on the board, so it really takes a lot of the entertainment out of the board game experience. Yep, and there's our 0. So we're going to go ahead and try that again. Hopping right back in. Also, needing to tap your amiibo to roll is like, guys, why? There's literally no reason for that at all. You could absolutely do that without that. Just let everyone have a controller and do it from there. And if the idea is like, oh, but this is a way for them to do that without needing extra controllers, it's like, okay, but you lose one of those cards and then what? Like, it doesn't... Not really great. Star Fox Zero. Star Fox Zero was okay. I wasn't doing great with it. I was kind of struggling to get a grip on... Because you have... You didn't really quite see everything that was going on because you have a very cinematic view with the TV screen. But on the Wii U gamepad, you have essentially the cockpit view, which is useful, but it means that, like, one... What everybody else sees is, like, a little bit confusing to watch, in my opinion. And it also means you have to keep looking between the two screens to get, like, a sense of what you're doing, which isn't the worst thing necessarily, but ironically, despite the fact that you holding the gamepad makes a lot of sense for the cockpit, it does mean that you're looking down to look out of your ship, and then looking up to see... what is functionally like a scan of your area with the full 3D view, which feels backwards, right? Oh, Solemn, Radcat, and the Colonel, they joined us again for this loadout. It feels a little wrong in the sense that, like, if I'm flying a spacecraft or a jet fighter or something, if I'm looking forward, I'm seeing out the cockpit. And if I'm looking down at my instruments, I'm seeing useful other stuff, such as radar or, you know, the 3D view being essentially the radar feels like the kind of thing that would be useful there. And hell, you could do like piloting stuff with the gamepad and still have that work, I think. I think literally reversing the screens would have felt more natural. Next was Affordable Space Adventures. That was truly a hidden gem. I think that was the most positively surprising game out of the entire thing. Solid game. I would love there to be a remake or a port. I don't know if the original developer has any intention of doing that ever. It's been over a decade since that game was released, right? So if they haven't done it since then, I get the feeling it's probably not happening ever, which is a real shame because that was a digital download, I believe. I think that was an eShop title, which means now that game is lost. The only way you could play that is if someone has like an eShop, not eShop. Oh, I guess, yeah, no, eShop. eShop digital download like ROM essentially to use for that, which it's a bummer that you can't like get it legitimately. I don't know. Mario Tennis Ultra Smash. Oh boy. Mario Tennis has been more misses than hits for me, generally speaking, just because every Mario Tennis game tends to feel like about half of the game that there should be. And Ultra Smash feels even more like that than normal. Like, we played for 22 minutes, and I can't even begin to imagine playing it 1 minute more. It was so boring, and so, like, it just felt like there was nothing to do, if that makes any sense. Rabbids Land. Rabbids Land irritates me, not for the obvious reasons. The obvious reasons still count, though. I find the Rabbids insufferable. But Rabbids Land irritates me because there is an interesting game in there. There is an interesting game that exists somewhere in that mess. Somewhere. And we fell out again. We're going to try number 3. Somewhere in that mess is an interesting game. The board game portion of it feels a little too short. And there are some games that feel too long in there. But there are some interesting mini games that feel slightly more advanced than Mario Party usually does, which could be to its detriment for some. I don't mind it, but I could see some arguing that, like, the more involved you get, or the more assets that are involved in it, the more it kind of distracts from the actual game itself, or the harder it is to just jump in and play. But it's interesting. Rabbids Land irritates me for a bunch of reasons that feel odd to be irritated by. But, like, there is an okay board game in there somewhere. It's not what they put out, but there's something in there. Pokemon Rumble U. Charming, fun game. I realized after we recorded what I was doing wrong in the stage we got stuck on. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have been Pokemon Rumble Blast. There's a version that I've played in the past that felt a little more adventure-y, as opposed to just a bunch of, like, arena fights. I think it was Pokemon Rumble Blast, and I recall liking that one more because it felt a little more like a game instead of just a bunch of arena fights. But it is charming. I think it is not my favorite Pokemon Rumble game. Star Fox Guard. Oh my god. All right, I think this is now 4th attempt at getting a game in, and we're still connecting with people, so the servers are still up. It is now 1:04 a.m. in there. Alberto and I are sticking it through to the end. Star Fox Guard. It's okay. It's an interesting enough idea. I don't know that it's, like, compelling enough to really last as long as it seems to be able to last. Like, there were, like, rewards for things about 10 times as much gameplay as we put into it, which, to be fair, we played for 23 minutes. So that's not an unreasonable thing. Like, 4 hours of gameplay? Yeah. But it was okay. I'm sure there's more than 4 hours of gameplay anyway. Hey, Caroline is back. Hell yeah. Which suggests to me that they are also struggling to get games. Pushmo World. Pushmo World was maybe the best game in there outside of Nintendo Land and Splatoon. Arguably better than Nintendo Land. Me personally, I liked it better than I think I liked Splatoon, but I think Splatoon is probably a better game overall. It certainly has more replay value, I would say. Pushmo World is a game that I could see myself turning on again any day and just playing more of it. I very much liked it. The only reason that it's not the, like, holy shit, oh my god, is because I expected Pushmo World to be good. I did not expect Affordable Space Adventures to be good. If anything, I expected Affordable Space Adventures to be like some just cheap asset flippy kind of thing, and it wound up very much surprising me in a positive way. Pushmo World was one that I very much expected was going to be a good game. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. I don't think it's any secret how I feel about the Kirby Curse games. I find them very frustrating and very slow. It's fine. It's just not really my thing. It's not a game that I'm excited to play. I'm still going. At some point, moderately soon, like 6 to 12 months from now, I'm going to be playing that for the Nightmare and the Dreamy Let's Play streams to 100% it. And I'm not really looking forward to that. Kirby Canvas Curse was like a pretty intense go. I recall the last stream or two of that being rough. It's one where I think in some ways Kirby Canvas Curse is the better game of the two, and it's not necessarily the fault of the game. I think the biggest problem is I just don't want to be... If I'm playing a game on the TV, I really don't want to be looking at the gamepad the entire time. And with I don't mind looking down at it. Zombie U did a great job with it, and Wind Waker HD did a great job with it as well. But Rainbow Curse is just like, I'm just looking down the whole time. I had no reason to be like looking up, and it was just kind of like, this isn't enjoyable. Paper Mario Color Splash. We played that one for 49 minutes, and I think that's about as much Paper Mario Color Splash as I would like to play. The music was neat. I liked the overworld stuff. Now we're in, I think, attempt 5 at trying to get a match going. Jesus. We got Teddy, we got Carolina. The stuff that you do on the overworld with the hammer and splashing color and getting all the paint and all that stuff, like, that was fun. That was a good time. I can see the bones of Paper Mario, the Origami King, kicking around in there. Like, there's the pieces of that are existing in Color Splash, I think, quite a bit. That battle system was so goddamn tedious, and we barely touched it. I cannot even begin to, I can't even begin to comprehend how annoying that has to be, to play as a full game. That seems so irritating. Just like, all right, you want to do this? Well, you got to paint your card to use your card to then do your attack. And I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Game & Wario. Game & Wario. That was a neat enough game. I don't like it as much as your standard WarioWares. It seemed much more gimmicky than your average WarioWare game, which is saying a lot. And like the games that we did play felt pretty thin. Like they felt I don't know. Something about it just wasn't landing for me. I'd rather play, I think, literally any other WarioWare game than Game & Wario. It just didn't really do much for me. It felt like a lot of half-baked stuff was going on in there. I don't know. Game Party Champions. This is what I was kind of expecting Affordable Space Adventures was going to feel like. Game Party Champions fucking sucks. Holy shit. And like, it really comes down to polish more than anything, I think. I just feel like that game had zero polish on it whatsoever. Laggy, framey, weird storyline that they didn't really need to have there, to be dead honest. Also, instantly horribly repetitive. Like, in order to, you get 4 games that you can play at the beginning, and you have to beat that game, beat those games 5 times each in order to even access the other 4. It's like, what? And then that's basically the whole game. Like, Jesus Christ. As we go into the next one, the Mario Party Madness stream ends. And now, I'm not in stream in there, but I'm hanging out with the Mario Party folks, just chatting, doing a little post-game chit-chat for, I don't know, like 45 minutes, something like that, I think. What's next? Oh, Fast Racing Neo. For which, not only did it have a sequel on the Switch, Fast RMX, I think, Fast Fusion is coming out in a couple days as a launch title for the Switch 2. And people seem like pretty excited about it too, and it's like, oh my god, all right. It does feel like it's sort of appealing directly to fans of F-Zero in lieu of that franchise actually getting representation and getting a new game outside of F-Zero 99, of course. But yeah, that one was pretty fun. I am a fan of racing games that do something weird. Mario Kart broadly counts for that. I liked Burnout Paradise, which is probably why I'm excited for Mario Kart World. Diddy Kong Racing is up there. I haven't played many other mascot racers, to be dead honest. I guess I played Sonic R. I wasn't a big fan of that one, but I had one other in mind and I lost it. Oh, Cruisin', the Cruisin' series, especially Cruisin' World. Racing someone and, like, popping a wheelie to do tricks off of them while trying to pass them. Fuck, is this number 7 on the attempts now? Jesus. So, Fast Racing Neo definitely, like, scratched some of that itch. Hey, Teddy's back. Yeah. As is Nido King, who was in the last batch. Wii Sports Club. Wii Sports Club. Oh, that's the one that was basically... Yeah, Fast Racing Neo and Wii Sports Club back-to-back was kind of unfortunate because both of them might not quite 100% fit the idea of a purely Wii U game. Fast Racing Neo, I think Fast RMX included all of the tracks from Fast Racing Neo. And I think... And Wii Sports Club is pretty literally a Wii U update of Wii Sports. There are some modifications to, I think, all 5 of the games. So, like, dealer's choice on whether it actually counts as a proper Wii U exclusive or not, or if it counts as an upgraded port. Not a lot to write home about with Wii Sports Club. It's Wii Sports. Good as a tech demo for the Wii. Feels weird on the Wii U when you can still play Wii Sports on the Wii U. Like, it didn't add very much to make it worth a separate full purchase. Like, if the goal here was like a Wii Fit Plus, Pokemon Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon kind of, hey, this is the full thing. Like, I feel like they kind of missed the mark a little bit. Feels weird. ESPN Sports Connection. I remember the menus for that game. I don't think I remember anything else about that game. I think we did tennis, didn't we? Or something? One of us was trying to hit targets. The other one was trying to volley stuff back, I think. Right, Nido King still there, and a new face there, too. I don't remember a goddamn thing about it. I remember being bored by it, though. Weird, licensed sports title without a lot of energy. Not a great start. Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric. Oh, boy. I think the worst thing about this is that it's in our future still. The Supersonic Let's Play, we will be coming around to play that one of these days. Spore Rose! Holy shit, they live. You haven't seen them in hours. Holy shit. Yeah, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was not good. There's really not a lot of ways to put that. But when I pick up a Sonic game, what I'm not looking for... Oops, Solemn's here. What I'm not looking for is an action beat 'em up title. I'm trying to think of what that even felt like as a game. It felt like I don't even know. It felt like they were somewhere between like Spyro and Prince of Persia. Something, it felt, and then just randomly, oh, hey, by the way, we got a few Sonic-y segments, and it's like, holy shit, we finally got in. Oh my god. It's been 22 minutes of trying to get into a game, and we finally got one. About time. Yeah, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I'm not looking forward to playing that one for real. My understanding is both Shattered Crystal and Fire and Ice are at least a little better, and that Rise of Lyric is the worst of the three. I hope that's true, because I sure as fuck would hate for it to get worse. Wii Party U. Wii Party U. Another one I'm kind of struggling to remember much about, if I'm being honest. Like looking at the thumbnail right now, just trying to jog my memory. Holy shit, I don't remember a goddamn thing about this. I literally think I remember 0% of this game. That's honestly impressive. To just have nothing. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess it was pretty forgettable. That's all I can really say about it, I suppose. Do we have a real match going on right now? I think we do. Jesus Christ, it's 1:18 in the morning. And some people are still going for real matches at this point. Fuck. Mario and Sonic at the Sochi... it was Sochi, not Rio. Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games. It was fine. I'm looking forward to the Dream events when we get to that in the Supersonic Let's Play. That'll be fun. I don't know that we got any real commentary, good or bad, for it. We played, the Dream Golf, thing, and that was kind of fun. Yeah, it was neat. We kind of avoided the real... Oh, we did a couple things. I think we did racing, too. We kind of avoided the, standard game mode for that. I don't know. I think I'm looking forward to that one. It's not, amazing, but it's certainly, something. Your Shape Fitness Evolve 2013 feels like a fitness app, which, duh, but what I mean is it feels mechanically like a fitness app on your phone, or one that you spent $4 for on an iPad or something. Something about it feels a little bit off. And it wants so badly to be Just Dance. It wants to be a legitimate asterisk version of Just Dance, and it almost gets there. It gets close. I don't think it really lands. I don't think it sticks the landing. It was fine. Wii Fit U, on the other hand, this was another one that was kind of iffy in whether it was too much of a port of Wii Fit Plus. But not a lot to say there either. It's Wii Fit. It does everything it's trying to do pretty much perfectly. Yeah, pretty good game there. Sing Party. We had almost Just Dance meet almost Rock Band. Yeah, I don't know. I would have rather played Rock Band. Sing Party felt a little bit jank. There's only so much you can really do about that. Yeah, all it did was make me want to play Rock Band. Oh, and then we get Family Party, 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade. Oh my god. I knew it was going to be bad, and it was worse than I thought. Everything, it was oh my god. It was Game Party Champions as a board game, but not really a board game, but also for very small children, I think, just based off of the way the voice acting worked and the repetition and the unskippable dialogue and everything. It was kind of bumming me out that it was just taking forever to just get into the games and be like, all right, we're now into this mode. Remember, this player is doing this now. And it's like, I know. Please let me escape. It was a terrible experience and I hated it. I don't know if it had any real redeeming qualities. If I recall correctly, Family Party 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade, which I was hoping to get Jeff and Peter on as well, but scheduling wound up getting complicated. If I recall correctly, it was rated by, I think, IGN or somebody as both the worst game of 2014 and the worst game on the Wii U. I'm not surprised. That game sucked ass. And then thank God for the breath of fresh air that was Mario Party 10, which I think is nobody's favorite Mario Party game, but it was such a goddamn delight to get into that after Family Party 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade, because that one was fucking miserable, and I was so glad to just be playing a fucking Mario Party game. I need to play more 9 and 10. I actually like the idea. Like, in some ways, the boards, what little experience I've had with 10, I've had no. I don't think I've ever played Mario Party 9. I say that, and I realize that there's a chance that it has happened for Mario Party Madness, and I'm completely kidding myself here. So now I'm going to check. I'm going to double check myself before I double wreck myself. Nope, haven't played 9 or 10 for Mario Party Madness, which means I've never played 10, because I've never owned... Or, sorry, I've never played 9. I've never owned 9. And I haven't played it at anybody else's place. But I have 10. We've done it for the... We did it for our 4th anniversary for the channel, actually. So, literally just barely over 10 years ago. There we go. Big win, big points. And yeah, I just like... I find the idea of the... That scared the shit out of me. It's 2 in the morning here. We have a water filter thing. And I need to keep an eye on the app for it, because on specific days, and it picks these days ahead of time, so you can figure this out. Got my heart racing a little bit. At 2 a.m. on specific days, it will do a flush cycle and refresh itself. It's a like a salt carbon water filter for the house. And when it does this cycle, it basically starts hissing very loudly. And all I heard was a loud hiss, and I thought, oh no, what's going on with one of the cats? Not the cats. It's the fucking water filter. Holy cow. Totally lost my train of thought on that. Oh yeah, I like the idea of the boards being a linear experience in some ways, or a nearly linear experience, because it's almost like it's telling a story with it, you know? I just kind of like that. And yeah, and then that brings us to Splatoon, which, like, again, I don't know that I would... I don't think I would overly care about the online multiplayer for Splatoon too much. Just, I've never been a guy who, you know, into MOBAs of any sort, real-time strategies of any sort. Like, I've never played League of Legends. No, that's not entirely true. I played it for a little bit and I didn't really care for it. Overwatch, any of that. Like, it just doesn't super appeal to me. But I thought the single-player campaign was pretty cute. It was a fun experience to do that. and it was very short, but like, you know, it's not the main feature, right? It's kind of there to help get you a couple extra boosty things for multiplayer. Multiplayer is the real show. I'm sure that at some point we will play Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3. I would love to get into the single player and DLC campaigns for those. I think that would be a lovely time. Even as someone who's really like not that interested in you know, the multiplayer aspect of it, I just find it mechanically kind of interesting. And also, I'm you know, an introverted weirdo who just wants to play games. Goddammit, and not have to do real-time war strategizing. I would say that did a pretty good job of burning the... it went longer than anticipated, but it burnt down the 22-minute wait period while we were trying to get into another game. It's funny because I can see exactly how many games are left. But that's all right. But yeah, I hope that people, you know, if anybody, there's so much noise in the background now because now the boiler is making noise too, which it does on its own anyway. But I hope that if anybody's still watching this, you are a cool squid, and feel free to refer to yourself as such in the comments to signify how cool of a squid you are. But yeah, no, if anybody has stuck around, one, I appreciate the hell out of you for sticking it through, and two, no, I guess that's it. I guess the main thing is thank you. I hope this was an interesting video. I feel like I did I think my initial plan here was that I was going to commentate on the matches in the same sort of way that you'd get out of like an esports commentator, not in the like energy way of like, oh, we're stag, oh, coming down the jungle, but at the very least kind of do a little like post-game strategy, like, all right, so now we're on the left, it's kind of weak, this guy over here is being a pain in the ass, I'm going to try to see if I can get around them, but most of the back half of this has not been that. I mean, not even on the commentary side, but the gameplay side. This is the first set of real games that I've had in like 4 hours. Once we hit 10 o'clock, everybody decided we were done, which is fine. I was totally down for that. But, yeah. But, yeah, I aside from honestly, some of how this went down was also probably impacted slightly by me doing the first 2 recording sessions for it, nearly deliriously tired. I haven't gone back to listen to that stuff, but everything up until I say I'm going to go take a nap, I apologize for if it winds up being a goofy-ass mess that is unbearable to sit through. I do not blame you if you skip forward. I do not blame you if you skip entirely on it. Totally fine. Not even a little bit upset by that. I get you. But yeah, I think that sort of set the pace for all the rest of this in a way that I wasn't really anticipating. And it was just kind of nice to do this as like an extended podcast. Like, so if anybody is here who is not like a longtime D-pad fan, we've sort of nicknamed videos like this podcast episodes because they kind of are, right? Usually we reserve that for like, all right, we're doing a competitive Nuzlocke, and so-and-so's got to grind for an hour just to get caught up. It's like, all right, well, this is going to be boring gameplay and we don't have a lot to commentate on, so let's just chat about other stuff for an hour and just hang out. And like folks have told us over the years that it's one of the things, not that specifically, but generally, it's one of the things that people really like about the D-pad is that it feels like just kind of hanging out with some buddies, just chatting and chilling and just enjoying the night. And I hope that people got some of that out of this. it wasn't what I originally anticipated, but it's what it became, and it's its own little piece of art, and that's how that works sometimes. Not everybody knows what they're making while they're making it. Sometimes I finish a sentence just to see where the rest of it goes. I've not actually watched The Office, so I'm just going to pretend that's the quote. But yeah, no, it's exciting to have been able to do this. It's been a little bit anxiety-inducing having this video in my back pocket for over a year. It was already in my back pocket for 8 months. Well, 2 of them were in my back pocket for 8 months. And then, it's funny, my initial thought with this video was I was just going to release it the day after the last Splatoon video. But I just did not have time in January to record this kind of audio. I really didn't have time for it today either, but time's up, so it's 2:08 in the morning, and I'm still recording audio for this because it's got to get done. I think we made a good time of it, though. I hope you weren't bored. I hope you weren't, like, bummed that I didn't spend more time specifically talking up stuff that was going on in Splatoon. I would totally understand if you looked at this and were like, oh, shit, 7 hours of Splatoon, fuck yeah. And it turned out to not exactly be that. But it's also nice to kind of, it's nice to do a chill kind of podcast episode. It's nice to kick back and reminisce a little bit. And especially with this being the extended sort of epilogue, I guess, to both Splatoon and the Ultimate Wii U, it was nice to be able to kind of reflect a bit on that series. It is probably the most... I mean, this excluded, and this was kind of a bonus video. I don't know that I'd necessarily count it with the rest, but the Ultimate Wii U, I think, is the most... is probably the tightest series we've done in a while in terms of here's the stated goal, here's the intended schedule, and then executing on that the whole way through. I'm just looking at the list of episodes here. We had a little bit of a trip up at the start. No videos, I believe, looking at this, no videos were ever... We started and finished when we intended. I was going to say no videos were ever more than 1 day late out of all of this, but that's not entirely true. Near the end, we had a little bit of a slowdown, but we caught up before Christmas, which is fine. We started on Thanksgiving, we ended on Christmas Eve, and then Christmas itself became the single-player campaign, which was exactly what was intended. Ooh, nice victory there. So yeah, it's the most it's the most efficient series that we've put together in a very long time. So I'm very happy and proud of that. We're down to just 2311. Really, just 2 more matches would be enough to do it. To get to level 16. We got 6 of that crew sticking around for this. This might be our final crew of folks. We're back to so hot. But yeah, it's been a blast. Most of these games have been better than I thought they would be. There's a few that were worse than I thought they would be. It was a very interesting... in some ways... So I've said before that the complete 32X was kind of a rough go because we were running it through a Sega Genesis Mini with everything kind of modded into it. And in a couple cases, we had to just flat emulate it, and it really wound up being kind of a bit of a mess on the technical side. I think one of these days, we've been saying that I think we're going to come back to that again down the line. And it's funny because, like, I had originally I had sort of joked like, oh, maybe for the 32nd anniversary, ha ha ha. Except that's only 2 years from now, and that feels like maybe a little too soon to revisit that. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. If I don't have a good idea for something to do for the holiday season in 2027, then yeah, maybe we will do it. I don't know. But yeah, no, I think this has been in some ways the most, and also, well, what I was gonna say before I interrupt myself any further. Actually, it'd be next year. 32X was released in 1994, not 1995. This has been a really effective cross-section, I think, of the Wii U. We got a really wide variety of stuff. Like, a lot of different genres, a lot of copies of the genre, but a lot of different genres. A lot of different levels of quality, a lot of different levels of polish, a lot of different levels of pop culture awareness. There have definitely been a lot of games that I don't know if anybody's really heard of, and then a bunch that everybody's heard of. Everybody knows Mario Party. Everybody knows Splatoon. Right? So, oh my god, my voice. But, like, it was a really effective cross-section of everything, as opposed to the Complete 32X, which is the entire library. It's kind of hard to call it a cross-section when it's the whole thing, you know? But yeah, I've got some plans already in motion for 2025. Oh, is that another heart? Oh, we got some folks willing to just kind of goof around again. We goofing, or are they going to attack? Yay! Yeah, go ahead. Paint whatever. We're losing this match anyway. Just leaning up on that shell. Hello. Join me. Join me in the barbecue. Or join me in the chairs. Here we go. Just ploop, ploop, ploop. Yeah. Love those chairs. Barbecue chairs for life. But yeah, I don't know. It, like, in some ways, the Ultimate Wii U was actually one of my favorite explorations we've done of a console. Both because the scope was was pretty concise, and also because it was a scenario where we really didn't have to do much technical shit. The various, like, our first 4 of these in a row, our first 4 console plays in a row were all micro consoles, and we did a 5th one later on with the Sega Genesis Mini 2, and those were, like, fine, but there was always an element of, well, we're just emulating some stuff and whatever. But this was one where we were doing it all, and then the same thing with the Complete 32X, which we were running through a Genesis Mini. This was the first one where we really got to do it all, where it was all legit and genuine. This is how these games are meant to be played. And it was a really exciting experience getting to work our way through all these, because I really did not... I'm struggling to remember what the fuck I was doing for gaming in, like, the mid-2010s. I think I was basically just playing 3DS, because there was not a lot of Wii U, like, to really dig deep on. Like, there were games, don't get me wrong, I'm not like, you know, like Mario Kart 8 was a fun game to play in there and stuff, but, like, nothing was really, like, screaming out to me as, like, oh, this is the thing, here we go. And, like, I still haven't played any Xenoblade Chronicles. I know that's one that you know, was it Xenoblade Chronicles X? But there were plenty of things I could play on the 3DS that I was really into. And so I think I just... And I was never much of a Sony guy. I definitely was playing some... Would that have been Xbox One at the time? That might have been Xbox 360 still. For a little bit. I forget, the Xbox One... that come out? Xbox One was 2013. Yeah, it was Xbox One then. Jeez, it's been 12 years since that. Fuck. So yeah, there were. I played indie games and stuff with the Xbox One, and then I played stuff like Bastion and all that too. But look at this little skidding around, silly shit. Yeah, I feel like the Switch really revived a lot of, in some ways, a lot of my interest in video games. If that makes any sense, it's probably part of why if anything. The Wii U being kind of a mess and sort of disappointing is probably a big part of why a lot of the focus of the D-pad was on like retro games for years. It still kind of is, but it's a little bit broader than that. But like it's part of the reason why in 2013 we were playing old Zelda games, and in 2015 we were playing old Mega Man games, and in 2016 we were playing old Kirby games and old Sonic games. Because it really didn't feel like there was a lot to get into and enjoy in the mid-2010s. And then the Switch came around, and like immediately there was a whole bunch of shit to play. Like Breath of the Wild wound up being obviously a huge thing to dive in on. Sonic Mania, Mario Odyssey, Kirby Star Allies, Mega Man 11, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Metroid Dread, Pokemon, a shitload of Pokemon. Like, there was a lot of stuff to like. I love this, just like slowly, we're just walking together. We're just enjoying a nice walk in the park. But yeah, the Switch really turned shit around, not just for Nintendo, but in my opinion, just games in general. It was not fun being a gaming fan in the 2010s until the Switch came around. It was rough goings, especially as a Mega Man fan. Holy shit. Yeah, there we go. I just realized that good guys and bad guys are also different sizes there. Like, the text is different size. I don't know if that's always been the case and I've just been missing it the whole time or what. Ooh, down to literally... if the only way that I wouldn't get level 16 on the next win is if I did nothing. I just stood still and did nothing. Swiss, my old buddy. So it's funny. I'm still like back in April 2024. I am still hanging out and chatting with the Mario Party folks, going over like post-game stuff and chatting and making plans and figuring stuff out. All that good stuff. Just hanging out, having a good time, having ourselves a party. And even through all that, I'm still playing Splatoon. At this point, 1:45 a.m. I've been playing back in April for almost 7 hours straight. Very minimal interruption. Because I started playing a couple minutes before 7 p.m. and now it is approaching 2 a.m. So 7 fucking hours. Jesus Christ. I rarely do post-commentary in general, so doing post-commentary for a 7+ hour stream is like bonkers to me. Slightly ludicrous. Look at that dripping effect going on up on the sides of the screen. Walking around in their ink. So the ink is the ink meant to be their bodily fluids or no? I'm confused. Here we go. Have that party. Get at it. There we go. Booyah indeed. Booyah indeed. Blah. I'm glad that we kind of got back into the casual fuck around energy. Because for a while there, everybody was just like actually trying to play again, and it's like, nah, man. Like, you can paint what you want, but like, let the rest of us just chill. Most of us are fully done caring. Whoop. Doink. Booyah. And yeah, like I said before, if you're still here with us, or if you've done this in multiple fuck my voice. If you've been here for, multiple sessions to get through it, I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much for being here for all of this. It's been quite the ride. And it's also pretty nice to be able to put a pin on a series and be like, boop, there we go. It's done. And, I am the king of saying something's done and not having it actually be done. So I understand that when I say something is done, people don't always believe me. And sometimes they're right. But this is a rare instance where I think I'm trying to remember. No, I think the last single player episode I had suggested there was a little bit more coming, so hopefully this isn't like a complete surprise to anybody, but yeah, when I say that this is done, this is done. This is the last stop for the Ultimate Wii U. It was a grand old time, and we got to play a bunch of good games that are no longer available. I consider myself a bit of an amateur preservationist. There are much more skilled people than I out there who actually do it really well and do the real legwork. And I'm just some schmuck playing games when I get my hands on them. But it was nice to be able to give a lot of these games one last hurrah before they vanished into the ether. Way back at the beginning of this, I think during the Delirium era, I distinctly remember getting into feeling kind of depressed about all sorts of games just disappearing forever with the eShops going down. So this was kind of my homage to that. Homage, maybe? I don't know. It was my tribute. There we go. Tribute to them. To be able to put some of them up and be like, hey, these are some games that had a good run. Some of them didn't. And let's, give them one last hurrah before they go. And I hope we were able to do that, effectively. I hope that there were some games that folks were able to remember after a long time away. I hope that there were some games that people, tried to see if they could find, ways of playing through their own stuff. Maybe there's some folks who dug a game out of their closet that they haven't played in years or even a decade, thanks to it. And nothing would make me happier. And yeah, I don't know. I feel a little bit wistful with this because the goal of the project was to just kind of celebrate and examine the Wii U, and then after it was discontinued by a long shot, and then the eShop, discontinuing was a thing that was getting brought up, and I was like, all right, well, this will be kind of a swan song for it to kind of send it off. And I don't know, it felt like it kind of brought life back to a system that, didn't get its real chance to shine. Oh no, the kernel's back. We got Swiss though. In a lot of ways, the ending of the eShop for both the Wii U and the 3DS sort of signified a hard disconnect, right? Like, we now live in a Switch era for Nintendo. Purely Switch. Sony and Microsoft are trying desperately to move to digital-only platforms. It does feel very much like a different age for video games. The Steam Deck now gives you PC games on the go. It's a very, very different age from what it was 10 years ago. So it's nice to kind of have a chance to look back on it a little bit and just kind of, see some of these games that we may literally never see again. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty happy with the work that we did for it. I think we did a great job of committing to it, starting it, finishing it. And it makes me a little sad because in some ways it's like, yeah, when this is over, at least for me, barring, a couple trips with the Sonic and Kirby franchise plays we're doing, barring that, like we're really not, we're this era is over, kaput, kind of for good. Which is wild. I think part of what makes me a little bit like oof about it is like that was where the formative years of the D-pad were too. Like, excuse me, 2013 through 2016 was kind of where we started doing all of our stuff. It's where we got into franchise plays, Zelda, Mega Man, Kirby, Sonic, technically Kingdom Hearts as well, technically Resident Evil as well. Also Pokemon Rivals. It was a pre-Switch era where we were kind of inventing ourselves in real time. And then when the Switch came around, we had kind of like crystallized a little bit. Not like in a bad way, but like we had kind of solidified, here's what we are, here's what we're doing. And that was just kind of how stuff was at that point. So maybe this kind of represents a time of flux for us? I don't know. It's interesting to get to look back. You don't get a lot of great chances to look back so clearly. So I'm very happy to have been able to get a chance to do that. Especially, too, we're in an era where the big three can just brick your console or delete your files however they see fit, right? There's games on Nintendo Classics that don't exist anymore. I think it's just one. Oh my god, they all jumped. There's a soccer game that doesn't exist. I think it was Super Soccer. Doesn't exist on Nintendo Classics anymore. For reasons that are unclear as far as I'm aware. We're going to get our level up in a second here. And Sony deleted PT off of people's PlayStations. Back when that got canceled, when Silent Hills, got the axe. So like it's just a very strange sort of time. I don't know. It's interesting. Some of this is probably, oh my god, I don't think I'm quite there yet, but the realization has hit me that I am not all that far from middle age. Jesus Christ. And I think that just kind of comes with the territory a little bit. You get nostalgic, you get a little bit wistful for the past. And I don't know. I think it's up to everybody to kind of figure out how to internalize and reflect on that kind of stuff. Some people get bitter about it. I think that's silly. I feel much freer as a person now than I did, 15 years ago, so. But yeah, I don't know. Didn't think we were going to dip into the psychology aspect of it a second time, did you? I think also is just that, this is starting to wind down. I originally debated if this was going to be YouTube premiere, and obviously that is not going to be the case. It's just way too long of a video for that in the first place, but you can see just from the length of this, and if you look at your progress bar right now, you'll notice that there's, less than 10 minutes left? So, just getting some final thoughts in there. It's been a good run. The project has been kind of wild and crazy. It's been a lot at times. There were planning stages that I feel like I could have done better. And they are notes that I'm taking going forward into the next. I have a plan for 2025 for the holiday season. I hope it goes well. We'll see. And it's going to take some planning. I've actually got a few things that I'm trying to do planning-wise early so that we don't get caught flat-footed. Gets a little tricky. There's some stuff that only I am really meaningfully able to prep for, so it does mean that the plate gets kind of large, and I'm also the editor for the channel, so the work never quite stops, you know what I mean? But yeah, so it's been a blast. We're hanging out. Even the Colonel is having a good time now. Just vibing, just jamming, chilling out at the end of the Wii U. Yeah, we got our level too. We got our level 16. We got it after all, which I would have known if I had checked old footage at any point among these 7 separate recording sessions. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hope this video winds up looking and sounding good and isn't a complete mess, because I'm not doing any of my usual editing magic on it. This would take me, no lie, like 15 to 20 hours to edit if I was doing it the usual way. So that ain't happening. But that's okay. Well, that is the last match before I return from Mario Party Madness back in 2024. So before I pass it over to myself from a year ago, I just wanted to say one more time, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It really has been a blast. The Ultimate Wii U is complete. It has been accomplished. It is done. And it was a really great time. And I'm glad, that it seems like you guys enjoyed it too. So thank you very, very much. And now enjoy a very different tone from me a year ago as we get back into this. See you later. Have a good one. And till next time. Bye. Okay, so I've returned from the land of Mario Party Madness post-mortem. This is going to be an interesting fucking video. I know exactly what I want to do with it. So the funny part is, the intent of this video was something that I was going to sneakily record and not actually show in the stream. So, all right, this also takes its own little bit of explanation. So, my original plan with this, when I thought about it, was, okay, Mario Party Madness number 99, the 99 turn match, is on the same day as the servers go down, and also the solar eclipse. And I was like, that'll be fun. What if, because I'm not playing at 7 p.m. Eastern when the servers go down, I can just have my local recording of Splatoon. I don't even have to comment on it. I can do post-commentary and, be all like, oh, yeah, hey, why not one more little thing? Just as a goof, because the idea is going to be, I already did my public stream Saturday night? And then I was like, what if because then after that, as part of the Ultimate Wii U, what if after that we then wind up playing all of the other, we at that point we'd have already played all the Wii U games that we were going to do for that, Splatoon being the last, and then we have, the VOD of that stream that I did, that was kind of fun. And then, as a surprise, I'm going to do the one-player mode, just for the hell of it, because we can, because a lot of times we do those console plays, and it's like, let's end on something we can actually play in full. So I was going to do the one-player mode. And then, at the end of all of that, I was going to be like, yeah, it was a bummer that we couldn't actually see the servers go down like we did with Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, because that was kind of a cool thing to have happen. Actually, and then cut to the footage of me logging on, doing a match or two, and then the servers go down. And that was the goal, and that was, and as you can tell, It's been going for more than 7 hours now. It is 2 a.m., and the servers are still active enough for me to get into matches. The numbers are dwindling extremely fast. We visibly are reducing in number quickly, and maybe it's just a matter of certain servers are going down faster than others, or something, but somehow I'm still getting matches. There's a few usernames that I have seen a bunch, like that little emoji one I've seen a bunch. There was Carolina with the square root symbols going on, so Radical Carolina Radical. I think Radicat64 is also one I've seen a couple times here, but like the familiar names are starting to drop away. And granted, it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast, so people are going to bed. It is a weeknight, and I'm starting to wonder. So here's the thing. It is 2 a.m., which means just as it was at 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., the maps are going to change. Now, my theory was when the maps changed at 10, that was going to be it because, everyone else has an active connection, and they're going to get bumped, and then that's going to be the end of it. And now, so here's our breaking news. This is them announcing another map. Am I going to actually be able... Oh! Or maybe not. Maybe not. Is that the end? No announcement. No announcement. Because I was surprised to see the one at 10 o'clock, because it was 3 hours after the servers were supposed to go down. So let's see. Oh. No. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The Splatoon servers have finally kicked me out. It only took 7 extra hours, but we have arrived. Holy cow, this is a much, much bigger thing than I was expecting to be doing today. In addition to Mario Party Madness, which our team won. So yeah, that is it for Splatoon. That is it for the Wii U and 3DS online services, at least in official capacitors. And that is it for the Ultimate Wii U. Which, fun story, we haven't recorded any of them yet. This was the first... I wanted to make absolutely certain that Splatoon 1 got coverage. We were going to record this literally like a year ago. And then over the holidays, I was like, we'll record all this stuff and then release it right in time for the service to go down. And then time was just not on our side. Post-move was just chaos, and we just never really got around to it. So we have about 30 or so games. So hopefully it's been a good series. I guess I'll know in the future if that was the case. But thank you guys very much for watching. It's sad to see it all go. We now live in a Switch and soon-to-be Switch 2 era. Yeah, I'm Rick, and I'll see you later. Bye.